Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 251 Preliminary Control of the Sacred Choice. Just as the battle between Kang Yu and Nicola continued to escalate, the aftermath of the battle between the two began to affect the outside world. Click click click. The crisp cracking sound continued to sound in the sky above Nicola's territory. Looking at the tiny space cracks in the sky, with the help of Space Authority and the Eye of Reality, Ma Wu, who was able to see the specific situation in the secret realm of light and darkness through the space cracks, fell into contemplation. In order not to attract the attention of void consciousness, Kang Yu was indeed merciful when she started. Show mercy, that's only relative. Compared with the strength of her shots with Alger before, Kang Yu is indeed showing mercy now. But if the opponent is replaced by a top-level superior god, this power is still crushing. 503 However, facing this crushing force, Nicola, who was hit like a ball, stood up again and again. This was somewhat unexpected to him. A Dragon King's strength is considered to be at the middle level in the Dragon King, and the fighting style is not yet able to achieve this level of Dragon King who specializes in melee combat. From this, it can be seen how powerful the dragon's physical fitness is. It is no wonder that the Dragon God realm has been in a closed state for so long, and the dragon race is still rated as the strongest race on the bright side of the void. The power brought by this bloodline is indeed not simple. To be honest, Su Wu was a little moved. Although he had Kang Yu and Alger, 2 ultimate cards of god-level combat power, he couldn't hold back that these 2 were the focus of void consciousness. Now it's just a small fight, Kang Yu is still able to shoot at will without killing too many people. Once the level of the battle is upgraded to a super large-scale war like the Light God realm or the Dark God realm, I am afraid that Kang Yu's tendency to move a little will be blocked by the void consciousness. In other words, if Ma Wu wants to accomplish his goal of unifying the void, he must have other top-level superior gods. And after excluding Kang Yu and Alger, his subordinates are currently able to do this, only Rias, Revere and Bai Yu who just woke up. As for Shirai, Elena, and Messfield, they were a little lower in realm after all. If you want to gain the power to fight against the top gods, you must at least be promoted to intermediate gods and senior gods. Even if all of them are counted in advance, there is still a huge loophole in Su Wu's top-level superior god combat power. Not to mention compared with the main god-level forces like the Undead God realm, which have not been affected much, even the Bright God realm and even the Abyss World Mahu, whose combat power has been reduced, can't compare. According to the original plan, Ma Wu was slowly cultivated by attracting more qualified talents through the prompting of the sacred choice. But now that he saw the Dragon God realm, he suddenly felt that he had a new shortcut to take. If you can win or conquer the Dragon God realm like the Gensokyo Alliance. The content of the remarks of the sacred choice is updated. Note 1, the Dragon God Winnie, like the Dark God and others, is a conservative. Note 2, all the dragons belonging to the Dragon God realm, including the 10 great Dragon Kings, have absolute trust in the Dragon God Winnie. Note 3, after completing the entrustment of Elsa the Dream Dragon to help the Dragon God Winnie complete the recovery, you can greatly gain the favor of Elsa and Winnie. It seems that he heard Ma Wu's thoughts, and the prompt of the sacred choice suddenly sounded. Looking at the updated note prompt, a smile appeared on Ma Wu's mouth. Complete control easy to use than he expected. If it was placed before, he really couldn't trigger the update of divine choice so easily. After scanning the updated content, Su Wu quickly understood how to win over the Dragon God realm. The method is not difficult. In other words, this opportunity was already in front of him. Just see if he can catch it. Thinking of this, Ma Wu looked away from the space crack and looked to his right. Let's talk a little bit? Doubtful voices sounded out of thin air. Under Ma Wu's gaze, a woman with long crimson hair suddenly appeared out of nowhere and looked at him curiously. Can you perceive my observations? This makes some sense. Originally, when Su Wu waved his hand in the air to say hello, Elsa thought it was because Kang Yu reminded Ma Wu. Now, the situation seems to be a little different from what she thought. His eyes swept back and forth on Su Wu's body, and he was ready to carefully check the details of the other party. In the end, only Elsa, who had dozens of layers of thick camouflage, suddenly fell silent. This person is something unusual? On the other hand, Su Wu still doesn't know that he has been labeled abnormal by this fantasy dragon. After sensing for a while but not seeing anything, he opened his mouth to answer Elsa's question. I still can't perceive your observations. Without the blessing of relevant powers, the eye of truth is not strong enough to see through the hiddenness of the main god level. As for why I was able to find your location. Su Wu paused for a while, and decisively entered the riddleman mode. Just because I happen to know, it's that simple. You don't have to say anything you don't want to say. Suppressing the thought of punching the opponent, Elsa, who was still expecting an answer, looked unfriendly. Since you took the initiative to call me out, there should be something you want to tell me. 0.1. 35. Yes. 35. Su Wu nodded and went straight to the topic. I want to get the qualification to enter the Dragon Mystery Realm and meet Winnie the Dragon God. Dragon Mystery? Elsa's expression suddenly became serious. The Dragon Mystery Realm is located in the center of the Dragon God Realm, and it is the most important place in the Dragon God Realm, which is related to the recovery of the Dragon God Winnie. Under normal circumstances, she should have refused Ma Wu's request without hesitation at this time to ensure that Winnie's recovery would not have any accident. But, recalling the various abilities Ma Wu has shown in front of her, Elsa suppressed her words and fell into deep thought. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be impossible. Chapter 252 Elsa's Reward, Primordial Blood. Why did the Dragon God Realm enter a closed state, refusing the entry of outsiders? The reason is simple. In order to let the Dragon God Winnie complete the recovery. Dragon God Winnie is one of the oldest creatures in the current era, and is also the original dragon of the Dragon God Realm, the actual controller of the Dragon God Realm. Due to his very friendly personality, this Dragon God is never stingy with those who need help. Whether it is Elsa, who has left the Dragon God Realm, or the existing 10 Dragon Kings and many superior dragons in the Dragon God Realm, they have all received help from each other more or less. This is also the main reason why after Winnie entered the state of death, all members of the Dragon God Realm were willing to help her to complete her recovery. However, it is not an easy task to successfully hold a recovery ceremony for a main god level powerhouse like Winnie. Not to mention the specific time point required to hold the Fu Ma ceremony and the layout requirements of the Venue 23, the collection of materials for the Fu Ma ceremony alone is a huge problem. It has been tens of thousands of years since the Dragon God Realm entered a closed state. During these tens of thousands of years, although the Dragon God Realm has been in a state of indifference to the world and refused the entry of foreign personnel, it does not mean that they have no personnel to act in the outside world. It's just that different from the previous fights and kills, after the Dragon God Realm entered a closed state, the main course of action in the void was changed to business and trade. Send Dragon King level powerhouses to sell the collected dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon teeth, and other dragon-specific materials in the void in exchange for a lot of wealth. Then, the Dragon King level powerhouse was sent to carry the wealth, and Zhou Xian exchanged the required materials through transactions among various main god level forces, superior god level forces, and small and medium-sized forces with good luck. Under such circumstances, the Dragon God Realm, which had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, still did not have all the materials for the recovery ceremony. According to the current integrity of the recovery circle, even if there is no interference from outsiders, there is only a 40% chance that the recovery ceremony will be successful. Once it fails, it means that the efforts of the Dragon God realm for tens of thousands of years will be in vain, and the materials must be collected again to wait for the next day of recovery. In fact, Fafnir invited Elsa to the Dragon God realm this time, in addition to asking her to be a guard to prevent the main god from making trouble. The main reason is to see if she has any missing materials for the recovery circle. But unfortunately, the 3 core materials that are currently missing from the recovery circle are too rare. Even a master god level powerhouse like Elsa has never heard of it, let alone owned it. According to the original plan, the Dragon God realm was prepared to bet on the 40% probability to let the Dragon God Winnie recover to the god level power through the incomplete recovery circle. 1. After hearing Mawu's request, Elsa suddenly had a new idea. That is to ask the other party to help find materials. Although it was just intuition, Elsa felt that the other party had the possibility of success. How? Want to try it? After spending a little time explaining the situation and finishing her request, Elsa looked at the man in front of her with some anticipation. As long as you can help Winnie to complete her recovery, it's just the most basic thing to get the qualification to enter the Dragon Mystery Realm and talk to Winnie. In addition to getting a large sum of money for the meeting, even if you live in the Dragon God Realm and chat with Winnie every day, it is not impossible. It's easy for you to say. 35. Suwu pouted the corners of his mouth, not affected by the pie the other party drew at all. The premise of everything you said is that Winnie the Dragon God can successfully complete the recovery, right? You guessed it right. 99. Elsa nodded, affirming Mawu's words. If the Dragon God realm failed to hold the restoration ceremony, even if Mawu succeeded in finding one of the 3 materials to improve the integrity of the restoration array, he would still not be able to obtain the qualification to enter the Dragon Mystery Realm. Winnie, who has only one source left, is too fragile. She is so fragile that even an intermediate god can inflict damage on her. The risk of letting Mawu from outsiders meet her before the recovery is completed is of course needless to say. How about this? I will reward you according to your progress in completing the commission. 995. After standing on the spot and thinking for a few seconds, Elsa spoke slowly. Find a material, and I will help you collect 10% of the authority of any law as a reward. If you find 2 materials, the amount of law authority will be increased to 20%. In addition, I will give you a servant of a top-level superior god. If you can find 3 materials. Elsa paused, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. All the above rewards are cancelled, you can just chat with Winnie directly when the time comes. Winnie is a very generous dragon. As long as you don't ask for something too outrageous, she will definitely find a way to get it for you. Sounds pretty good. 35. But whether to accept it or not is the question. Looking at the newly triggered Divine Choice option in front of him, Mawu seemed to understand why the Divine Choice didn't give him the option 503 to conquer the Dragon God realm before. These 3 materials are really too rare. According to the hints of Divine Choice, among these 3 materials, only primordial blood can be found in the void, or only 1 copy. Except for original blood, the other 2 materials have to leave the void to get them. Even if Mawu wanted to collect all of them, it would take a lot of effort. Want to try it? Seeing Mawu who didn't reply for a long time, Elsa asked again. You don't need to pay anything, it shouldn't be a difficult choice. 9. It wasn't really a difficult choice. Glancing at Elsa who didn't understand the real situation, Suwu sighed helplessly. Let me tell you the truth, I'm sure I can find all these 3 materials before the day of recovery. But if I really get these 3 materials, I don't really want to give it to the Dragon God realm to make a recovery circle. If I keep it for myself, I can create my own Dragon God realm level police force with a little time. Do you understand the meaning of this sentence? Elsa. Real or fake? Is the effect of these 3 materials so outrageous? Chapter 253 The Name of Chaos, the secret realm of light and darkness is broken. Light and dark secrets. With a deafening collision sound, a huge figure fell from the sky, smashing a huge pit on the ground. Anything else? Kang Yu, who did not initiate the pursuit, stood in midair and asked with a flat gaze. Counting this time, it's already the 49th time. If you're still not convinced, then keep calling. But, seemingly thinking of something, Kang Yu paused for a while, and a serious look flashed in her eyes. The time has dragged on for a long time, and I will increase the intensity of the shot next. 35. It really didn't work out. On the ground below, after manipulating the power of light to simply repair the damage on the body surface, Nicola's expression also became serious. Regarding the fact that the opponent kept his hand and did not use all his strength, she had already noticed it when she used the Aurora Slash to collide with the opponent in the second round. It is precisely because of this that Nicola, who feels that she has been underestimated, will get better and better, and she has not conceded defeat until now. But, perceiving the cold wave that suddenly enveloped the entire secret realm, Nicola, who lost control of this secret realm, twitched a little in the corners of her eyes. The hidden strength of the other party seems to be more than 100 million points than she imagined. Boom! A column of magic power that penetrated the sky spurted out of Nicola's body. After forcibly taking back a piece of territory that belonged to her in this cold wave, dazzling light and dark mist appeared on her body at the same time. After realizing that Kang Yu's next attack was not something she could resist just with her body, Nicola also pulled out her true trump card. Light and dark coexistence. As long as you enter this state, all attributes including physical fitness, soul strength, self-recovery, etc. will double in a short period of time. What's more terrifying is that Nicola who enters this state will also get a second life in the true sense. No matter what degree of fatal injury or lethal attack she receives, as long as she has not left the light-dark symbiosis state, she can use this power to complete her rebirth. You're out of luck. 99. This move is a new move I learned a few months ago when I improved the way of the Lord God. If you come before then, maybe you really have a chance to beat me. After entering the boosting state, Nicola, who was beaten by Kang Yu in the last second, was instantly full of confidence, and swelled up like a puffer fish to the naked eye. Doubling all attributes does not mean doubling the combat power. After entering the state of symbiosis of light and darkness, Nicola, whose strength has skyrocketed, is completely confident that she will beat herself before entering this state, just like Kang Yu just now. Therefore, in her opinion, her strength has now reached the starting line with Kang Yu. As long as you are careful, it is not impossible to defeat the opponent. Sue to death. Black ripples rushed out from around Nicola's body and spread out in all directions. Under the influence of this power, mirrors with black borders appeared in the sky, completely wrapping Kang Yu. It's quite arrogant. Looking at the blue-haired girl who had no intention of dodging, Nicola's eyes flashed with anger. Suing death is one of her dark cards. Once the enemy is completely blocked, the general will suppress its power by 30% and seal all its movement skills. In addition, the enemy in the state of death will continue to absorb the power and bless the user of Nicola. In terms of effect, this move can be ranked top among all of Nicola's moves. In the past battles, she basically used this skill to pave the way for herself in every battle. It's just that the enemy's movement speed is too fast this time, so Nicola didn't use it until she entered the light-dark symbiosis state to increase the speed of the skill. 18. In the face of Nicola's careful planning and use of the death penalty, the blue-haired girl in the sky had no intention of dodging, so she calmly let the death penalty surround her. Faced with such a scene, how could Nicola not be angry? It's okay for everyone to keep their hands before, but now she's in explosive mode and she's so arrogant and looks down on her too much. Since you are not afraid of death, then take this trick and show it to me. Roar! With a roar resounding through the sky, huge white circles emerged from all directions. If it is said that death is one of Nicola's dark trump cards, then this next move is one of her light trump cards. Doomsday. Boom boom boom. Nicola, who felt that she was completely underestimated, had no intention of keeping her hands at all, and launched this big move without hesitation. The ultimate light that destroys everything spews out from all directions. After coming into contact with the death-defying state surrounding Kang Yu, these beams of light not only did not shatter it, but instead transformed into black and white beams of light without affecting its effect. Light and dark fusion skills. That's right. Although the whole dragon was a little over the top, Nicola never forgot that Kang Yu was a guest. After putting all her energy into the girl, she immediately heard the other parties murmur and gave a reply. This is one of my lore, light and dark system fusion chaos cannon. Compared to the use of converging shots, the power of the dispersion attack will be slightly lower. 35. But relatively speaking, the accuracy is also better controlled. If you're afraid, surrender now, while I can still. No need. Before Nicola's words were finished, Kang Yu's flat voice came from above. If possible, I'd actually prefer that you attack me with the band shooting method you're talking about. That way, I'll be able to convince you even more after I smash it head on. Unfortunately, the other party should not have that chance. It took a long time here, Kang Yu no longer wanted to waste time playing with Nicola. But before the battle was really over, Kang Yu had one more thing she wanted to say to Nicola. Change the name of the move. The girl said with a calm expression, Li Zhao. If you want this move to hold the name of chaos, you must at least go to the end of the way of the Lord God. Until then, the use of the name will only attract extra attention from some, making them more aggressive in combat. For example, after hearing the name Chaos Shock Cannon, Kang Yu has unconsciously raised the power of the move to a level. Juyu Cold Wave. Click click click. The cold wave that froze everything in the world surged out of the girl's body. In the face of this terrifying force, whether it was the Chaos Charge Cannon or the Death Realm, they were frozen in the first place. Crossing Nicola's two trump cards, this endless cold wave rushed in all directions without the slightest sign of stopping. Boom! 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 The world's lamentation sounded. In just an instant, this secret realm of light and darkness, which was several times larger than an ordinary medium-sized world, disappeared forever into the void. Chapter 254 Nicola admits defeat, the effect of the original blood. Kang Yu's movement was so loud that it was impossible for Elsa and Ma Wu who were talking outside to not feel it. Is your attendant so ill-tempered? Raising her hand to block the cold current gushing out from the space crack, Elsa's brows subconsciously wrinkled. Although Nicola's strength is not bad, she shouldn't use this level of attack. The power of this cold wave is more than just destroying a light and dark secret realm. If it wasn't for her to stop him here, the aftermath that penetrated from the cracks in the space would be enough to affect the atmosphere of the entire Dragon God realm. Don't worry too much. Ma Wu, who did not expect Kang Yu to launch such a level attack, thought for a while before replying. Kang Yu has a high degree of mastery of power. 35. After noticing that the power is too high, she will immediately suppress the power of the move and recover the cold wave. Even if you don't take action to stop it, this aftermath will only affect the residents of the Light and Dark Dragon King at most, and will not affect the Dragon Mysterious Realm. That's true. Feeling the cold wave that was starting to gradually recede, the expression on Elsa's face softened a little. As long as the other party is not going to affect the entire Dragon God realm, then everything is easy to say. But she still couldn't understand why Kang Yu would use this level of attack to deal with a Nicola. Click! Just as Elsa was in doubt, the space crack in the sky suddenly expanded. Under the watchful eyes of Ma Wu and Elsa, two figures, one big and one small, jumped out of it. Su 507 Wu. After placing Nicola in her hand on the ground, Kang Yu turned her head and looked over. I accidentally shot her too hard and knocked her out. It's okay, it's just a small problem if you're stunned. His eyes swept around Nicola's body, and Ma Wu, who probably had a number of the opponent's situation, confirmed. She won't have any sequelae after being hit with your trick. 35. No. Kang Yu shook her head. Under normal circumstances, if you hit the 9 nether cold wave, there will indeed be some negative effects. But Nicola is not an enemy, so naturally she will not launch the full version of the 9 serenity cold wave. The Juyu cold wave that was accidentally too hard just now would at most have a permanent impact on Nicola's divine body. For someone else, this is actually not a small sequelae. But Nicole is different. She has a special state called light-dark symbiosis. As long as she is still in that state, she can remove all negative effects and fatal injuries by consuming a certain amount of magic power, and even complete the rebirth of her body. I'm in a coma now because I used up too much when I repaired myself just now. 99. As long as you recover a little, you will be able to wake up soon. Facts have proved that Kang Yu's judgment was not wrong. With the blessing of the hexagonal bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon family, Nicola quickly recovered the magic power in her body and woke up from the coma. You guy, your strength is really strong enough. 35. Looking at Kang Yu in front of her, Nicola, who was a little lethargic, sighed. Although she doesn't want to admit it, she really lost this time. In the state of light and dark symbiosis, the power of her moves would have been greatly improved. The Chaos Blast Cannon displayed in this state is already the strongest attack she can make. She freezes her strongest attack from the front, and pierces the entire secret realm of light and darkness along the way. To be honest, Nicola is a little scared now. Her strength is among the top gods, and she is already a member of the first echelon. If you want to suppress her in a one-on-one battle, you must at least comprehend more than 10% of the way of the main god, and have the combat power of the main god candidate. In fact, this is also after the first few rounds of confrontation, Nicola's position on Kang Yu's strength in her heart. He has understood 20% of the way of the main god, and is only one step away from the main god's realm. B. After the final round of confrontation, Nicola became a little less confident about this judgment. After entering the state of light-dark symbiosis, her combat power is almost equivalent to a powerhouse who has comprehended 12%-13% of the way of the Lord God. Even crushing her in this state, is this really just something that a Master God candidate can do? Speaking of which, what about the man named Ma Wu? Suppressing the terrifying conjecture in her heart, Nicola raised her head and looked around. According to the agreement, if I lose this competition, I will listen to his conditions and reconsider the answer. 55. Ma Wu was taken away by Elsa. He asked me to wait here for you to wake up and take you to find him. Kang Yu raised her hand and pointed to the northwest. From the perspective of breath, they should be there now. Besides Ma Wu and Elsa, Dab, there is another blonde woman who is slightly stronger than you. 99. Northwest, the breath is a little stronger than her, the blonde woman. How did he get to Fafnir's side? After realizing whose territory it was over there, Nicola became a little puzzled. Maybe besides me, he also wants to find Fafnir as an inner responder. Fafnir is very busy, I don't think this possibility is very high. Not as an internal response. 99. Kang Yu shook her head and denied Nicola's guess. Elsa said that from her standpoint, she can't make any promises on behalf of the Dragon God realm. In order to make the transaction go smoothly, they went to the one named Fafnir. You wait a moment. Shaking her head, Nicola, who had completely woken up from her dazed state, finally noticed the keywords. The Elsa you have always mentioned, shouldn't it be the Dragon of Dreams? Probably. Kang Yu didn't pay much attention to Elsa's true identity. There were only two things she cared about. 1. The opponent's strength is very strong. 2. If you restore to the realm of a higher god, you will be able to deal with the power of the way of the Lord God, which is not a big problem. But apart from these 2 points, Kang Yu also saw through Elsa's body with her own perception. If the dream dragon in your mouth is a giant dragon with red body and phantom power, it should be her. As for whether it is or not, you and I will go over there to find out. 35. With her right hand resting on Nicola's dragon body, Kang Yu's body rose with a strong power of space. We're almost done talking about Ma Wu, let's hurry over there. The other side. In the territory of the Golden Dragon King. Is it really impossible to change the conditions? After silently looking at the man in front of her for a few seconds, Fafna's expression became a little helpless. The integrity of the recovery circle is really important to us. But your condition? Golden Dragon King, you should understand one thing. Interrupting the other party's words, Ma Wu said calmly. I didn't mean to take advantage of people's danger. You may not understand what you want. 99. Take the primordial blood, which is the easiest to start with, as an example. One of its effects is that while improving the purity of the user's bloodline, it has the same effect on members of the same family. In other words, using this material to revive the dragon god Winnie, as long as you have an idea, your entire dragon bloodline will evolve to the next stage on the basis of the current 1-5. And this is just one of the effects. Do I need to take a moment to explain the other effects to you? Fafna. Really, the whole dragon is numb. Where did Lord Winnie get this recovery circle from? When she collected peripheral materials before, she really felt that the standard of this complex array was a bit high. But now it seems that it is more than a little high. It's so high that it breaks through the sky, isn't it? Is this really just a recovery circle? Chapter 255 Compromise Conditions, Suwu's Self-Confidence. Reshape the main god-level body, complete the soul, and at the same time make the origin of the dragon god Winnie completely merge with this brand new body. This is the effect of the complex magic circle prepared by the dragon kings of the dragon god realm, who spent a lot of time collecting materials. Of course, this is something that only the full version of the recovery circle can do. If the 3 core materials of primordial blood, reincarnation skeleton, and soul Qinglian cannot be collected, then Fafna and the others can only use treasures with similar effects as subordinate replacements. Since low-level materials are used, many unsatisfactory situations will naturally occur in the recovery circle. For example, the body remodeled according to the source cannot reach the main god level, the soul cannot be completely replenished and needs to be slowly nurtured, and the source and the body cannot be fully integrated. You need to work hard. It can be said that once an incomplete recovery circle is used to restore the dragon god Winnie, the opponent's strength will usher in an unprecedented decline. It is not impossible to fall from the main god level to the lower god level. Of course, the dragon kings of the dragon god realm and even Winnie himself can accept it if they can achieve this level. The dragon god realm has a great business and abundant material reserves. As long as there is enough time, it is not difficult for them to remove these negative effects. When the time comes, let Winnie, who has stepped foot in the main god realm, practice it again. Even if he cannot reach the peak of the past in a short period of time, he will at least be able to gain the power of dominance among the top gods, like an alien like Alger. But the problem is, even in this unsatisfactory situation, the dragon god realm cannot guarantee that it can be achieved at present. There is only a 40% chance that the incomplete version of the recovery circle produced by the lower level substitute can be successfully cast. This is the biggest dilemma the dragon god realm is currently facing. If it fails, the efforts of the past tens of thousands of years will become necessary. If you don't want to face this situation, the best solution is to find the core materials of Sankai and complete the recovery circle. And now, this opportunity has been placed in front of Fafna, the agent of the dragon god realm. As long as she accepts Suwu's request, she will be able to get these 3 materials from the other party before the day of recovery. At that time, after completing the recovery circle, there is a 100% chance of ordering Lord Winnie to complete the recovery. At this point, the Dragon God realm will regain the combat power of the main God level and completely restore its dominance in the void. But the premise of all this is to agree to the conditions of Ma Wu. Including the Dragon God Winnie, the entire Dragon God realm has been loyal to him for 10,000 years. This condition is simply outrageous. Unless Fafnir is out of her mind, it is impossible for her to agree. In other words, even if she made her own judgment and agreed, the other Dragon Kings would not agree. But if she doesn't agree, she has no good solution. This is especially true after hearing Ma Wu explain the true efficacy of these three core materials and their accompanying value. Actually, the material reserves of our Dragon God realm are still very rich. After being silent for a while, Fafnir spoke with some difficulty. As long as you give us some time, we are fully capable of finding materials of the same total value and giving them to you. Besides that, a fully recovered Lord Winnie can bring you a lot of help. You may not know that, in addition to being very powerful, Lord Winnie has also done research in the field of medicine. With sufficient materials, she can even make a powerful potion that is effective against the main god. 99. And then? Ma Wu asked unmoved. As long as all of you Dragon God realm are loyal to me, I can get these things. 95. Or, your allegiance is not the same as the allegiance I understand, it's just words, but the actual actions are completely uncooperative. After listening to Ma Wu's words, Fafnir fell silent again. This is completely irrefutable. Silently glanced at Elsa beside her, noticing that the other party didn't speak at all, the helplessness in Fafnir's eyes became more and more intense. She can grow to this point today, at least 50% of Winnie's help. In the current Dragon God realm, she can be said to be the one who hopes Winnie the most to complete her recovery. If the person standing in front of him is not Ma Wu, but another person, Fafnir can completely abandon her moral bottom line, use all kinds of coercion and inducement to let the other party reveal the materials of these three core information, and find a way to get it back. AJ. The opponent is Ma Wu. Among Elsa's large population, a special lord who has the main god of the past era as his attendant, and whose cutting-edge combat power is no worse than anyone else. Apart from the means of transaction, she has no second way to obtain these three core materials from the other party. But according to the current situation, it is not realistic to promise the other party's conditions. In other words, she can only bet on the 40% probability. Ah! Sighing heavily, Fafnir said slowly with a heavy heart. Lord Ma Wu, I can't. Before the words were finished, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged from the sky. Ma Wu, Nicola is awake. Under the sunlight, the slender blue-haired girl walked beside Ma Wu. She has admitted that she threw in the towel. According to the agreement made earlier, she will reconsider her answer after listening to your conditions. That's about it. 35. A woman with long white hair and a long black dress on the side agreed. This is Nicola's human form. In order to reduce her own sense of existence and not cause too much sensation, Fafnir, who presided over the activities of collecting materials, kept her human form activities almost all the time during the outside activities. Over time, she got used to this form. Naturally, the residence in her territory has also become a residence in human form. Seeking flowers 0. If you want to enter here, Nicola's huge dragon body naturally can't do it. In order to communicate with So Wu, she had no choice but to change from dragon form to human form. What's wrong with your deal? Sitting down carelessly, Nicole lifted the teapot and poured tea for herself. If we're done talking, it's time for me. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Ma Wu shook his head and looked at Fafnir, who was facing him. You don't have to rush to refuse, although I won't change the conditions on my side, it can still be done with a compromise. How to compromise? Fafnir was instantly refreshed. Although I wanted to reject Ma Wu just now, there was just no better way. If there is a chance, she will not let it go. If your allegiance is changed, from the entire Dragon God realm to a part of the target, I think you can still consider it. Point 0. At least in my own words, I can agree to the condition of 10,000 years of loyalty. It is not necessary for the entire Dragon God realm to be loyal to me, but at least half of the people must be loyal. Su Wu thought for a while and replied. If it is more precise, it is that at least 5 Dragon Kings must agree to this condition. Besides, the side of Dragon God Winnie must also agree. 95. It's literally a compromise. Fafnir was a little dumbfounded. But, compared with the condition just now, this is indeed a lot more reliable. She couldn't make the decision to agree to Ma Wu's conditions before because some of the current 10 Dragon Kings were born relatively late and received less favor from Lord Winnie. Although these people also promised to help Lord Winnie to recover, they did not want to destroy the unity of the Dragon God realm. Under such circumstances, these Dragon Kings naturally wouldn't put themselves in for Winnie's recovery. But Fafnir, a Dragon King who has received many favors, is different. In their opinion, it would take 10,000 years for Lord Winnie to fully recover, and the blood would not be lost. And it is different from the previous conditions. If there are only 5 Dragon Kings, they can still make it together with hard work. Once the number of Dragon Kings is made up, there is only one problem left. I need to leave for a while. Fafnir said, I can't make the decision for Lord Winnie in this kind of thing, I have to ask her for instructions. Then go. Ma Wu waved his hand and said indifferently. She will agree to my request. You'd better not be too confident, Lord Winnie, she won't say no. Ma Wu's voice interrupted firmly. As long as you repeat the original words to her, she will definitely agree to my request. Just so confident. 1. Chapter 256 Dragon Mystery Realm, Winnie Awakens. Dragon Mystery. As the place where the Dragon God Winnie lives, this secret realm is naturally different from the ordinary secret realm. The secret realm of light and darkness that was destroyed by Kang Yu's attack not long ago was several times larger in size than an ordinary medium-sized world. In the secret realm, this is already considered top-notch. But it is such a top-level secret realm, which still looks a little dwarfed by the Dragon Mysterious Realm. Because the size of the Dragon Mystery Realm is 10 times that of the large world. This specification can be said to be the largest specification in the top world. Even the base camps of some large-scale forces in the void cannot compare with it in terms of specifications. And this is just one of the most inconspicuous features of the Dragon Mystery Realm. The auspiciousness is transpiring, and the aura is lingering. The rich magic power condensed into raindrops and fell from the sky. The mountains that can be seen everywhere are tens of thousands of miles long, and they are filled with 8th order and 9th order spiritual plants that are rarely seen in the outside world. If you look for 507 carefully, there are even many spiritual plants of the God order. In addition, the aura of the law in the mysterious territory of the dragon is also very rich, or it is rich to a strange point. If you comprehend the law here, the cultivation speed will be dozens or even hundreds of times faster than other places. At this point, even the Dragon God realm in the top world cannot compare with the Dragon Mysterious Realm. It's a pity, if it wasn't for Lord Winnie's injury, those young dragons with good talent in the tribe wouldn't have grown so slowly. Feeling the active law aura in this space, Fafnir's face showed a look of emotion. Blood brings only the starting point and future potential. Void is so huge, and there are not a few ethnic groups with powerful bloodline like the Dragon Clan. However, the group developed to such a huge scale, and even 2 main god races were born, but there was only one dragon. This phenomenon occurs, of course, for a reason. The bloodline is one reason, and the huge heritage of the dragon race is another reason. But apart from these, the main reasons are actually the Dragon Mystery Realm and the Dragon God Winnie. Even Fafnir, for example. As a powerful Dragon King who ranks first among the top 10 Dragon Kings, his combat power has reached the level of a candidate for the main god. If it was said that she was just a bloodline impure before, and her aptitude could only be regarded as an ordinary giant dragon among the dragon clan, I am afraid no one would believe it. This is the truth. Bloodline Purification Potion, Comprehension Enhancement Potion, Training Aid Potion and the Cultivation Environment of the Dragon Mystery Realm. Just because of these 4 reasons, she has grown from an ordinary young dragon to the current Golden Dragon King. And the starting point of all this is just because the dragon god Winnie believes that her mind is more superior than other giant dragons, and she can go further in the future. Looking at the slender figure lying under the world tree in front, Fafnir's eyes flashed inexplicable fluctuations. Allegiance for 10,000 years? If it weren't for the fact that other people were involved, she would even be able to laugh out loud when Silwu said this condition. What does this cost? As long as Lord Winnie can be recovered, what if she gives up her strength? As early as the moment when this adult picked her out of the young dragons and issued resources to cultivate her, her life was no longer his own. It's been a long time since I slept so well. Under the world tree, Winnie, who had just woken up from her deep sleep, got up from the ground and stretched her waist lazily. The blue ancient costume was pasted on her proud figure, outlining a seductive arc. Bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, exudes a gentle and approachable aura. This is the controller of the Dragon God realm, Dragon God Winnie. You've become a lot stronger, Fafnir. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her fair palms, and a smile appeared on Winnie's face, who was awakened by the other party. From the perspective of breath, it seems that it is not far from breaking through to the main god. Lord Winnie, you think too highly of me. Fafnir shook her head, with a helpless smile on her face. The way of the Lord God is one step at a time. 35. It's just too hard for me to push it to 20% and go further. You might as well look forward to Arnold or Erika instead of me breaking through to the Lord God. Like her, these two are members of the 10 Dragon Kings, ranking 2nd and 3rd among the 10 Dragon Kings. Unlike her, who received many favors from Winnie's fancy, these two were genuine geniuses. A natural intermediate god, his comprehension is also at the top level. In Fafnir's view, these two people really have a chance to break through the Dragon King of the main god. As for her, when the way of the Lord God comprehends to 17% or 18%, there is a high probability that it will be completely stuck. Compared to the past, you really haven't changed at all. Winnie laughed again, only different from the gentle smile just now, this time because she heard something funny. Even though he is so strong, he still has no confidence in himself. Sometimes I just don't understand why you are so timid. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least trust my vision. 55. The two kids Arnold and Erika are indeed geniuses, but they're going to get stuck. You are different. The Golden Dragon King who can put everything in himself into his own path will not fall into a bottleneck. The time may be a little long, but one day you will break through that bottleneck and enter the Lord God realm. This is my judgment. Since you have said so, Lord Winnie, I will definitely work hard to achieve this goal and not let you down. 9. Fafnir had a nostalgic look on her face. This familiar conversation started a long time ago. It's just that at that time, the other party encouraged her to be able to comprehend the way of the Lord God and break through to the realm of the top gods. In a blink of an eye, she has become a Master God candidate level powerhouse, but the other party still has such confidence in her. To be honest, just this sentence may be more effective for her than those legendary treasures. At least. After listening to this sentence, she could clearly perceive that the once impregnable barrier had become weak. However, it must be a psychological effect. Fafnir shook her head and temporarily put the idea behind her. Whether it's true or not, let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is Mawu's condition. Lord Winnie, the core material of the recovery circle has gone missing. A look of surprise flashed in Winnie's eyes. Have you found the primordial blood? I didn't find it, but I found a way to get it. 35. Fafnir replied, not only the original blood, but also the channels for obtaining the reincarnation skeleton and the soul Qinglian. I also have it. What? Winnie, who had no idea that 0.1 would hear this reply, was stunned for a moment. Where did you get it from? These two things should not exist in the void. This time, Fafnir froze in place. Lord Winnie knows that these two things cannot be found in the void? If she remembered correctly, when Mrs. Winnie taught her the specific layout method of this recovery circle, she said to collect materials as much as possible in the void. Could it be that? Since the beginning of the fight, the opponent was not prepared to enjoy the full version of the recovery ceremony. P.S. You may not believe me, I'm not writing this chapter so slowly because of Calvin, but halfway through the code, and I saw a spider running past me, stunned.jpg. PS2, actually, it's not bad. I'm not afraid of non-toxic spiders. It took a while to kill them. Just don't have a cockroach. Fortunately.jpg. Chapter 257 The Real Effect of the Recovery Circle, Winnie's Reply. Just as Fafnir had guessed, Winnie never thought of experiencing the full version of the reversal array from the very beginning. It's okay if others don't know, how could she who handed this thing to Fafnir herself didn't know what rank the recovery circle was? Fully revive based on the target's origin? This effect does indeed have the recovery circle, but that is not its main function. The real effect of the Fuma array is to assist the target to feel and comprehend the power of the void without being affected. Sounds like it would be useful without the accompanying resurrection effect. But in fact, those who really understand the power of the void will understand how powerful this magic circle is. As the most powerful force in the void, the danger of the void force is self-evident. Why can only the main god or a strong person who has reached the main god realm control this power? The reason is very simple, there is no one who has really mastered this power, unless they have a main god level body. Otherwise, as long as it gets a little bit of it, it will be completely assimilated and fallen, and together with the original source, it will disappear forever. Of course, this does not mean that as long as you become the main god, you can control it. Like Alger, as long as he restores the strength of the main god realm, he can control the power of the void, which is already a very few existences. As for King Yu, who can control the power of the void in the realm of an intermediate god, that is because she is rather special and cannot be used as a case reference. In fact, in the current void 23 including many main gods who have acquired a long development time, there is still no one born in this era that controls the power of the void. It can be seen how difficult it is to completely control the power of the void. And the full version of the complex magic circle can allow any main god level existence to perceive the power of the void without taking any risks. If this matter is leaked, I am afraid that the major god level forces in the void will send messengers to make a deal the next day, in exchange for the complete version of the recovery magic circle arrangement from the dragon god realm who lost Winnie. If the situation is more serious, maybe there will be a more impatient lord god like the Beastmaster running over in person. And this was also the main reason why Winnie did not reveal its full effect when she handed the recovery circle to Fafnir. One is to prevent the other party from leaking, causing the major forces in the void to compete for materials, increasing the difficulty of collecting materials for the recovery circle. The second is to prevent Fafnir from taking risks and going to the chaos to find the whereabouts of the core materials. As the main god who has traveled to chaos to explore many times, Winnie understands the horror of chaos better than others. In the void, Fafnir may only be weaker than the main gods such as the god of light. But to put it in chaos, it can only be regarded as upper middle class. And unlike the void, there is no such thing as the contract of the gods in the chaos. A little careless action, even a Dragon King level powerhouse will have a high probability of falling into chaos. Winnie naturally didn't want to see such a situation. Therefore, from the beginning, she was not ready to enjoy the full version of the recovery circle. Anyway, the incomplete version can bring her back to life. The big deal is to try a few more times to bet on the 40% probability, and then practice again after resurrection. For her, this was not something she could not accept. However, just when she was all ready to fight the resurrection and do it all over again, Fafnir actually told her that it was not necessary. Do you have all the access channels for the 3 core materials? You shouldn't take risks to explore in chaos in order to collect all the materials. A worried look flashed in Winnie's eyes. If that's the case, I hope you can just stop here. 35. The original blood, the reincarnation skeleton, and the soul Qinglian are 3 treasures. Even in chaos, they are considered top-level police officers. There are absolutely terrifying crises that you can't imagine near treasures of this level. If you want to get it, even the main god can't guarantee that his life will not be in danger, let alone you. Lord Winnie, you may have misunderstood me. 99. On the other side, Fafnir, who had recovered from her doubts, paused and began to explain. In fact, the person who has these 3 treasures is not our dragon god realm, but a lord named Mahu. He was not long ago, 95. So, his condition is to let me be loyal to him for 10,000 years after I complete the recovery. After a while, Winnie, who finally learned the whole story from Fafnir's mouth, fell silent. This situation was somewhat unexpected to her. If it is said that these dragon kings of her own family ventured to explore and obtain information in chaos in order to collect all the materials, she would still be able to understand. However, a lord who came out of nowhere was able to know the whereabouts of these top materials. This is kind of weird. And judging from Fafnir's remarks, the other party seems to know the true effect of the recovery circle. Correct. Just as Winnie fell into deep thought, Fafnir, who seemed to remember something, added. The lord named Mawu has a special servant named Kang Yu. The exact identity of the other party is unknown, but according to Lord Elsa, the other party is the main god of the past era. The main god of the past era? Winnie's face suddenly showed a look of realization. If so, then everything makes sense. Compared with other main gods, Winnie can truly be regarded as a top-notch in terms of talent and understanding, and has already reached the end of her main god's way a long time ago. And after the way of the Lord God has come to an end, if you want to go further and gain stronger power, the best way is to master the power of the void. Of course, the method is there, and whether it can be done depends on the individual. Winnie is indeed a genius, but mastering the power of the void is a huge hurdle even for her. In order to prevent accidents, she exchanged the complex array from void consciousness by means of trading. It's a pity that, due to some sudden situation, before she could use this magic circle to go further, she fell first and became what she is today. However, none of this matters to Winnie. What's more critical at the moment is that she wants to understand why Mawu knows the true effect of the Fu Ma formation, and why she knows where to find the core materials. The reason is simple. The other party has a main god of the past era as a servant. Since she was able to trade the void consciousness in exchange for the magic array, then of course the Lord God of the past era could do it too. After obtaining the arrangement method of the array, the next problem is to collect materials. 507 The opponent has lived for so long, no matter whether they have successfully arranged this magic circle to comprehend the power of the void, they will pay attention to this top-level material. In this case, knowing where to look and find it is naturally not a big problem. In this way, the other party should not be talking about it, but really can do it. Sitting on a huge rock, Winnie's mouth showed a smile. Since there is a chance to completely recover, then she will naturally not choose to bet on the 40% probability. As for Mawu's conditions, in her eyes, it's not really a big problem. 1,000 years. For an ancient creature like her, it wasn't too long. Only 10,000 years of loyalty in exchange for this kind of benefit, in her opinion, is a completely profitable business. But Fafnir, help me ask if the conditions can be changed. Winnie raised a finger and pointed to herself. Remove you and other children from the condition, and amend it to be his servant alone for 100,000 years. Of course, a little longer will do, as long as it's not permanent. 39. Lord Winnie, I think. Fafnir, do as I say. With a soft smile, Winnie interrupted Fafnir's words and spoke firmly. I am giving orders to you as a dragon god, do you understand? Then go. Winnie waved her hand and leaned on the world tree lazily and sat down. If he doesn't agree, bring him to the Dragon Mystery Realm to communicate with me in person. Chapter 258 Huki Awareness, the deal is reached. Beastmaster League No. 001 Top World. Just as Suwu made a big deal in the Dragon God realm without everyone noticing. Carrying the order of the Abyss Lord, the werewolf Will, who came from the Abyss world, also initiated a big deal with the Beastmaster Alliance. Check it out. Pushing the contract in his hand to the black-haired man opposite, the werewolf Will said in a loud voice. If there is no problem, just sign your name. 99. There is nothing wrong with the content. Squinting and carefully scanning the contract twice, the agent of the Beastmaster Alliance, Hu Qi, raised his head and looked at the other party. Do you really want to give up the north side of the void in the abyss? 99. Certainly. Will nodded and replied firmly. This is the will of the Great Lord of the Abyss. If you have any doubts, go to the Abyss and ask that adult in person. That's fine. Hu Qi shrugged, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Although he has been secretly slandering the other party and likes to hold revenge, he is still in awe of this main god. Unlike the Beast King and others who are simply powerful, the Lord of the Abyss is the one with the most bizarre power among the main gods. Erosion, assimilation, transformation. Whether it is alive or dead, as long as it is eroded by the breath of the abyss for a long time, it will eventually turn into a part of the abyss. It is precisely because of this that the development speed of the abyss has been steadily increasing. Today, except for the abyss world that is centered on the abyss world and spreads all over the south side of the void. Even in the other three directions of the void, a large number of worlds were eroded by the abyss and converted into a part of the abyss camp. Regardless of the top combat power, if you just look at the grassroots combat power, I am afraid that there is no main god level force that can compare to the strange abyss. And this is also the reason why Hu Qi, the head of the Beastmaster Alliance, said in the internal battle meeting that he needed to pay a certain price to appease the abyss. In addition to the fact that they have made major mistakes, there is also the factor of being afraid of the size of the opponent's power. But all this is in the past tense. Looking at the contract in his hand that took effect after he signed his name, Hu Qi's eyes flashed with a look of satisfaction. According to the previously agreed conditions, from this moment on, the ownership of the Abyss world in the north of the void will be transferred to the Beastmaster Alliance. And those Abyss creatures living in the original world will also become cannon fodder for the Beastmaster Alliance. If nothing else, these Abyss creatures will take the lead in the upcoming counterattack and attack the Gensokyo Alliance. According to Hu Qi prediction, after this battle, these Abyss creatures will be killed or injured by at least 50% or 60%. As for the remaining ones, they will be consumed in subsequent battles. Coupled with the loss of the Abyss camp in yesterday's sneak attack, the Abyss world will usher in an all-round decline from top to bottom this time. Sometimes I really can't guess what your Abyss wants to do. Getting up from the seat, Hu Qi turned around and walked outside. You wait here first, I need some time to go to the warehouse to get the only equipment and other materials that I said earlier. Go back quickly. Will said without changing his face. I will go to the eastern side of the void to make 2 transactions later, so I can't stay here for too long. 5. Don't worry, it won't take you long. Glancing at him silently, Hu Qi pushed open the door and walked out of the reception room. If he guessed correctly, the other party will go to the east side of the void next to make a deal with the 2 great forces of the undead god realm and the mechanical god realm. As for the content of the transaction, it should be similar to what he did in the Beastmaster Alliance. By paying a certain price, you can exchange unique equipment and various rare materials. To be honest, he wondered why the Lord of the Abyss would issue such a strange order. This kind of behavior of killing chickens and taking eggs can indeed bring huge benefits to the other party in a short period of time. However, from a long-term perspective, the future development of the Abyss will be met with unprecedented resistance. The Lord of the Abyss is not a fool, there must be a reason for him to do this. The opponent was punished by the Abyss consciousness a while ago, and his strength was damaged. To do this now, there is a high probability that it will restore the strength of the past and even go further in a short period of time. In theory, there is no problem with this approach, but it should not be necessary. Unless the Lord of the Abyss perceives something and thinks that there will be a huge mutation in the void in the not-too-distant future, he must restore his strength to ensure that there will be no problems. As an agent of the Beastmaster Alliance, Hu Qi, whose body is a three-eyed phantom fox, is very smart. After all kinds of strange thoughts kept flashing through his mind, he quickly made a judgment that was close to the correct answer. It seems that after the end of the counterattack war, I have to take the time to report this matter to Lord Beastmaster. 35. After sighing silently in his heart, Hu Qi, who felt that the troublesome things happened one after another, continued to walk in the direction of the warehouse. In any case, the top priority now is to complete the deal with the Abyss and prepare for the Gensokyo Alliance. Now that the Abyss side has completely withdrawn from the battlefield, the Light God Realm has also been completely held back by the Dark God Realm side. We must seize this opportunity and kill a few of Gensokyo Alliance's cutting-edge combat power. If not, the cutting-edge combat power of Gensokyo Alliance will be completely equal to that of Beastmaster Alliance. At that time, the other party does not need to seek reinforcements from the God of Darkness or the Great Elf World, and he can fight back and forth with the Beastmaster Alliance by himself. As the person in charge of the Beastmaster Alliance, Hu Qi naturally does not allow this situation to occur. It just so happened that the Abyss took out some good things through the transaction this time. If you do it a little bit, you might have a chance to expand your victory and kill that troublesome monster sage. Dragon God Realm. I reject. In Fafnir's hut, Ma Wu refused without hesitation. Why do I keep her loyal for so long? I want your allegiance to the Dragon God Realm to help suppress the rest of the main God-level forces in the war that will come soon. With the contract of the gods, even if the Dragon God Winnie is fully resurrected, she will at most be a mascot in the back to intimidate the opponent. If you really want to fight, it's still up to you Dragon Kings. 35. You're right. Fafnir nodded in approval, and directly forgot Winnie's previous orders. After a short contact, she has fully realized that Ma Wu is a dangerous person. Take each other to Dragon Mystery like Winnie said? How could she do this unless she was out of her mind? Nicola, I remember that the transaction between you and Lord Su Wu was to help the other party become an inner responder 5. Yes. Nicola nodded, a curious look flashed in her eyes. How did you know? Lord Elsa said. 35. I see. Nicola understood instantly. The content of the transaction is similar to what you said, but I'm not ready to promise him to be an insider. I personally suggest that it is better for you to agree. 39. What? Have you not responded yet? Fafnir explained calmly. After completing the transaction with Lord Mahu, Lord Winnie will, as agreed, become one of the members of Lord Mahu's forces. 39. Once this matter leaks, he who is in a state of hostility with the Bright God Realm will inevitably attract the attention of the Bright God Realm. At that time, even if you 99. Okay, you don't need to say anything. Nicola, who had reacted, sighed with a helpless look on her face. It's better to be an internal response than to be a two-faced person. It is good. Fafnir nodded and continued to speak. Since you've already agreed to be an internist, how about you simply become one of the 5 Dragon Kings within the conditions of Lord Mahu? Don't be in a hurry to refuse, I know you get less favors from your Lord Winnie. But from the perspective of the overall interests of the Dragon God realm and your personal interests, I... Stop! Nicola raised her right hand to interrupt. Just tell me the conclusion. If you promise, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and the progress of the way of the Lord will increase by at least 5%. Besides that, the favors you owe me before are also written off. Li does, hope there is no next time. I hope not too. A relieved smile appeared on Fafnir's face. Turning her head to look at the opposite Mawu again, she raised her hand and released 3 light groups of different colors that exuded an inexplicable aura. On the way just now, I took the time to contact other people, and this is their response. The results of it. Including my Golden Dragon King Fafnir, Light and Dark Dragon King Nicola, Storm Dragon King Arnold, Flame Dragon King Erika, and Soul Dragon King Harold, a total of 5 Dragon Kings are willing to be yours in the next 10,000 years. Help! Besides that, the side of Lord Winnie will join your side after fully recovering. Of course, according to the agreement made earlier, the premise of all this is that you bring those 3 core materials. No problem. After listening to Fafnir's reply, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. Reincarnation Skeleton and Soul Qinglian need to be taken from chaos, and it takes a little time to R. But primordial blood is different. This thing can be found in the void. Coincidentally, the only part of it that exists in the void is in the base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance. Looking at Fafnir opposite, Suwu's tone was full of confidence. In 3 days, you will see the first material. Chapter 259 The Real Strength of Hakure Ryumu. Is it just one step away from the top world? Walking out of the house where Kagaya and the others lived, Mawu, who had just finished looking at the specific situation of the world under his feet, flashed an unexpected look in his eyes. You must know that before he helped the Gensokyo Alliance to severely damage the Beastmaster Alliance, the Gensokyo Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of cutting-edge combat power. Under such conditions, you can create a world of this size in the Void Interlayer from scratch. It seems that Yakumozi's ability is stronger than I imagined. It's so rare, I thought you really knew everything. 99. After realizing that someone bypassed the entrance and directly invaded the interior of the world, Yakumozi, who rushed over from afar, walked out of the gap. The long supple golden hair is scattered behind him, and he still wears a lotus leaf on his head. It's just that it was different from talking on the screen through the fairy fox earrings before. This time Yakumozi's clothes were changed to a purple dress. This made her less approachable and more noble than her first meeting. Coupled with her delicate appearance and her fair skin, if someone who doesn't know her sees her, it is really possible to treat her as an eldest lady. 1. Mawu, who knew the real situation of Yakumozi with 10 to 510 points, would naturally not be deceived by the appearance of the other party. Now I can't reach the realm of omniscient, I just know a little more than ordinary people. After replying to Yakumozi's question, Mawu, who had withdrawn his perception, asked curiously. Is there any accident? How do I feel that this space is filled with the breath of Revere's explosive power? 99. It's no accident, it's just that Iron wanted to open his eyes to his eldest young lady, so he made Rival Phoenix fight with her. Besides opening the eyes, I'm afraid there is another reason to test the details of Revere. 99. Suwu did not ask for the result. Although the contact time is not long, but as the Lord in name of Leville, he still has a very good understanding of the opponent's strength. As long as the breakthrough is not completed on the existing basis, no matter how strong Penglation Hui is, it cannot be her opponent. How's Gensokyo Alliance's personnel transfers? Unsurprisingly, the Beastmaster Alliance will dispatch, DAB, all the fighting forces tomorrow without warning. If there is any flaw, it is easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity to break it in one fell swoop. 39. Don't worry, I won't let that happen. Yakumozi's face was full of confidence. As for the transfer of personnel, she naturally completed it half a day ago. Not only that, in addition to completing the initial personnel transfer based on Mawu's intelligence, she also prepared several sets of backup plans. Once Mawu's intelligence has an accident, these core members of the Gensokyo Alliance will rush to other battlefields for support as soon as possible. As long as the main god does not appear to be crushed in combat power, it is not a problem for the Gensokyo Alliance to withstand this wave of counterattacks. You're good to know. Seeing Yakumozi's confident appearance, Suwu didn't ask any more questions. About my arrival, don't reveal too much about it, except for Yongyang Pavilion. 39. Tomorrow's counterattack battle, I will not end in person. Except for Revere, I can at most make some movement behind the opponent to distract them. In other words, he is here to make soy sauce this time. The actual support was still only Revel alone. After instantly comprehending Suwu's potential meaning, Yakumozi nodded clearly. In fact, she had already anticipated this. Even if Revel said that the Martial Arts Association would come in person, she still thought that the other party was not here to join the battlefield. Regardless of whether there is a power to change the situation of the war, the risk of exposing one's own existence by doing such a thing is simply too great. For someone like Suwu who likes to hide behind the scenes, there is no need at all. But since the other party came in person, even if he did not join the battlefield, there were obviously other important things to do. In addition, the other party just said that there will be some movement in the back of the Beastmaster Alliance. Are you going to steal something from the other party's base camp when the Beastmaster Alliance is in full swing? The reaction is so fast, it seems that you have done this a lot. 35. No way, who made our Gensokyo Alliance poor? Yakumozi shrugged, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Which big world are you planning to go to? Do you need someone from my side to cooperate? Need not. Suwu shook his head. The place I'm going to is not the big world, but the real base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance. Top World No 001. Are you crazy? 35. Yakumozi was really scared this time. The base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance, which is the actual controller of the Beastmaster Alliance, the place where the Beastmaster, one of the main gods in the void, lives. Even if he has been hiding behind the scenes without showing up on weekdays, it does not mean that the other party is not there. If you go there to make trouble, if the other party notices, even the void consciousness will not care. The effect of the covenant of the gods is a constraint, not an enforced restriction. Being jumped to the face to ridicule, the short-tempered Beastmaster might not have slapped it directly. After a long time of development, the strength of the Beastmaster will at least have the third stage of the main god realm. If a powerhouse of that level strikes at will, even a powerhouse at the main god candidate level may not be able to withstand it. Lord Mawu, you shouldn't be serious. Looking at Mawu who did not respond to the trend, Yakumozi's shocked expression became more intense. Could it be that you have a trump card against the Lord God? I don't need to act in front of me. Silently glanced at the old showman, Suwu opened his mouth and complained. Even if I haven't reached the level of omniscience, I still know that Hakure Ryumu can fight against the Lord God after entering full power. If you can have it, isn't it normal for me to have it? There's no need to be so surprised. 8 Cloud Purple. Did the other party have some strange misunderstanding of her? Chapter 260 The Abyss Orb with the Power of the Lord God. I wasn't acting, I was really scared. After calming down some ups and downs, Yakumozi's tone became a little helpless. You are right that Ryumu is our ultimate trump card. 35. With her here, we can indeed have a fight when the main god level powerhouse tears his face. But her state is actually just a theoretical state. Once you really try to open it, it will definitely attract the attention of the Lord God in the void. In order to prevent too many changes, she has never used her state once, and we don't know whether it will be successful or not. 99. Therefore, To what extent Boli Ling Meng can achieve, everyone, including himself, is not clear. Under normal circumstances, Yakumo Zi would not take this kind of uncertainty as a trump card. In other words, before the Gensokyo alliance was forced into a real desperate situation, it was not even clear to them whether they had a god-level trump card. Compared with them, Su Wu's side is obviously a little different. If nothing else, just look at the tone of the other party, and that pair of cards with this kind of trump card is not very normal. Yakumo Zi can be sure that the opponent definitely has a god-level trump card in his hand. What's even more frightening is that this whole card is not only a whole card in the conventional sense, it can even fight against the long-established master gods such as Beastmaster. Don't be too envious. On the other side, reacting to the situation on the Gensokyo alliance side, Maho paused and replied. For the sake of allies, I'll give you a piece of information. The final state of Hakure Ryumu is not just theoretical. As long as she wants to try, she can enter at any time and obtain the power of the main god level. Any side effects? 99. Yakumo Zi asked. Those who arrive too early to gain power far beyond their own will generally suffer the corresponding side effects. For example, Michael of the Bright God Realm is a typical example of being severely affected for the sake of power. 18. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Compared with the situation of Hakure Ryumu, who made a direct leap from the top god level and obtained the power of the main god level, Michael's face was mediocre. Isn't it a serious price to lose all power after using it once, or die directly? That's not it. Su Wu shook his head and gave an astonishing answer. If Boli Ling Meng enters the final state, the only side effect is that it will become stronger and permanently obtain the power of the main god. 55. Is this a side effect? A side effect indeed. 99. Su Wu replied seriously. Different from the kind of strength that is obtained through one's own efforts, this kind of strengthening of Hakure Ryumu is uncontrollable. If you want to control this power, you must spend dozens of times the normal promotion channel. Until then, her power will be leaking out in a rampant state. 35. A main god with uncontrollable power, I don't need to introduce too much about how dangerous it is. The power of the main god level is overwhelming. Even a large world like Gensokyo, which is only one step away from the top world, can hardly withstand the power of the other party. An uncontrolled burst of energy in the body, even if Hakure Ryumu doesn't have this idea, will make this world and its inhabitants die together. But even so, Yakumo Zi's face still showed a satisfied look. As long as Ryumu's life is not endangered, there are many ways to deal with it. I really want to thank you for your information this time. If Ryumu can really achieve this level, then the next development plan of the Gensokyo alliance can be a little bolder. 99. You don't need to thank me, you can just think that I am overdrafting my own forces in the future. Su Wu raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I guess I haven't forgotten the last conversation. The reply from Dorothy's side has come. 5. She agreed to your terms? That's right. Su Wu nodded. Not only did she agree to my conditions, but she also agreed to sign the origin contract with me 3 days later. 35. The answer on her side has already come out, and you should also give some answers on your side. Sure. A smile also appeared on Yakumo Zi's face. As said before. 35. As long as your remarks are useful to Dorothy, they are also useful to me personally. In other words, as long as Ma Wu can give her enough benefits, then she can become the opponent's subordinate. But are you sure you can pay for the benefits that impress me? 35. Certainly, it can be done with a little time. Take some time? Dorothy is a rising star after all. The development time is relatively small, and it is normal for Su Wu to take care of it. But she was different. Not only was she the nominal leader of the Gensokyo alliance, but she also had numerous resources in her hands. It is not easy to impress her simply through the huge benefits. After thinking silently for a while, Yakumo Zi, who suddenly thought of something, looked at Ma Wu curiously. Flowers 0. Speaking of which, you are planning to sneak into the base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance while you are in the chaos, isn't it just for this? An entire material reserve of the main god level forces. To be honest, Yakumo Zi was really moved. Should we discuss a plan? I am a thin-skinned person, and I am very embarrassed to accept so many good things without doing anything. As soon as you say this, I can only feel that your skin is thicker than the world barrier of the top world. Pushing away Yakumo Zi, who was leaning over silently, Su Wu's face showed a look of disgust. You have a good idea of the material reserves of the entire main god level forces. If you really want, just go to sleep, there is everything in your dreams. Isn't this a reasonable guess? Yakumo Zi coughed twice, and continued speaking without the slightest embarrassment on her face. Point 0. Speaking of which, why did you risk going to that kind of place? Even if you have a god-level trump card in your hand, there is no need to do such a dangerous thing. Walking around in those large worlds under the opponent's hands, the overall harvest should not be too bad. It really won't be much worse. 35. In fact, if he hadn't gone to the Dragon God realm for a walk, Su Wu was indeed prepared to do so. If there is no special situation, even Ma Wu does not want to go to the base camp of the main god level forces. But right now, it's a special situation. Remarks: the only original blood in the void is currently located in the deepest treasure house of the top world of Beastmaster Alliance No 001. You don't have to worry about me. Yu Guang glanced at the remarks of the sacred choice, and Ma Wu, who was not ready to reveal his transaction with the Dragon God realm, changed the subject. Your next focus should be on the Beastmaster Alliance. After making a deal with Abyss, the other party got a lot of special things. 39. There is an artifact among them, and there is a high probability that it will be brought by the three-eyed phantom fox and used to target you. For me? A suspicious look appeared on Yakumo Zi's face. Are you sure you can do it? As long as I want to run, even the top artifact of the space type can't stop me. 35. Normally, it really can't be stopped. Ma Wu nodded in agreement, and then continued to ask without pausing. But what if it's a special artifact with the power of the main god? Faced with the abyss orb that can exert the power of the main god level police officer, are you sure that you will not be affected, Yakumo Zi? Chapter 261 Space Blockade, Dion's Fear. Abyss Orb. Grade, Special Artifact. Effect 1, generate a blocked space and limit the power of all spatial properties in this space. The upper limit of the blocking power is the main god level. Effect 2, generate erosion space, erode the body and soul of all enemies in this space, weaken their physical defense and spiritual will. Effect 3, generates the absorption space, absorbs the energy of all enemies in the space, and converts it into its own energy supplement. Effect 4, generate an abyss space, generate a large amount of abyss gas to increase the power of abyss creatures in this space, and erode the enemy's flesh to convert them into abyss creatures. Note 1, originally a special artifact in large-scale Legion wars, it evolved after being strengthened by the power of the main god, and it can take effect on all existences below the main god level. Note 2, once the inner power of the main god is aroused, the effect of 510 raising this artifact will be greatly enhanced, and as a price, it will be permanently damaged after a certain period of time. This is the latest whole card I got by trading with the Abyss. Projecting the attributes of the Abyss Orb into the air, Hu Qi, who was sitting in the center of the conference room, looked around. I'm going to find a chance to use it on Yakumo Zi. Although that monster sage is only the leader of the Gensokyo Alliance in name, her status in the hearts of others is indeed genuine. As long as you can find an opportunity to injure or kill it, the effect is even more effective than killing two top gods. If you really want to be able to do it, it is not impossible to seize the opportunity to use the means of alienation to disintegrate 1/3 of the forces of the Gensokyo alliance. But the premise of all this is to be able to seize the opportunity to hold Yakumo Zi back. Activating the Abyss Orb has a forward swing. Although this forward swing time is not long, it is enough for the top gods to react and launch more than a dozen attacks. With the cautious character of that monster sage, after sensing the danger, he would definitely use the gap to stay away from the battlefield as soon as possible. I need someone to cooperate and grab each other's attention in the front. Hu Qi asked, any one of you willing to take this mission? 5. I come. Vader, the bloodthirsty lion not far away, responded immediately. When he went to support the Abyss Demon Dragon 2 days ago, he hadn't forgotten that he was dragged by that guy Yakumo Zi for a joke. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge and go back, but he didn't expect that his teammates would give this opportunity to him within a few days. Thinking of this, Vader's face showed a tyrannical smile. When I fight Yakumo Zi head-on tomorrow, Hu Qi, just concentrate on using the Abyss Orb. As long as I burst out with all my strength, I am sure that Yakumo Zi will not be able to perform long-distance space transfer. Okay, then this task will be handed over to you. Hu Qi nodded and looked at the others. Stand up from where you fall. Since Gensokyo Alliance likes to beat more people, we will use the same method to fight back. With the space blocking function of the Abyss Orb, even the space teleportation array that has undergone multiple enhancements in the big world will definitely fail in a short period of time. Based on this, tomorrow Vader and I will take the lead in the front line to attract each other's attention. The three of you, Xavier, Moses, and Rex, are hiding in the dark, waiting for the Abyss Orb to take effect before you stand up. 99. As for the others, they will attack the other 2 locations according to the normal progress, and they will retreat temporarily when they sense something is wrong. 99. Yakumo Zi might have thought that he would gather 5 top-level superior gods to attack a world. But the other party never imagined that he could create a blocked space with such a powerful effect. When the space was blocked by the main god-level power, Yakumo Zi was not only unable to mobilize cutting-edge combat power for support, but even himself could not complete the transfer through the gap. After they defeated Yakumo Zi and others in the big world of No 006 at the first time by virtue of their numerical advantage, they would cancel the space blockade of the Abyss Orb and send them to several other strategic points for support. In the face of this unresponsive time difference, the Gensokyo Alliance will be in a desperate situation in an instant. At that time, even if the opponent reacts and uses the whole card hidden in the dark, it will definitely be hit hard as never before. And the reason for all this was just that after the restriction that the Lord of the Abyss could not take action was lifted, an Abyss Orb carrying the power of the Lord God was sent. Do you still have any doubts? 35. Hu Qi asked, if there is anything else you want to say, put it up now. If not, I will go to the mechanical god realm and the undead god realm to explain the plan. 5. Where is Hakure Ryumu? A questioning voice came from the right side of Hu Qi. I want to fight that guy more than anyone else. Being able to create 4 top-level superior god-level clones, I want to experience this unprecedented ability for myself. According to the information, Hakure Ryumu should be waiting in the base camp of the Gensokyo Alliance now. 99. If there is no accident, the other party will support multiple places at the same time by summoning clones. 35. Looking at the man with 2 heads sitting in the corner, Hu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. If Diun wants to fight her, just launch the attack normally as planned. The opponent's body is the Sun and Moon twin wolves, and his biggest hobby on weekdays is to torture the enemy. Even in the somewhat chaotic Beastmaster Alliance, the opponent's character definitely belongs to the worst group. Seriously, the reason why many people in the Gensokyo Alliance today join is because they want to kill each other. But being able to jump for so long without incident, the opponent's strength is naturally guaranteed. But Dion, if you really want to fight Bo Li Ling Meng, I personally don't like you. Don't you think it's any use? Dian's right head looked over, his eyes full of disdain. Didn't you say the same thing when you fought with me last time? As a result, I didn't understand until the end, why you, a 0.1 defeater, said that you were not optimistic about me. 35. Dian, Hu Qi is the person in charge appointed by Lord Beastmaster, don't be too messy. On Hu Qi left side, a domineering voice came along with the rolling heat. If you get snitched by him behind your back, you will have a hard time in the future. 35. It's my turn to point the finger, Elvis. Glancing indifferently at the red-haired man not far away, Dian finally fell silent. As the other party said, Hu Qi is the person in charge designated by the Beastmaster. He can despise or even look down on the other party, but he must not openly disobey the other party's orders. If not, as if recalling some terrifying sight, Dian, who has always been fearless, suddenly shuddered. Forget it, let's not provoke this stinky fox who likes to be smart. Chapter 262, The army is pressing down, and the ghosts are bound in all directions. After Dian, the Thorn, took the initiative to quiet down, the meeting within the Beastmaster Alliance naturally did not have any twists and turns. After assigning everyone's tasks, Hu Qi went to the realm of the Undead God Realm and the Mechanical God Realm according to the original plan to discuss with the two foreign aides. On the other hand, Yakumo Zi, who was reminded by Ma Wu, also raised his vigilance and started a new round of personnel allocation. As a result, the time came to the next day slowly in the process of deploying fighters and various materials on both sides. Do you leave so early? In the void outside the big world of Beastmaster Alliance No. 006, Yakumo Zi, who came directly to this side through the gap, looked at Su Wu curiously. At this point in time, it's easy to meet people who haven't set out yet when you go to the Beastmaster Alliance. 99. Don't worry, it won't happen. Su Wu waved his hand and replied indifferently. In order to be able to attack you as soon as possible, the Beastmaster Alliance has already set off early in the morning. If nothing else, their main force should have arrived here by now. Nearby. Yakumo Zi subconsciously frowned and looked into the distance. Are you sure? With Ma Wu's intelligence, she had already set up various reconnaissance arrays in the distance of 23. Judging from the current feedback, there should be no enemies approaching on a large scale. Could it be that? What peculiar props were used on the opposite side to hide all the aura of the entire army? Don't look any further, what I said about the neighborhood is not the same as what you understand. Su Wu glanced at the blue-haired girl beside him and asked. Kang Yu, where are those troops now? 9. Both directions. Kang Yu raised her hand and pointed to the northwest and due west respectively. In these two directions, it should be the No. 026 Middle World and the 031 Middle World of the Beastmaster Alliance. 55. Su Wu nodded and pulled out a space door beside him. Now that it is confirmed that the enemy has left the base camp, he can also set off. As for the Ya Yun's side, if he overturned after giving so much information, then he could only say that he overestimated the ability of the other party. If the ability is not enough, then naturally there is no. Ma Wu, whose thoughts were constantly flowing, suddenly paused and shook his head helplessly. As expected of the Beastmaster Alliance, this temper is really urgent. Glancing at Yakumo Zi, who was aware that Tonki was wrong, Su Wu walked towards the space door without turning his head. I'm leaving first, let's talk later if you have anything to say. Good. 35. Yakumo Zi nodded and said nothing more. Originally, she thought that Ma Wu had set off a little early. Now it seems that the other party is not early, but just right. Boom. The space gate dissipated, replaced by a terrifying power that rose to the sky. Looking at the constantly emerging orcs and abyss creatures in the distance, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Ryumu, how are you preparing? Nature is ready long ago. 99. Glancing at the position where Suwu had just stood, Hakure Ryemu, who had arranged traps at fixed coordinates in advance according to the request of the other party, appeared on the spot. Start now. Of course, Lord Mahu has prepared so much for us, so we naturally can't let him down. Right. Hakure Ryemu nodded and raised her hand to look into the distance. Then let's start. Beifang Ghost-bound formation. Boom 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 boom. Centered on the distant Beastmaster Legion and the Abyss Legion, 4 huge magic columns rose in 4 directions at the same time. Under the support of this huge magic power, a huge magic circle directly surrounded the trillions of enemies. Purple. Don't worry, my side has already been prepared. 55. Yakumo Zi raised the folding fan in her hand, facing the group of enemies who were briefly bound. The fluctuation of space appeared in Yakumo Zi's body. Under her control, dense gaps appeared inside the Beifang ghost-bound formation. Everyone, start the attack. Yakumo Zi opened her mouth slowly and ordered the monsters who had already lurked in the gap. You only get one chance, remember to retreat even if you want. Boom. 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 Is this what you mean by raid? Glancing at the bottom of his eyes, 1/3 of the army had evaporated in an instant, and Vader looked at Hu Qi beside him indifferently. How do I feel? We are more like the one who was raided by the enemy. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. After replying a sentence, Hu Qi's face was also a little ugly. In front of the power of the top-level superior gods, it is normal for cannon fodder whose power has not even reached the god level to be annihilated on a large scale. 18. In the past wars, no one has suffered such heavy losses at the beginning like this time. In the current situation, it was as if the other party knew that they would land and launch a sneak attack at this space coordinate, so they arranged a large-scale binding circle early. It's so weird. However, Hu Qi didn't have time to think about the various reasons at this moment. Huge spiritual power emerged from his body and spread out in all directions. After covering this space for the first time, this huge spiritual force turned into a substantial spiritual blade, rushing towards the gap in the sky. According to the previous plan, there were a total of 5 top gods who were attacked here by the Beastmaster Alliance. In addition to him, the other 4 people, including Vader, who was mocking him just now, have gone to the other 4 directions to destroy the node that binds the circle. And what he has to do is to stop the enemy from continuing to attack from the gap before the binding circle is destroyed. Bang bang bang! The crackling sound continued to sound from the inside of the gap. In Fox Key round of counterattack, the members of the Gensokyo Alliance who stayed in the gap and tried to launch the second round of attacks were instantly wiped out. But a monster with only 4 digits. After realizing the number of deaths, Hu Qi's face became even more difficult to look at. If you want to launch an attack of the scale just now, it is impossible to have only so many people. In other words, the group of monsters hiding in the gap had already retreated after the first round of attacks. As for the ones he killed, there's really no way, I told them not to be greedy. A pleasant voice sounded from behind Hu Qi. This should be the first meeting, Mr. Hu Qi, the head of the Beastmaster Alliance. 8 Cloud Purple. Hu Qi, who turned around for the first time, widened his eyes and looked at the girl beside her in disbelief. Why is Hakure Ryemu here? Why can't I be here? Ryemu, who formed a yin-yang jade in her hand, tilted her head and asked rhetorically. My meaning is to support all fronts and prevent the Gensokyo Alliance from falling behind in this war. Now that your main army is attacking from this side, is there any problem with me coming here for support? What's the problem? Big problem. An ominous premonition rose in Hu Qi's heart. Since Hakure Ryemu appeared here, it meant that her 3 avatars with the strength of the top gods might also be here. Combined with the fact that there are 4 fulcrums in this strange binding circle, and Yuyuko of Zixingji Temple, who is also stationed in this world, did not appear with Yakumo's eye. Boom 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 boom. The deafening collision came from 4 directions at the same time, and at the same time, Huki's heart sank violently. The worst situation appeared. The 263rd chapter breaks the formation, the abyss field comes. Outside the big world of Beastmaster Alliance No 007. That self-righteous idiot Huki. I really have had enough of him. Looking at the sea of flowers in front of him that grows infinitely in the void and surrounds himself and others, Dian, who had just sent the army over, scolded. When this fight is over, I must personally tell Lord Beastmaster how unreliable he is. I agree with that. Bud, the Titan, who was teleported with Dian, nodded, and his face was also a little ugly. For him who had just fought with Fengjian Yuxiang 2 days ago, the breath of this sea of flowers was simply familiar and could no longer be familiar. It is precisely because of this familiarity that he can understand what situation he and others are in now. Looking at the army of the abyss that was constantly being swallowed and turned into fertilizer by the sea of flowers below, he took a deep breath and his body began to expand continuously. Fengjian Yuxiang, give it to me. Dian, you go deal with that guy above. Are you still rushing in after all this? Looking at Bud, who was rushing into the depths of the sea of flowers, Dian, who was already preparing for a tactical retreat, fell silent. He likes to fight with the strong and torment each other, but that only means that his character is bad, not that he is a fool. This is the opponent's field, and fight an enemy of the same level with the power affected. To be honest, Dian didn't want to do that. 18. Perceiving the airwaves rushing from the depths of the sea of flowers, his face became more and more difficult to look at. If he just sold his teammates and ran away, even if he had a good reason to go back, he would be punished by the Beastmaster 100%. Go back and chop this stupid cow. Ow! Accompanied by a long howl that soared into the sky, a terrifying giant wolf with a height of more than 10 meters and 2 heads appeared on the spot. The woman hidden above is Kanako Yasaka. Dian, who has played against the opponent, knows how tricky the opponent's ability is. Now that he has lost the advantage of the venue, he naturally does not dare to care about it. In order to stick to Huki's side to end the battle and bring people over to support him, he simply changed back to his main body and used all his strength to fight the enemy. If that BD Huki can't make it within an hour, I won't look back and write his name upside down without tearing up his fox tail. It's not just Dian who has the idea of waiting for support. After being targeted to arrange a large number of traps in a fixed area, no matter which battlefield Beastmaster Alliance was, it fell into a disadvantage at the first time. Among them, the most uncomfortable are those peripheral battlefields led by lower-level gods and intermediate-level gods. In the face of those high-level arrays, they couldn't but forcibly crack them through head-to-head methods like Dian, who could only be beaten in the center of the array. Even if he reacted after the first round of attacks and started to organize manpower to counterattack, the effect was still diminishing. Often to destroy an enemy, they need to pay 3-digit or even 4-digit powerhouses of the same level. Now that the combat power is sufficient, it does not have much impact, but if they continue to fight at this progress, they have no second possibility except for the annihilation of the entire army. In this regard, they can only pin their hopes on their own agent, Huqi, like Dian. The other party said before departure that this time, in order to maximize the results of the battle, a raid will be launched by means of space teleportation. Due to the lack of geographical advantage, using this method to launch an attack has a certain probability of being teleported to the enemy's trap. At that time, if you have the opportunity, you will find a way to temporarily evacuate. If you cannot evacuate, you will insist on it for a while. When they end the battle in the core battlefield, they will scatter their personnel to other battlefields for support. In fact, this is also the main reason why the army of the Beastmaster Alliance did not collapse after the army fell into the trap. In their view, they were just bad luck, and happened to encounter the low probability event that Huqi said. As for the fact that it was not their own bad luck that fell into the trap, but that everyone fell into the trap, no one thought about it. Boom! 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 Violent collision sounds continued to sound outside the 006 world. Here, Hu Qi, who was highly expected by Dayun and even the gods of the countless Beastmaster Alliance, fled with his head jumping up and down at the moment. More people beat people. That's the heart of his opportunity. Those who can become top-level gods are top-level geniuses, and in the absence of a master god candidate-level powerhouse, it is rare to fight more with less. In his opinion, gathering 5 top superior gods to attack a world will definitely have an advantage in numbers. An advantage in numbers means an advantage in power. It won't be long before they can take down Yakumo-zi and others, and then they can go to other worlds to support. Facts have proved that his conclusion is indeed no problem. The only thing that exceeded his expectations was that it was not the Gensokyo Alliance but the Beastmaster Alliance that was on the side with fewer people. Boom! 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 The yin and yang jade swept across the sky, setting off one terrifying explosion after another. Dodging the gap attack from the blind corner of the line of sight, Hu Qi, who had all kinds of scars all over his body, ran away tiredly. This shit! The 4 people he brought with him ran to break the 4 fulcrums of the Beifang Ghost-bound formation, but they have not returned. He is a person specializing in mental attack, and he has no time to deploy his full power in a 1-on-2 situation. I have no choice but to use the whole cards in advance. Once again dodging the barrage attack from the sky, Hu Qi stretched out a hand and groped in his arms. In the process of escaping just now, he briefly thought about the current situation. Hakurei Ryumu made preparations on his side in advance, which meant that the information on the battle plan was leaked. He didn't understand why the plan leaked, and he was even more sure that the plan leaked the inheritance. But he understood one thing. If the counterattack is not launched immediately, there will be a high probability of core casualties in the other core battlefields. Abyss Orb, a special, special artifact that hosts the power of the Lord God. Looking at the inexplicable bead in his hand, Hu Qi's eyes flashed a heartache. Although this thing is called a one-time artifact, its actual operation principle is to permanently consume the energy in the orb. If you save a little, you will have the opportunity to use it several times. He doesn't have time to slowly guide the energy in the Abyss Orb now, so he can only directly trigger it all through rough methods. Click! A crisp crack sounded. Under the control of Hu Qi, a huge crack appeared above the Abyss Orb. Ya Yunzi! You forced me! Boom! The terrifying abyss demonic energy rose into the sky. With Hu Qi as the center, this strange aura that tries to erode everything in the world pours out in all directions. In just an instant, the originally indestructible Beifang ghost-bound formation began to shake. Abyss Realm, come! Chapter 264, Powerful Ryumu, True Power. Is this the power of the main god level? Looking at the abyss field that shrouded him in an instant, Ryumu, who was launching a ground-scrubbing attack from above, stopped what he was doing and looked around. As expected, it's really powerful. Block, erode, weaken. As soon as she touched it tightly, she could feel the energy in her body begin to drain continuously. Not only that, even the Beifang ghost-bound formation that had been arranged in advance was eroded by this strange force. If the corroded gap cannot be filled in time, there is no problem with the 4 fulcrums of the algorithm matrix, and it will still gradually disintegrate itself. Just as Hakurei Ryumu fell into deep thought, thousands of terrifying spiritual blades suddenly attacked from all directions. This is an attack from Hu Qi. After noticing that Ryumu and Yakumo-zi stopped at the same time, he immediately seized the opportunity to fight back. Diffusion Enchantment. With a coquettish shout, a cube enchantment suddenly appeared and surrounded Hakurei Ryumu. Under her control, this cube enchantment spread outward like a ripple, shattering all the spiritual blades. Looking at this scene, as if thinking of something, he suddenly loosened his frown, and his expression became relaxed again. Speaking of which, I don't have to think about how to crack this troublesome field at all. Since the problem can't be solved, it's better to solve the person who created the problem. Just you? Hu Qi's face showed a look of disdain. I was suppressed just now. On the one hand, you have a lot of people, and on the other hand, you have the advantage of the venue. Now that the advantage of the venue has been cracked by me, Yakumo Zi, who likes to hide in the dark, is also affected by the space blockade and cannot attack at will. Under this situation, why would you defeat me head-on? By your avatars that were dragged. Enough of nonsense. Glancing at Hu Qi indifferently, Riemu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. The next second, when she came to the top of Hu Qi, she raised her right leg and slashed downwards without stopping. Tian Ba Feng Shen feet. Click click click. The seemingly weak white calf swept across the air. In the next second, the space centered on Riemu began to continuously collapse inward. The barriers of space were torn like thin paper, creating one after another cracks. Looking at this terrifying vision, I didn't expect that Raymond's seemingly random strike had such a powerful force that Hu Qi subconsciously retreated. Sub-hole. Riemu, who was maintaining the attack on her legs, suddenly erupted from her body with boundless magic power, rushing in all directions. Under the influence of this magic power, translucent vortices suddenly appeared in the void. Before Hu Qi could think about the use of this vortex, he saw that Riemu, who was maintaining the attack, fell straight into a vortex directly below her. At the same time, a sense of deadly threat suddenly came from above Hu Qi. Realizing what happened, his face changed, and he subconsciously raised his hands to face the top. Bang! 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 Under the turbulence of the space, a slam of terrifying force fell. In front of this blow, the hundreds of layers of spiritual barriers that Hu Qi temporarily created were broken through in an instant. The fair and delicate right leg crossed, and the next second it hit Hu Qi's arms crossed above his head. Boom! The deafening sound of the collision spread out in all directions. In the face of this terrifying attack, the physical quality of the superior gods can only be said to be ordinary foxes, and they were kicked out like a ball. The blessing of the main god level domain is only at this level, which is really shameful. Actually, his current strength is pretty good, but he's just a little bit worse than yours. That's embarrassing enough. My current strength is at most 20% the level of the way of the Lord God. If he can really fully exert his power in that field, even if he can't suppress me, he won't be so easily blown away by me. Looking at Hu Qi flying into the distance, Riemu, who didn't catch up immediately, turned her head to the side. I probably know his level. You don't have to watch here anymore, go and help others. After being fully stimulated, the abyss field formed by the abyss orb is extremely vast. It is not far from this side, and Yu Yuko of Zixingji Temple, who is acting as a fulcrum to maintain the Beifang ghost-bound formation, will inevitably be affected. The opponent's strength can't be adjusted at any time like her, and after being weakened, it will inevitably fall into a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. This is not what the spirit dreams of seeing. In order not to unblock the Beastmaster's shot restriction, they really couldn't massacre the strong men of the Beastmaster Alliance on a large scale. There is no problem in redamaging and sealing their origins. But to realize this premise, the enemy must be trapped and cannot be allowed to escape. In other words, the Beifang ghost-bound formation cannot be unraveled. Zi, I'll leave the other directions to you. Pay attention to controlling your emotions and stop killing people. After standing on the edge of the gap and silently looking at Riemu for a few seconds, Yakumo Zi controlled the gap and disappeared in place. Now is not the time to fight the Lord God. Even if you are already qualified to obtain the power of the main god level, this is still the case. Since you have chosen to believe me, there is no need to say this again. 99. Riemu raised her head and looked through the space to look at Hu Qi, who was taking the opportunity to repair her injuries in the distance. If it was her in the past, she might indeed be emotional at this time to avenge her grandma. Since she cut everything out of herself to create the 4 avatars, entered the state of non-existence and stimulated the real power in the body, and then changed from the state of non-existence to the state of existence. She never had to be carried away by the feeling of revenge anymore. The former Riemu also thought about why this happened, but never got an answer. This situation continued until yesterday. After Yakumo Zi told Ma Wu's original words, Riemu finally figured out why she wouldn't be carried away by her anger. It's not that you're weak because you've cut a relationship once. But now, she has mastered the power to take revenge at any time. Colorful black energy emerged from Riemu's body. Under the influence of this power, she vanished in place, with a faint tendency to break through the superior gods. Chapter 265 Amplification of the Power of the Void. Beastmaster Alliance No. 005 Big World. In front of the material warehouse. Master Fox? Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, the senior gods in charge of guarding the treasury suddenly froze for a moment. Why are you here? According to the plan, shouldn't this one be leading the army to attack the Gensokyo Alliance? I'm here to get something. 35. Looking at the high-level gods in front of him, Ma Wu, who had been disguised through 1,000 changes, replied without changing his expression. Judging from the information returned by the spies, the Gensokyo Alliance has taken more defensive measures than I thought. In order to prevent excessive casualties, I need to take a few special artifacts in Warehouse No. 005 to deal with. I see. After listening to Ma Wu's explanation, Freeman, whose body is a 4-eyed owl, showed a sudden realization. After calmly withdrawing his perception, he quickly gave up the door to Ma Wu. Then hurry in and get the artifact. If it drags on for too long, it will affect the frontline operations. Su Wu calmly nodded, raised his hand and placed it on the door. Start identity detection. The detection is over, and the target identity agent Hu Qi is confirmed. Permission detection passed. Click. Ma Wu, who opened the door, did not rush in. Looking at Freeman, the guard who had completely let go of his vigilance not far away, he raised his finger and pointed at the blue-haired girl behind him. She is the helper responsible for sending some of the artifacts to another battlefield, so I brought them in together. No problem. After the highest level of identification circles confirmed that there was no problem with Su Wu's identity, Freeman would naturally no longer suspect that Hu Qi in front of him was disguised by a stranger. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Kang Yu, he asked as usual. Name. Kang Yu. 5. Kang Yu. After the record is over, hurry up and follow Lord Hu Qi to get things. 359. Easier than expected. Inside the treasure house No. 005, Ma Wu fell into contemplation while looking at the surrounding materials. This is the big world No. 005 of the Beastmaster Alliance. According to the plan, he was supposed to go to the treasure house of the top world No. 001 to steal the original blood. The reason why he appeared here is because he wanted to see the strength of the treasure house detection on the Beastmaster Alliance side. Before stealing the materials of the Bright God realm so smoothly, there is a big factor that he stole the treasure trove of strategic materials on the front line. After all, it's just a temporary warehouse for supplies. Due to the fact that the time is too short, even if there are a lot of important materials installed there, there are still loopholes in the protective measures. This time is different. Although there is also a lack of enough guards, what he wants to steal is the treasure house located in the base camp of the main god-level forces. Compared with the treasure house temporarily built on the front line of the Bright God realm, the detection method of this kind of treasure house is bound to be more troublesome. In order to prevent the car from overturning, he first came to the big world No. 005 of the Beastmaster Alliance to experiment. This is not the place where the Beastmaster lives. Even if there is an accident that causes the hostility of the guards, it is not a big problem. The big deal is to let Kang Yu exert a little strength and freeze or kill everyone. Only. According to the current situation, it seems that there is no need for Kang Yu to do anything. The authority obtained through the identity verification closed all the internal detection arrays, and Ma Wu, who had a further understanding of the power of thousand changes, turned to look at Kang Yu, who was following him. I've turned off all protective measures. Next, no matter how much you take, it won't trigger the internal detection array. Let go and take it. 35. 35. Correct. Seemingly remembering something, Ma Wu, who was about to go to the depths of the treasure house, paused and looked back at his original servant. I don't seem to have given you any serious gifts. 35. Is there anything you want, Kang Yu? I have no idea. Kang Yu was rarely in doubt. After thinking silently for a few seconds, she shook her head towards Su Wu. As long as it's Ma Wu you gave it, anything will do. This really poses a big problem for me. 35. Glancing at the third-order weapon, shadowless sword, hanging on Kang Yu's waist, Su Wu sighed helplessly. Seeking flowers 0. Since you said so, then wait a little longer. It's not far from my breakthrough, and it won't take long for me to be promoted to a higher level god after I break through to a god. Wait until then, let's go for a walk in the chaos. He was a lucky man with a divine choice, not a wise man. That doesn't mean he's a fool. After getting along for so long, even if Kang Yu couldn't reveal too much due to his void consciousness, he still got a general idea based on the fragmented information. If you want Kang Yu's strength to go further in its peak state, it is probably only possible to do it in the boundless chaos in the true sense. 0. Still, it was too dangerous there. Even with Kang Yu as a guarantee, Ma Wu must have the power of the main god to protect himself. To achieve this step, Su Wu must be promoted to a higher level god. Unlike ordinary gods, Ma Wu was promoted to gods by comprehending the law of void. Once he understands the law of void, he can initially control the power of void before advancing to the main god. There is no need to say much about the power of the void. As long as you master this power, it is very easy to master the power of the main god level in the upper level god stage. In addition to the example of Kang Yu, there is another example that has already been placed in front of him. Ma Wu, Hakure Ryumu has stimulated the power of the void. Inspired so early? 35. Ma Wu was stunned in thought. Unexpectedly, he just thought of another example, and the name of another example appeared from Kang Yu's mouth. To what extent did she inspire her own power? The limit that the superior gods can reach is one step away from the main gods. 35. That's not a big problem. Su Wu waved his hand and walked towards the depths of the treasure house. Go to the specific matters in chaos and talk about it later. You should collect the peripheral materials of this warehouse first. When I go to the depths of the treasury to scavenge, we will go directly to World 001. Chapter 266 The Attitude of All Parties, the Fox Who Was Hit Hard. Buried. After listening to the report of his subordinates, Morris, the King of Bones of the Undead God Realm, was dumbfounded. What the hell is the Beastmaster Alliance doing? Even if it's the attacking side, everyone won't be caught in the trap, right? I don't know that either. The powerful general under Morris, the King Kong Skeleton King with the strength of a superior god, shook his head. This information was sent by the left-behind personnel. In a supersized war like them, if the combat power is not crushed, it usually takes at least 10 days and a half months to initially see the advantages and disadvantages. In order to be able to receive the information at the first time, big forces like the Undead God Realm will throw a few of their own subordinates to the May 13th side of the Intelligence Department of the Beastmaster Alliance before they fight. In this way, no matter what emergencies occur during the war, these foreign aides can be informed immediately. But it is the first time that even Morris, who has lived for a long time, has encountered such a situation as the Beastmaster Alliance is currently encountering. Within 3 minutes of launching a full-scale attack through the space teleportation circle, calls for help came from all the battlefields. The reason for asking for help is that they were transported into the enemy's trap, and their combat power was massively annihilated. Looking down at the intelligence document in his hand, and after confirming that the content above was no different from what his subordinates said, Morris fell silent. Isn't this Beastmaster League a joke? When discussing the strategy with him before, that Hu Qi also vowed to use the space teleportation raid to take down the enemy as soon as possible and achieve brilliant results. Now he doesn't know if the enemy has won, but he has indeed seen the brilliant results. Lord Morris, are we going back to support them? Skeleton King on the side asked cautiously. According to the current situation, the Gensokyo Alliance should have given up the defenses of other worlds and concentrated all its main combat power on those big worlds. If you don't support a wave, I'm afraid the Beastmaster Alliance will really be hit hard this time. If there is support, I can go alone. That side is basically the battlefield between the top gods, and ordinary gods like you can only interfere if they pass by, and it won't play a big role. After thinking for a while, Morris took off the bracelet on his right hand and threw it to Skeleton King. According to the original plan, you continued to lead the army to attack the big world under the Gensokyo Alliance. 35. If you encounter a top-level superior god, just use the skeleton bracelet to temporarily trap the opponent, and take this opportunity to stimulate the space to teleport the old army to retreat directly. Yes. Ha ha ha. Is the Beastmaster Alliance trying to laugh at me to death? Lord Harrington, shall we go back to support next? 39. I'll just go back, your words will continue to lead the army to attack. Rubbing the corners of his somewhat wet eyes, Harrington, who really laughed and burst into tears, calmed down and replied. If it's a big world, give it up temporarily. You can lead the army to attack small and medium-sized worlds in 2 or 2 groups. 35. Yes. The latest information, everyone in the Beastmaster Alliance encountered a trap. Link the database and start intelligence analysis. After the analysis is over, it is preliminarily confirmed that the cause of the current situation is one of the following 3. The first reason is that the Gensokyo Alliance has a god of destiny close to the main god level, and without everyone noticing it, it predicted the space landing coordinates of the Beastmaster Alliance in advance, and set up traps. The second reason is that there are spies at the top of the Beastmaster Alliance, who leaked information to the Gensokyo Alliance in advance and secretly modified the space teleportation array to teleport all the fighters this round to the space coordinates where the traps have been arranged. The third reason is that there is a database within the Gensokyo Alliance that surpasses the mechanic god realm. After analyzing everyone's personalities, we can determine the possible results and prepare traps in advance. Rebuttal: it is impossible to have a database beyond the mechanical god realm in the void, and the third reason is not valid. Agree. Agree. Ask whether to change the plan for support. No support. In the center of the huge mechanical army, an existence that looked no different from ordinary humans replied calmly. The advantage of our hunting god legion is to fight collectively. On the battlefield with all kinds of top gods, our greatest advantage cannot be fully exerted. For this, the undead god realm must also know. According to the data analysis, there is a 90% probability that the 3 top gods of the undead god realm are already on their way back to support. With them there, it's not a big problem for the Beastmaster Alliance to get out of the trap and complete the evacuation. Instead of wasting time to go back to support, it is better to take this opportunity to search for talents as much as possible. Go ahead according to the original plan and attack Yongting Pavilion. Strive to end the hunt for the first target, Fujiwara Mihong, before Yi Aaron reacts and returns. Receive. Receive. In the world of Beastmaster League 006. A black flash flashed across the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the entire world of No 006 shook at this moment. It's really hard to beat. Looking at the looming huge ravine in the dust below, Ryemu, who came along with this black light, fell from the sky. According to the information, you who are the three-eyed phantom fox are following the spiritual path, right? Obviously, the focus is on the attack on the spirit and even the soul, but the intensity of the body is so high. It seems that the abyss field's increase to you is higher than I thought. Are you making fun of me? Amidst the dust in the sky, a weak voice came from below. The three-eyed phantom fox is one of the top races in the void no matter what. With this level of bloodline blessing, even if my body can't compare with those giant dragons of the same level, I won't be reduced to the evaluation of relying solely on one domain. Chapter 267 Second Outbreak, Unilateral Crushing. The bottom end of the ravine. Bang! He took off the boulder on his body, and Hu Qi, who had a weak breath, crawled out of the pit. According to the current consumption rate, the abyss field can last for about a day. 35. However, due to the repeated use of the power of the abyss to repair the injury, my body has also been eroded to a certain extent. Looking at the small black spots on his arms, Hu Qi's eyes began to fluctuate. Should it be said that I am the Lord of the Abyss, just a ray of power can erode me to such an extent? If there is no way to change the current situation, my body will be completely abyss if I persist for half a day. To change this result, the only way is to stop using the power of the abyss to repair the body, and simply rely on the effect of the abyss domain to fight against Hakure Ryemu. But that is impossible. Hu Qi is indeed a little confused now, and doesn't understand why the 23 Beast Kings alliance, which should have the upper hand, has fallen to this level. But he is still very clear about the fact that there was a serious error in the speculation about Boli Ling Meng. The opponent's biggest source is not at all the three strange clones with the top-level superior god level. The powerful strength that is one step away from the main deity is the true source of the opponent's confidence. Puff! Much more comfortable. After spitting out all the blood that had been eroded by the abyss, Hu Qi, who felt a lot more comfortable, raised his head and looked up. Hakure Ryemu is not some arrogant enemy. He has been repairing here for so long, and the other party is naturally not in a daze. With his keen perception, he could clearly feel that a terrifying attack was condensing in the sky. If he doesn't want to deal with this attack, even if he has the support of Abyss Realm, he will be seriously injured and die. I hope the support from the Undead God Realm can be faster. Nian. If it's too late, he may really be smashed by the other party's physical hammer. After sighing silently in his heart, Hu Qi, who knew that he had no way out, played the last card without hesitation. Bloodline stimulated. Have you begun to struggle to the death? Looking at the fact that the bottom began to expand, Ryemu's expression did not fluctuate at all. It is different from the agents of other main god-level forces. The agent of the Beastmaster Alliance, Hu Qi, is not the kind of comprehensive talent who is powerful in all aspects. Compared with other high-level leaders in the same force, his biggest advantage is that his brain is more flexible, and he can manage the Beastmaster Alliance without breaking out. In other words, the opponent's strength is not the strongest in the Beastmaster Alliance, not even the first echelon. If the foundation is not thick enough, the upper limit of the explosive power will naturally be low. Just like now, even if Hu Qi broke out for the second time with the blessing of the Abyss Field, his strength is only 13%-14% of the main god's level. For others the force may be strong. But in Ryemu's eyes, this power is not much different from just now. A wave of air suddenly swept out of his body, crushing the invisible sharp blades around him, and Ryemu threw the energy ball in his hand down. Dreams are born. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy ball emitting a dazzling light like a small sun paused, and suddenly burst out millions of tiny energy needles rushing down. At the same time, a strong invisible ripple also came from below the gully. Mind shakes. In the face of Hu Qi trump card attack, the energy needle rushing in the forefront immediately exploded and dissipated with the opponent. But as an attack that Ryemu spent a few seconds accumulating to create, the dream was naturally not as simple as it appeared on the surface. I saw that after the first wave of energy needles was blasted, the huge energy ball in the sky radiated even more dazzling light than before. Under the irradiation of this light, the energy needles of the second wave, the third wave and even more waves began to form continuously. Boom boom boom. Like ignited firecrackers, a violent collision sounded in the sky. In the face of this steady stream of attacks, the energy wave formed by the vibration of the soul only lasted for a second and then collapsed on the spot. Countless energy needles passed through the sky, rushing straight towards the target locked below. Puff puff puff. Under this massive attack, Huki's body was swallowed up in an instant. But Ryemu, who also saw this scene, did not show any joyful expression. As the agent of the Beastmaster Alliance, it is of course impossible for Huqi to kill her without even struggling to resist. After looking around, her gaze finally stopped on an inconspicuous stone in the corner. If you are so afraid of death, why do you do those disgusting things? Disgusting? Huqi, who realized that he was found, no longer hides, and directly changed back to the main body and looked at Ryemu. Which one do you mean? 412 years ago, the Beastmaster Alliance was attacked and fell behind in the battle for territory with the Abyss, and finally ordered the destruction of the small world 9061 in order to prevent the Abyss from profiting. 35. 513 Are you a survivor of that world? Of course I am not. Ryemu raised her footsteps and slowly walked towards Huqi. Don't you, the person in charge, understand the consistent style of your Beastmaster Alliance? 95. Those who want to survive the explosion of the world must have God-level strength. In order to prevent any potential troubles, when your Beastmaster Alliance is doing this kind of thing, it will send more than a few intermediate-level gods to carry out the finishing work. Clear the surviving gods, and plunder their gods' hearts and take them back to make weapons. I'm right, Agent Huqi. 99. I think we still have room to negotiate. We do not have. Click. The crisp cracking sound resounded throughout the void at this moment. Looking at Huqi with a terrified look in front of him, Ryemu, whose aura had completely taken the last step, raised his hand and made the final announcement with a blank expression. Just tell you one thing. 99. You will not die in this battle. If it ended so easily, wouldn't my efforts for so many years be in vain? Just look at it with your eyes, how the Beastmaster Alliance and the Beastmaster who acquiesced to everything behind you are going to be destroyed step by step. Chapter 268 The Concern of the Lord God, the Corpse Repository. The deepest part of the Abyss world. Sure enough, Hakure Ryemu is that outlier. 35. Mastering the power of the void with the body of a higher level god, how is this done? 35. A doubtful voice suddenly rose from a huge heart. Strengthen the power of the Beastmaster Alliance, and use the opponent's hand to teach the Gensokyo Alliance that doesn't know what to do. This is the main reason why the Lord of the Abyss deliberately asked the other party to take the Abyss Orb that carried a ray of his power over before the werewolf will set off. In addition to this reason, there is another reason why he did not do it himself and let the Beastmaster Alliance do it on his behalf. That is when he was preparing to do it himself, he noticed an inexplicable crisis. Based on this crisis, he determined that there was an alien within the Gensokyo Alliance. An alien that could threaten his life. At the moment when he came to this judgment, he subconsciously locked the target on Hakure Ryemu. The reason is very simple, the other party has created 3 avatars of the top god level. Even he can't do this kind of thing, a top level god who is not very conspicuous can do it, he really can't help but pay attention. FFT. In order to investigate the details of Hakure Ryemu and find out the identity of the alien in Gensokyo Alliance, he moved a little bit on the Abyss Orb. And just now, the backhand he arranged on the Abyss Orb was completely erased. But before being erased, he also successfully got the answer. Hakurei Ryumu mastered the power of the void with the body of a superior god, and even burst out the power of the main god at the end. There is no doubt that the other party is the alien in his perception. Before the true identity of the alien on the west side of the void could be found out, a Hakurei Ryumu jumped out from the Gensokyo alliance. In addition to the demon star Alger from more than 10 years ago, there are already 3 aliens that he knows in the void. This is an abnormal phenomenon. Although the information in his hands is very fragmented, the Lord of the Abyss is sure that the situation has never occurred in the past epochs. Is there a problem with void consciousness, or is there a problem with the current era? Bright God Realm. The new Lord God. No, if there is a superior of that kind of police officer, I should receive the news. 55. It should be an alien who temporarily obtained the power of the Lord God through an unknown explosive method. The care of the void consciousness is getting stronger and stronger. At this point in time, it seems that the progress of the current era can no longer be delayed. Undead God Realm. A brand new alien. 95. As expected of a void world, it is much more interesting than those lower chaotic worlds. 35. However, it seems that it is not far from the days when the void enters the dominant stage and the contract of the gods will be completely invalidated. Maybe you can find an opportunity to make waves when everyone else's attention is scattered. The power of the main god level is absolute. If it is said that the power possessed by the superior god who has understood the way of the main god is a trickle, the power of the master god candidate with profound background is the thick branches of the river. Then the plan of the way of the main god is completely determined, and the main god who can 100% stimulate the power of the way of the main god is the boundless Wang Yanghai. Knowing that concealment wouldn't work, the aftermath of Ryumu's breakthrough soon spread to the entire void. Although most people do not know the source of this power, but many main gods, including the god of light, can be sure of one thing. That is, from today onwards, a new main god level combat power has appeared in the void. You really didn't hold back. In the depths of the treasure house No. 005, Ma Wu, who also sensed this aura, froze, and immediately realized what happened. However, he was not surprised by the fact that Hakurei Ryumu broke through to the main god. After all, if I really want to say, he is actually the culprit behind this incident. Beastmaster, God of Light, Mechanical Overlord, Lord of the Abyss. Hakurei Ryumu, the God of Darkness, the Tree of Eternity, and Winnie the Dragon God who will be revived soon to replace the Dream Dragon. It's okay, even if I don't come off the court, the cutting-edge combat power of the two sides can still almost reach a balance. Start identity detection. The preliminary test is over and the identity is confirmed to be the agent Hu Qi. Begins mental fluctuation detection. The test is over, and it is confirmed that the mental fluctuation is the agent Hu Qi. Begin blood test. The detection is over, and the target bloodline is confirmed to be the three-eyed phantom fox. The detection is over, and it is finally confirmed that the target is the authoritative Hu Qi. Click. Is the detection of the inner layers so troublesome? 39. Looking at the slowly opening door in front of him, Ma Wu's thoughts were separated from the overall plan. If he heard correctly just now, the magic circle of this inner treasure house seems to have detected his bloodline, mental fluctuations, and soul frequency. The treasure house of internal testing in the big world is so tight, and the top world will inevitably be higher. No wonder divine choice predicts my exposure, the main reason is here. Touching, Li Dezeo, S. Chin, Su Wu walked forward with a general understanding of what would happen in the next trip. Compared with the internal testing treasure house of the Dark God realm that I went to before, there are more items here. But while the number is large, the types of these items should also be more special. Dark Dragon God Body. Titan Divine Body. God Body of the Giant in the Sky. Looking at the powerful body in front of him that died countless years ago, but still exudes vitality through the treatment of the Beastmaster Alliance, a smile appeared on Suwu's mouth. As a person who likes to maximize profits, there are other reasons for him to choose the detection mechanism of this world to test the treasure house of the Beastmaster Alliance. The corpses in front of him stored in the depths of the treasury were his main reason. The 269th chapter, Fujiwara Sister Red Breakthrough, the arrival of the hunting god army. Water Spirit Kite, Griffin Beast, Dark Spirit Monster Bat, Golden Beeman. After walking back and forth around the inner treasure house, Suwu quickly put the corpses stored here, various rare materials, and superior artifacts into the storage ring. As expected of the Beastmaster Alliance, the collection is really complete. 35. Recalling the corpses of the various rare races he had just seen, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Different from the warehouses of several other big worlds, the Beastmaster Alliance No. 005 treasure house is also known as the Corpse Storage Warehouse. In addition to storing some of the items and various materials that World 005 needs to use, its main function is to store the corpses of various powerful creatures collected on weekdays. Of course, the corpses of these powerful creatures collected by the Beastmaster Alliance are not for play. For them, this is also a means to increase their own power. Just like the mechanic god realm can transform corpses into mechanical creatures, and the undead god realm can make undead creatures from corpses, the Beastmaster Alliance also has a unique way of using corpses. Bloodline Smelting. The only skill held by the Beastmaster, the controller of the Beastmaster Alliance. Due to the large number of uses, the effect of this skill is very famous in the void. Extract the blood 517 veins from the corpse and fuse it to others. It can be said to be a very powerful and domineering skill. In addition to certain requirements for the physical quality of the fusion object and the strength of its own blood, this skill can be regarded as a skill that defies fate. Apart from converting oneself into a lich in the void, it was another way to improve one's aptitude. With this skill, the Beastmaster Alliance has attracted a large number of geniuses with advanced talents but mediocre aptitudes. And this is also the main reason why the Beastmaster Alliance has been able to fight against the rapidly developing Gensokyo Alliance for so many years. Create geniuses, cultivate them to gods, send them to the battlefield to kill enemies, collect the corpses of creatures with powerful bloodlines, and transport them back to the rear to create a new batch of geniuses. Under this pipeline-like production, the grassroots combat power of the Beastmaster Alliance has repeatedly jumped in losses and rises, and finally successfully retained the number that can be fought. But for the Beastmaster Alliance, these are all in the past. After Mawu steals his home once, the other party has lost the main means of quickly building up the battle strength of the lair. To reaccumulate so many corpses, the Beastmaster Alliance, DAB, must spend a lot of time. 18. Since Hakurei Ryumu chose to break through to the Lord God, then the Beastmaster Alliance's encirclement plan can also be scheduled ahead of schedule. However, if it is killed too early, it will easily affect the subsequent overall plan. After thinking silently for a while, Mawu turned and walked out of the warehouse. Looks like I'll have to discuss it with Hakurei Ryumu and let her endure a little longer. 35. Forever Pavilion. It's so slow. Kaguya, who was floating in the void lying on her side, sighed and poked the girl beside her boredly. Sister Hong, when will the guys from the Hunting God Legion arrive? If you don't come here soon, I'm afraid all other battlefields will be finished and come to support. 39. Wouldn't that be better? A white sleeveless shirt, red suspenders, and a huge bow tied over his head. Although her appearance was a little worse than Kaguya, who could be called the ultimate, Fujiwara Mihong, who was still a big beauty from ordinary people's eyes, looked over. When they come over, the battle on our side can be a little easier. 99. At the end of the day, I don't really want to fight those troublesome guys in the Hunter Legion. Oh. Kaguya raised her eyebrows and poked her fingers more frequently. Having known each other for so long, this is the first time I have heard you say such a thing. What's wrong? Shouldn't it be scary? Slap. Are you talking about yourself? She patted off the palm that was poking at her arm, and Fujiwara-san showed a disdainful smile on her face. The hunting god legion is the best at defeating the weak through a variety of tactics. 95. A guy like you who has no strength but can't show a few %, I'm afraid that if you don't rush up, you will be directly captured by the opponent. Huh? What are you going to say, you stupid turkey? Kagaya's expression froze. It doesn't matter how much she can perform, the concubine still has the strength of the superior god. You idiot firebird hasn't even broken through to the superior gods, and your strength is not as good as that of a concubine. How can you say this with confidence? Who told you that I didn't break through? With her arms clasped in front of her chest, Mei Hong, who had a terrifying power on her body, raised her eyebrows at Kagaya. Do you think I am you? Holding all kinds of scarce resources every day and breaking through so slowly. 35. My uncle has already made a breakthrough. Kagaya, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to warn Fujiwara-san not to rush forward, was taken aback, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. When did you break through? When the concubine and Iron left a while ago, you were still. 35. Before he could finish speaking, Kagaya suddenly remembered something, and turned his eyes to the blonde girl who was watching a play not far away. Ravel. I did it. Knowing what the other party wanted to ask, Revel nodded and admitted it directly. Fujiwara Mihong, who inherited the blood of the phoenix in the distance, needs no more to say about her own aptitude. As long as you help solve the problems caused by the blood of the original phoenix, it is not difficult for it to break through to the higher gods. 39. How about it, are you surprised? It's more of a shock than a surprise. The original blood of the phoenix is not a simple existence. Fujiwara Mihong has not made a breakthrough in the past, the main reason is that she, the holder, cannot completely suppress and fuse it. Even Iron, who is proficient in medicine, couldn't solve this problem, but an outsider like Ravel could do it in one day. In a way, this thing is really scary. It's a pity, I still want to bully this turkey a few more times before it breaks through. It seems that I don't have this chance. You think too highly of yourself. 35. Even if I don't break through, you still can't beat me. I think you forgot that you were beaten by me a while ago. Princess, let's settle personal disputes later. Hachi Iron, who was holding a longbow in her hand, suddenly interrupted. The enemy is coming. I have something to do at night, the code is late, the next chapter may be posted around 1 o'clock. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 270 Elemental Hybrid Cannon, Frontal Collision. In the void not far from the Eternal Pavilion. The legion of hunting gods from the mechanical god realm gathered here. As the upper legion of the hunting legion, the main role of the hunting god legion is the same as the hunting legion that attacked Revere and others before, hunting rare creatures in the void and bringing them back to the mechanical god realm for transformation. It's just different from the hunting legion that targets the higher level gods. As one of the core legions of the mechanical god realm, the combat power of the hunting god legion is even better than that of the ordinary top-level gods. This is not an exaggerated assessment, but a fact that has already happened. In the past, before the contract of the gods was activated, the hunting god legion had a terrifying record of capturing the top gods alive. And the higher level god who was captured alive was eventually transformed into a special type of link by the mechanical overlord because he had no strong backing. This is the special link TS-007. Looking into the distance, the man standing in the center of the hunting god core slowly opened his mouth and raised his longbow to face Iron, his 8 meanings. It has been confirmed that the special target, Bai Yonglin, will return to the Yongting Pavilion and terminate the storm plan and turn to the encirclement and suppression plan. In order to reduce the loss of combat power, please report the current progress. Link L531 reports, the elimination of the peripheral traps is over. Link L549 report, the shielding barrier coverage is over. Link L543 reports that the amplification array was successfully activated. The report is over, the special target Bai Yonglin has been detected to launch a long-range attack, and the special link is requested to issue an order. The report has been received, and the latest order will now be issued. L500 to L550 activate the psychic barrier device and assign defense aircraft to resist long-range bombardment. The L551 to L580 linkers set up the soul obelisk to weaken the enemy, and then set up the god-level defense magic to strengthen the overall defense of the Hunter Legion. The L580 to L680 conjoint activates the enemy weapon element hybrid gun, and the power is full. With the special link as the center, a golden translucent barrier rises from above, eventually forming a sphere to surround the entire Hunting God Legion. Inside the golden ball of light, huge mechanical spires rose out of thin air. As the connected bodies injected spiritual power to activate their inner cores, these soul obelisks began to sway out a circle of invisible ripples to the eternal pavilion in the distance. In addition, the grassroots legion of the Hunting God Legion also began to move quickly. Switching itself to the defense mode, the body with a swollen body lined up with a vibration gold shield, turning it into the first line of defense behind the golden barrier. Behind them, is the fighter who switched to long-range mode and started charging. The energy of various elements rose from their bodies and converged towards a huge battery behind them. With the cooperation of hundreds of millions of fighters, the elemental hybrid cannon, which can destroy a medium-sized world with a single blow, instantly reached the charging limit. With a loud noise, a huge light cannon emitting colorful light passed through the golden barrier and shot towards an arrow in the sky. It's the first time I've seen someone who can take Aaron's Tenomachia next in a head-on collision. Kagaya's eyes flashed a look of astonishment as he looked at the Hunting God Legion, which was operating at a speed visible to the naked eye in the distance, and fired a terrifying cannon to block the arrows in the next second. It seems that the overall combat power of the Hunting God Legion is probably stronger than I imagined. It's normal. 35. After drinking the potion exuding huge energy in her hand, Fujiwara Mihong, who also saw this scene, replied. Without this level of combat power, how could these tattered pieces of metal survive to this day? But, they will only live to this day. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The rich fire elements converged on Fujiwara Mihong's body. Under her control, a pair of fiery red wings slowly bloomed behind her. Looking at Bai Yonglin next to her, she asked, "I'm ready, can I rush?" You can be resurrected several times without leaving any sequelae. 35. About 7 or 8 times. I understand. Yi Aaron nodded, took out a bottle of translucent white potion and threw it to Fujiwara Mihong. This is a time-rewinding potion. Drinking this after the 6th resurrection can help you adjust the energy in your body to 30 minutes ago. 99. You have plenty of good stuff in your hands. Curiously looking at the potion in her hand, Fujiwara Mihong put it in the storage ring. Anything else for me? There is none left. Then I'll rush. 35. Boom. Seeking flowers 0. Is this turkey in such a hurry to die? Kagaya, who was standing behind, frowned as she looked at the fiery red figure rushing towards the mechanical legion first. Yonglin, my concubine is also. Princess, you sit at the rear. Reaching out to stop Kagaya who was about to charge together, Bai Yonglin pointed to the monster army behind her. Compared to the frontal battle, Princess, you continue to maintain the activation of the time field at the rear, which can play a greater role. If Kagaya goes to the front line to join the battle, even if Kagaya, whose strength is only at the level of the superior gods, is the ultimate, it will only destroy some of the basic units of the Hunting God Legion and contain some of the connectors. But if you sit in the rear, the result is different. Time acceleration, time deceleration, time reverse. Just choose how to use it. Whether it is weakening the enemy or enhancing its own combat power, Kagaya, who controls the power of time, can achieve the ultimate. In this situation, regardless of whether it is out of public needs or private thoughts, Bai Yonglin will not let the other party charge with him. I need to hurry up and support Fujiwara Sister Red. The rear staff transfer and remote support will be on your behalf, Princess. But... come on, she's gone. 35. Patting Kaguya on the shoulder, Rivel also disappeared from the spot. The remote support is up to you. 35. But my concubine is capable of fighting on the front lines while maintaining the unfolding of the time domain. Looking at the figures flying into the distance, Hui sighed helplessly. Forget it, there must always be one person in the rear. In terms of combat power, she can't compare to Revere and Iron, and in terms of immortality, she can't compare to Sister Hong. Even if this matter is told, the matter of being in the rear will eventually fall on her head. The realm of time blooms on Kaguya. After covering the entire army behind him, Kaguya, who added an acceleration effect to it, began to issue orders. Long-range troops, use the magic breaking style to make a gap in the spiritual barrier. Melee troop, wait for Sister Hong and the others to attract the first wave of firepower, then you can charge directly. 35. Those with sufficient strength will deal with those connecting bodies hiding behind, and those with insufficient strength will annihilate the grassroots fighters. Chapter 271 Morris's Thoughts, The Strategic Change of the Hunter Legion. The World of Beastmaster League 026. Morris. 35. Harrington, who had just arrived from afar, stopped and looked suspiciously at the figure who was standing in front of the teleportation array and didn't know what he was thinking. Why are you dazed here? Even if we're here to be bastards, don't make it so obvious. Do you think I am you? Wearing a skeleton armor, Morris, who was burning with blue flames in his eyes, turned around and looked at Harrington indifferently. I'm just waiting for you and Atwood to come. Wait for us. Yes. Morris nodded and explained. Did you feel that breath from before? Do you think I'm blind? Harrington, who knew what Morris was asking, twitched the corners of his mouth. If I can't feel the aura of the Lord God, then I don't need to mix it up. 35. Since you're not blind on May 17th, do you know where the source of that breath is? 35. Are you finding fault? 35. I'm not the main god, how can I directly lock in the void with a breath, Before he could finish speaking, Harrington, who suddenly reacted, widened his eyes with a look of surprise on his face. You asked me about this, wouldn't you mean to say that the people who burst out that breath were from the Gensokyo Alliance? As the top combat power of the undead god realm, Harrington still has some understanding of Morris ability. The King of Skeletons can freely disassemble and splicing the bones of the target or himself, and in this way obtain the ability of the original host of the newly installed bones. Aside from the troublesome way of using and obtaining materials, it can be said to be a very powerful ability. With this ability, Morris, the King of Bones, also successfully became a hexagonal warrior. Attack, defense, perception, all are excellent in every way, without any obvious shortcomings. If it is the other party, it is really possible to perceive the source of the main god level aura when the distance is not too far. Are you sure who that person is? It's not locked in that much yet. 35. Morris raised his hand and pointed to the southwest. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the location of the other party is in that direction. If nothing else, Bachin is the battlefield where Hu Qi led the main force to launch a sneak attack. 5. Are you sure? If it's true, isn't the Beastmaster Alliance? I don't think it has reached that level yet. Glancing at the direction of the Beastmaster Alliance base camp, Morris made a judgment. Whether it is a temporary breakthrough through special means, or a permanent breakthrough, the other party is only a novice who has initially acquired the power of the main god. Compared with the old-fashioned powerhouse like Beastmaster, the opponent is at least 1 or 2 grades worse. Before fully grown, the Gensokyo Alliance should not dare to completely tear off the face of the Beastmaster Alliance. So you're ready to take the plunge. Harrington also understood at this moment why the other party had been standing in front of the teleportation array and did not set off. The power of the Lord God is indeed terrifying. But the main god who just completed the breakthrough, the combat power and the top superior gods have not been enlarged to a terrifying level. As long as you gather enough combat power, it is not impossible to save the people from the Beastmaster Alliance and then retreat. Fighting with the main god level powerhouse seems to be the first time I have experienced this situation. 99. If you think about it, it seems quite interesting. Looking at the huge figure rushing towards this side from afar, Harrington showed an interested smile on his face. It just so happens that Atwood is also here, let's get ready to go. Link L502 reports that the special target Fujiwara Mihong has broken through to become a superior god, requesting support. Link L542 report, encountering an unexpected target. Boom. Passing information in front of me is too contemptible. 99. Ravel, who was burning black flames while throwing away the sparking mechanical brain in his hand, turned his head to look forward to the right. You are the core of the Hunting God Legion. You ran to the front so easily, aren't you afraid that I would kill the entire Hunting God Legion and lead to the defeat of the entire Hunting God Legion? Ravel Phoenix, the sss-level hunting target of the Hunting Legion, the seed of the main god of the Phoenix family. The latest information from the database shows that your understanding of the law of reincarnation has reached over 70%. But based on your current strength, you should have reached 100% progress. 99. Ignoring Revere's question, the special linker of various data flashing in his eyes began to analyze to himself. Although you have understood the 100% rule, the strength you have shown so far is still not enough to annihilate a large army of the Hunting Legion alone. Combining with the updated information after the reconnaissance plane completed the exploration of the scene, you should have been rescued by an unknown ice attribute powerhouse and survived the siege a few days ago. Now that you are here, does that mean that the unknown ice attribute powerhouse is also here? Do you choose silence? It is indeed an effective means. But for me, that's not enough. 35. Glancing at Revel silently, this special type of link turned to look at Bai Yonglin, who was being pinned down by the link army not far away. It can be determined through the law detector that the main god level momentum that erupted a few minutes ago came from the direction of the big world of the Beastmaster Alliance No 0065. Combining with the status quo of your presence here, two conclusions can be drawn at present. 66. The unknown powerhouse who was able to annihilate a hunting group in an instant, completed a breakthrough on that side and reached the main god level. Secondly, the Gensokyo Alliance decided to set the course for the future through this war, so it used an unknown hole card. 35. What do you want to say? Looking at the strange special connection in front of him, Laville frowned suspiciously. You came up to me to say this. Maybe it's just to confirm the authenticity of the information. No, I'm here to confirm whether the unknown Lord God is from the Gensokyo Alliance. Click click click. Under Revere's gaze, a special link with a large number of turrets suddenly extending from his body rose into the sky. From your expression, I have already got the answer I want. 0.1.35. In this case, the Hunting God Legion must also change its next strategy. 39. Although there were no similar examples for him to refer to in the past, but with the huge database of the mechanical god realm, the special link can confirm one thing. That is the new main god level combat power, and the restrictions on it in a short period of time are still those of the superior god level police. In other words, as long as the other party doesn't make any peculiar actions to unlock the Beastmaster's shot restriction, this war initiated by the Beastmaster Alliance will be doomed at this moment. In this situation, the Hunting God Legion has lost the qualification to fight a protracted war. If you don't want to be wiped out by enemy reinforcements, you must end the battle in a short time. The hunting god Legion listened to the order and began to issue the latest order. 35. Abandon all defenses and attack the enemy in the shortest possible time regardless of losses. The 272nd Chapter 8 Cloud Purple Conditions, the Beast King shot, is really underestimated. Looking at the overwhelming energy cannons in the distance, Ravel's eyes flashed with anger. Seeing that she only has the realm of an intermediate god, she is considered a soft persimmon and can talk freely. In the end, even ignoring her existence, he joined the siege of Yi Eren in front of her. If she didn't fight back, she would simply have failed the sss-level lord skills that Ma Wu shared with her. Triple burst. Boom. Morris, I regret coming over to listen to you. 39. Agree. And then? Silently glanced at the two colleagues beside him, and asked Morris, the king of skeletons standing at the forefront. Now that you say this, what are you trying to express? Of course I want to throw the pot. Right in front of Morris, Yakumo Zi, who was standing inside the gap, joked. Isn't it a basic operation to throw the pot to someone else after finding out that things have developed beyond my expectations? 35. That's true. Morris nodded and looked at the 5 figures lying behind Yakumo Zi. In such a short period of time, the whole army was wiped out. This situation is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. To be honest, I'm starting to wonder if the people who started the Beastmaster Alliance are all trash. 9. Cough. You are standing and talking without back pain. 35. Before Yakumo Zi replied, Huki's somewhat dissatisfied voice came from behind her. That guy is a monster. Instead of you being against her, I'm afraid it won't last as long as me. Are you saying the fact that you are not strong enough? Glancing at Huqi indifferently, Morris now doesn't have the slightest impression of the scumbag of the Beastmaster Alliance. The promises made before departure will definitely be able to end the battle in the shortest time. As a result, the battle is indeed ended in the shortest time, but the one that was ended is the Beastmaster Alliance. After living for so long, this is the first time he has encountered such a pit. What are you going to do on that side? His eyes glanced around, confirming that the unknown main god-level powerhouse was not there. Morris looked at Yakumo Zi. Since you didn't kill a few of them directly, it means that you are not ready to face off against the Beastmaster. It's hard to say. Opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it twice. A meaningful smile appeared on Yakumo Zi's face. What if I want to wait for Ryumu to catch everyone before I start? 9. You dare not do that. Morris was silent for a few seconds before making a confident judgment. In the raid 3 days ago, you have already qualified the Lord of the Abyss to do it. Faced with the Lord of the Abyss, even if your Gensokyo Alliance has your own Lord God level combat power, you are still the one at the disadvantage. 35. Under this situation, it is impossible for you to completely tear your face with the Beastmaster Alliance and unlock the Beastmaster's restrictions. Then I'll capture them alive and imprison them. Yakumo Zi replied indifferently, as long as these reckless men are not killed, no matter how angry the Beastmaster is, he will not be able to take action. When Ryumu grows up and cooperates with the Tree of Eternity to solve the Lord of the Abyss, wouldn't it be the same for us to do something with these people? 39. It makes sense, and it is completely irrefutable. Silently glanced at Harrington and Atwood beside him, Morris suddenly pulled out a space door beside him. Since you are ready to take action against the Abyss and the Beastmaster Alliance, then this matter has nothing to do with our undead god realm. If nothing else, then I'll hurry up. He casually smashed the door of space made by the other party, and Yakumo Zi walked out of the gap. Any interest in making a deal? What deal? Buy 5 top gods at a low price. He waved the chain he was holding in his other hand, and a smile appeared on Yakumo Zi's face. Why, do you want to try it? State your terms. The source of the law. The smile on Yakumo Zi's face became more intense. Regardless of quality and type, I need a lot of law sources. As long as you can give enough, I will give you all 5 of them and the next 4. Can. Morris agreed without hesitation, and then raised a hand to face Hu Qi behind Yakumo's eye. 5 times. 35. Are you robbing? Hu Qi, who knew what the other party meant, twitched the corners of his mouth and replied in a sullen voice. After so many years of war, the Beastmaster Alliance has also spent a lot of money. At most, it can only give you 3 times the expenditure, no more. Can. Morris nodded, and his eyes returned to Yakumo's eye. No problem. 35. As long as you can pay my satisfaction, they are your spoils. 35. What you do with your spoils is naturally none of my business. He waved his hand indifferently, and Yakumo's eye walked not far away with Hu Qi and the others whose strength had been sealed. I'll be waiting for you in the big world 006. Are we being too cautious? Looking at the back of Yakumo's eye leaving alone, the huge Atwood fell into contemplation. 520. The rest of the Gensokyo Alliance has gone to support, she should be the only one here. If we do it at this time, it doesn't matter whether you can succeed or not. Do you want to provoke a main god-level powerhouse of unknown strength at this point in time? Morris shook his head and pulled out a space door again. Do not think too much. The Gensokyo Alliance has given conditions, then we will pay for the source of the law according to the agreement. Even if it was a verbal agreement, Hu Qi would not dare to breach the contract under the current situation. No matter how much the source of the law is taken out after the event, what we earn in the end is our undead god realm. That's right. Years. Atwood nodded with a look of emotion on his face. I didn't expect so many unexpected things to happen in just a few days. 35. The light god realm and the dark god realm fought, and the abyss world killed 3 top-level gods. Including the losses of the Beastmaster Alliance, it seems that our undead god realm is about to rise completely. Hopefully so. Feeling that something was wrong, Morris sighed. So many things come together, I always feel. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly came from afar. Beastmaster. Chapter 273. The plan to enslave the Lord God. Is the Beastmaster crazy? After confirming the source of this breath again and again, Morris widened his eyes in disbelief. Did he forget the tragedy of the Lord of the Abyss a few days ago? 35. Forcibly take action if the conditions are not met, but you will be punished by void consciousness. Calm down, Morris. Harrington, who also sensed this breath, seemed to notice something, and subconsciously frowned and looked into the distance. Although the Beastmaster's temper is very violent among the main gods, it does not mean that he has no brains. 55. Now that he is doing it openly, the void consciousness has not given any response. I am afraid that someone has done something to meet the conditions for the Beastmaster to do it. 5. Morris was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. You mean someone is making trouble at the base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance? Guess so. No one should be so stupid. 35. I don't know if he's stupid or not. Harrington shook his head and looked thoughtfully at the big world 006 in the distance. But before today, have you ever thought about the existence of the main god-level combat power in the Gensokyo Alliance? 99. Forever in the void outside the pavilion. Boom! With a loud explosion, Rivoli flew from the center of the battlefield toward the edge. Bang! After controlling the magic power in her body to explode behind her to offset the inertia, she raised the flame javelin in her hand and threw it in the direction it came from. Boom! A terrifying blow passed through the space and broke out in the center of the battlefield in an instant. Endless black flames rushed in all directions, consuming everything around them. But, looking at this scene, Rivoli frowned in dissatisfaction. Is it decisive enough to choose tail docking to survive? After all, this is his last chance. If he is not decisive, he will not be able to escape. Holding a longbow in her left hand and holding a bottle of red potion in her right hand, Iron appeared beside Revel. Drink this. Although it can't play an obvious role, it can still be done to stabilize your affected source within 3 days. That's enough. Drinking the potion without hesitation, Revel looked at Iron, the 8 meanings, apologetically. Sorry, I was careless this time. If it wasn't for the sudden distraction just now, that guy wouldn't be able to run away. 39. It's okay. Bai Yonglin shook her head. You were not the only one who was distracted by the breath of the Beastmaster just now. 99. There are very few people who have no reaction at all like that special link. Right. After comforting herself along the steps of Yi Aaron, Revel looked towards the direction where the breath of the Beastmaster continued to come. Beside her, Bai Yonglin also looked in this direction. It should be the first time you have officially come into contact with the aura of a main god level powerhouse. Do you have anything to say? If I have to answer, I can only say that it is a bit more bland than I thought. Dull. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of Yi Aaron. Don't you feel scared? The power gap between the top gods and the main gods is very large, not to mention that the Beastmaster is an old-fashioned main god who has experienced the precipitation of time. Even a top-level god of her level would subconsciously feel a threat after coming into contact with this aura. Revel, an intermediate god, said that he felt dull, so brave? I know what you want to ask. With black flames rekindled on his body, Leville turned around and looked at the part of the Hunter Legion fighter that was left behind in the distance. I don't say bland because I'm bold or self-aware. It's just that compared to the aura of the Beastmaster, I felt a more terrifying aura a while ago. This is like seeing a big orange cat in a cage after seeing a monster hundreds of meters high. Although you can also feel the threat, it is difficult to feel fear until the opponent is released from the cage to face it in person. I'm going to help clean up the miscellaneous soldiers first. Nian. If you have anything else to ask, it's not too late to ask me after the battle is over. At the same time, in the top world of Beastmaster League No 001. How do you feel? Looking at the blue-haired girl beside her, Ma Wu, who had just slipped out of the Beast King's attack, asked. I'm pretty sure about his words. About 50%. It's rare. A look of emotion appeared on So Wu's face. When I asked you this kind of question before, you either replied that I had no pressure or told me that you were the strongest. It seems like the first time I've heard such an inaccurate reply from you. The blue-haired girl was stunned for a moment, and the next second she showed a serious look. As long as I return to the realm of a superior god, I am sure to suppress him within a minute. 55. I believe this. Touching Kang Yu's head, So Wu showed a smile on his face. But if you practice it, you don't need it. If you really do something wrong with that guy, it will be us who will be affected in the future. 35. Since many of his subordinates are the seeds of the Lord God who have been persecuted by the Lord God level forces like Metzfield, So Wu's position from the very beginning has already stood on the opposite side of the radical factions of the Bright God realm. According to the currently planned plan, he will join forces with the main gods of various conservatives in the next period of time. While uniting against the main god of the radical faction, by the way, exercise the overall strength of their own men, and then defeat them at the right time in one fell swoop. But after being defeated, Ma Wu was not ready to directly kill all the main gods of these radical factions. On the one hand, it was too easy to kill directly, and if he stayed, Macefield and the others would be able to vent their anger from time to time. On the other hand, the living main god, Li's, can bring greater benefits to Ma Wu. When the strength is improved, it is not difficult for Ma Wu, who masters the ability of the Lord of Order, to make a contract to enslave the Lord God level powerhouse. At that time, he will not only be able to use these main god level powerhouses as guinea pigs to slice and draw blood for experiments, but also let them help run errands to deal with some troublesome chaotic creatures. It can be said to be a multitasker. With such a premise, Ma Wu is naturally not prepared to let Kang Yu let go and buy. Moreover, the probability of 50% chance of winning is enough. This is for you. Putting a reagent tube prepared in advance into Kang Yu's hand, Su Wu explained his next plan. We have already obtained the necessary items, and the next thing we should prepare is to retreat. Wait, you go out and fight the Beastmaster first, clearing all the restrictions on the outer space and letting him bleed. I took this opportunity to go to his lair. Chapter 274 Beastmaster Taylor, the main god-level battle. A pile of junk. Looking at the group of shivering subordinates lying on the ground in front of him, Beastmaster Taylor's face was full of anger. If it weren't for these people being the mainstay of the Beastmaster Alliance, he really wanted to kill them all. After practicing well, suddenly the detection array in the treasure house forcibly fed back information, pulling him out of the state of deep perception. Dedicated some of his energy to take a look, and the result almost exploded his entire popularity. A blue-haired woman, a black-haired man disguised as a fox, just walked around in his treasure house to get all kinds of precious and rare materials. I asked you to be the doorman to watch the warehouse. Did you just let me watch it? 99. If it wasn't for me to do it myself, would you still send those two thieves away with a smile on your face? Lord Beastmaster. Am I allowed to speak? Boom. After stepping on a superior god like stepping on an ant, Taylor looked at the others angrily. What about them? Lord Hyuki, they all went to fight. One of the guardians of the treasure trove, Hubbard, who also has a superior god strength of 520, was not afraid, and quickly explained the cause and effect. 3 days ago, the Gensokyo Alliance suddenly launched an attack, and at the cost of serious injuries to several top-level superiors, they took away the 3 great worlds No 006, No 007 and No 008 from our hands. In order to regain these 3 big worlds, Lord Fox Chi immediately made a new plan and led the others to attack the Gensokyo Alliance today. 99. Judging from the time Lord Hyuki and the others set off, 80% of the Gensokyo Alliance has been hit hard, and we will bring you back with good news soon. Boom. Bounded. Looking at Hubbard with weak breath under his feet, Beastmaster Taylor became more and more angry. As an old-fashioned main god, his perception range is naturally not comparable to that of a higher-level god. When this subordinate was just halfway through speaking, he had already explored his perception and swept around the worlds. Result. Are you blind as Lao Zi? Taking back his perception, Tyler's body showed a strong murderous aura for the first time. The 7 people headed by Hu Qi were captured alive, and the 2 were severely injured and were running away. Do you call this good news? 99. Guarding the treasury is negligent and spreading false information at will. I think you are the inner ghost sent by the Gensokyo Alliance. Lord Beastmaster. I'm not a ghost. Struggling to get up from the pit, Hubbard, who knew that he had to respond, dragged his dying state and tried to respond. My subordinates are just telling you what they know. As for why Mr. Hu Qi failed and was captured alive. Boom. Shut up. I didn't let you talk. Is it a fool to be an old man? Do you think you can still live if you are really an insider? It's all rubbish. There's not a single brain to use. After spitting at the opponent to petrify him, the Beastmaster raised his head and looked into the distance. No matter how angry he is, he knows that he can no longer waste time on these trash subordinates. Hu Qi and the others were all wiped out and captured alive, and the Beastmaster Alliance can be said to be half abolished at present. He had to find a way to get the stolen supplies back before he could figure out a way to get them out. If the other party is really allowed to slip away like this, what kind of situation will the Beastmaster Alliance fall into? Just the loss of face made Taylor unacceptable. But recalling the performance of Mao and Wu, Taylor calmed down again. Although it was just a casual blow, being able to retreat or even hide in that kind of attack has proven the opponent's strength. As a main god-level powerhouse who grew up fighting in the Shura field, Taylor would naturally not make some low-level mistakes. Don't lie there like an ostrich, and finally give you a few wastes a chance. Go and tell others to activate all defenses and put the whole world. Before he could finish speaking, Taylor, who suddenly sensed something was wrong, raised his right fist and swung it towards the sky. Boom! The ice-cold sword that appeared out of thin air collided with the fist of the sandbag, and the violent aftermath rushed towards all directions in the next second. Under the impact of this terrifying aftermath, the treasure house guardians with the strength of the superior gods flew out like ants. The thick clouds in the sky were cleared, and huge cracks appeared in the ground. Under the collision of the main god-level powerhouse, even this top-level world of the highest specification shook in an instant. Idiot! How dare you come back? Looking at the blue-haired girl in front of him, Tyler, the Beastmaster, had a hideous smile on his face. Don't think I don't know what you guys do first. I'm trying to distract me in exchange for another chance to escape. Stop dreaming. I'll put my words here today. One counts as one, and none of you want to run away today. When I get rid of you weird guy, I'll spend a little more time finding that man and find it out. At that time, I will twist your heads off and hang them in front of the treasure house, so that those who have no self-awareness know the price of provoking me. 5. You're not worthy. Hearing Tyler mention Ma Wu, Kang Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strong killing intent. Click click click. The blood-colored cold current spewed out from the girl's body, and spread along the ice-edge longsword toward the arm of the Beast King. In just an instant, this terrifying cold current crossed the entire arm and froze half of Taylor's body. Haha! Interesting. With more strength in his hands to force Kang Yu back, Taylor, whose half-torso was frozen by ice, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. I said, how could anyone dare to provoke me? It turned out to be an antique from a past era. Bang! Tyler, who shattered the ice layer on his body and raised thick white smoke, exuded a strong fighting spirit and murderous aura. It just so happens that the body is a little rusted. Take this opportunity to practice with you. Chapter 275, Cautious Escort, Clean Up the Back. The center of the top world of Beastmaster League 001. In front of a huge palace. Stop! A guard exuding a fierce aura took a step forward and looked indifferently at the man flying over in the sky. Give 10 seconds to explain why you are here. I'm Vault Keeper Hubbelda. Stopping forward, Hubbard, a red-haired man with a pair of horns on his head, took out a token and threw it to the guard. I came here to convey the latest instructions from Lord Beastmaster. Lord Beastmaster. The guard suddenly froze for a moment, and immediately lowered his head to check the token in his hand. No problem, it is indeed the command token of Lord Beastmaster. After confirming the authenticity, the expression on the guard's face suddenly became serious. Please tell me, what order does Lord Beastmaster have? The content of the order is simple. Hubbard raised his hand and pointed to the west side where the violent airflow was constantly coming. Presumably you should also be able to feel that Lord Beastmaster is currently fighting against an unknown powerhouse. To be honest, that unknown powerhouse is really one of the murderers who sneaked into the treasure house and caused Lord Beastmaster to wake up from his deep understanding. In addition to her, another burglar is currently fleeing to exit 4 in the southwest. The thief's strength is not strong, but the trouble is that he has a very superb camouflage ability. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, Lord Beastmaster ordered all of you to dispatch immediately and block all exits in the southwest. 99. All out? 99. After listening to the other party's message, the guard suddenly froze for a moment, and a hesitant look flashed in his eyes. Are you sure that Lord Beastmaster said that everyone was dispatched? Nonsense, how can I lie to you? Pointing to the token in the guard's hand, Hubbard's face showed a dissatisfied look. Even if you don't believe me, believe in the token of Lord Beastmaster. Right. The guard nodded and took the token in his hand. Even if it is a master god of the same level, it is impossible for anyone to snatch this token from the hand of Lord Beastmaster. Since you said so, it shouldn't be wrong. But, as if thinking of something, the guard's face showed a tangled look. Brother, since you are the guardian of the treasure house, you must also know the responsibilities of those of us. Although they are nominally the bodyguards of Lord Beastmaster, they are actually only the guards who help guard the door. 99. I'm a little worried about all being out in this situation with thieves roaming around the world at will. Do not worry. Hubbard patted his chest, and a terrifying breath suddenly erupted from his body. As the deputy chief of the treasure house guard, I still have basic strength. Since you are all dispatched, I will temporarily take over your position to help guard the door. But, are you questioning Lord Beastmaster? 99. Hubbard waved his hand impatiently. The task that Lord Beastmaster gave me was just to convey instructions, and did not ask me to follow up with you. Since the Beastmaster said so, it must have taken into account the problem that no one will watch the door after you all are dispatched. Or, are you questioning the wisdom of Lord Beastmaster, thinking that he would make such a low-level mistake? This. After being shot out by Hubbard, the guard's face suddenly showed a blank look. As Beastmaster Taylor's personal bodyguard, he naturally knew more about him than ordinary people. If it is the Beastmaster, it is not impossible to make such a low-level command error. But, looking at Hubbard, who was no less imposing than himself, he opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Forget it, anyway, the Beastmaster has personally taken action, and the two thieves will take them all in a short time. In such a short period of time, there is still a powerful old-fashioned superior god who is in charge of the gate, so there should be no problem. Brother Hubbard, the task of guarding the gate is left to you. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. 39. Bang! I don't know where to take out a big hammer and throw it beside him. Hubbard's face showed a confident look. 4 flowers 0. As long as I'm here, don't even think about anyone sneaking in. 39. After making the decision, the guard who is a long way from the top gods will naturally no longer hesitate. After simply instructing Hubbard of some matters needing attention, he immediately called for the guards patrolling in the remaining directions and flew towards the southwest. Watching the other party leave, Hubbard, who took over the task of the other party, stood with his legs straight and guarded the gate as he said. Quite a while. It seems that the Beastmaster Alliance still has brains to use. 35. Glancing at the shadow hidden in the corner, a smile appeared on Hubbard's face. If it was really Hubbard, the treasure house keeper, who came to convey the order, he might not be able to see through the backhand left by the other party. But, if it was Mao who disguised as Hubbard, possessed the true eye and the divine choice prompt, then there would be no difficulty. Not only can he see through, but he even knows the backhand left by the other party like the back of his hand. Shadow Guard, one of the natal talents of the Shadow Cat Demon. Once this ability is activated, the Shadow Cat Demon can summon a large number of physical clones. In addition to helping the main body fight and acting as eyes to monitor the enemy, the biggest role of these clones is to act as spatial coordinates to assist the main body to move quickly. As long as the distance is not too far, the Shadow Cat Demon deity who summoned these clones can be driven back at any time by swapping positions. But, although this talent is very powerful in effect, it has a fatal flaw. That's very fragile. So fragile that Suwu can easily smash it as long as he bursts out with the power of the lower god level. Invisible fluctuations spread from Mawu's body. Under the influence of this fluctuation, this area suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Whether it was the sound of the wind blowing Buddha, the sound of buildings collapsing, or the sound of battle collisions from afar, they all disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was a sharp sword light. Esoteric style, the ruthless voice of all beings. Chapter 276 Move away from the palace, Professional Skills. The southwest of the top world of Beastmaster League 001. A black shadow passed through the forest and the ocean, rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, the black shadow stopped moving forward. With the rise of magic power, a cat-eared girl wearing grey soft armor emerged from the shadows. Looking at the direction from which she came, Elena subconsciously frowned, and her beautiful face showed a puzzled look. Distributed in all directions of the palace, a full 3,000 shadow clones specially designed for lurking disappeared in an instant. What a hell! It was the first time she had encountered such a strange situation in her long life. There should be few people with such a strong perception ability. May 23rd. According to the guy who reported the letter, there should be only 2 intruders this time. One is with Lord Beastmaster, and the other is fleeing to the southwest. Could it be that there are third-party forces? Retracting her gaze suspiciously, Elena began to read the information from the shadow clone before she died. Unlike Suwu's judgment, Elena did not leave those shadow clones to monitor him. The reason why she did this was actually because she didn't believe in Mawu's fighting power. In addition, she did not have too many restrictions on summoning corpse clones, so she left 3,000 in her hometown as a backup. Because of this, Elena didn't panic too much after noticing that the shadow clone was shattered. In her opinion, even if the shadow clone left behind is removed, there is no big problem. With her moving speed, as long as the guy named Harold is not killed in seconds, he will soon be able to rush back to support. But looking at the red-haired man in his mind, he suddenly pulled out a long sword and cut a terrifying sword light. Elena, who had been calm at first, suddenly fell silent. Thinking about it carefully, the Beastmaster seemed to have told her last time that there was no chance of making mistakes again. Oh, it's troublesome. Whoosh! At the same time, in front of Tyler's palace. After cleaning up the shadow clones around him, Suwu did not rush into the hall to start searching. The reason is very simple: there is not enough time. Clearing out the shadow clones is nothing more than clearing the backhands of those gatekeepers. Once he actually walked into this hall, the Beastmaster Taylor would sense that someone had slipped into his mansion in the next second. Even if Kang Yu helped drag him, Tyler, the Beastmaster, would definitely arrive as soon as possible. In such a short period of time, even if Mawu took out all his experience, he could at most destroy 1/3 of the defense mechanism inside the palace. For Mawu, who likes to maximize profits, this result undoubtedly cannot satisfy him. So, he was going to steal something in another way. For example, move the entire palace away and take it back to slowly crack the defenses inside the palace. The strong power of space enveloped this space in an instant. Above the vault 001. Trash. It's all trash. The first instant when Mawu started, Tyler, the Beastmaster who realized what had happened, became furious. Those who went out to fight were caught alive. Watch the thieves enter the treasury to steal. Now even his personal bodyguards are collectively disconnected, making people move out of the palace in an open and honest way. What kind of rice bucket have you raised yourself? How come there is no one capable? Go away! The body suddenly swelled in a circle, and the Beastmaster, who transformed into a 5-meter giant, exuded a wild aura. Various mythical beasts, phantom beasts and rare beasts flashed by behind him, and then turned into black shadows and gathered into his body. I saw him raise his sturdy right arm and smash it towards the blue-haired girl in front of him without hesitation. The earth cracked and the sky shattered. The hurricane condensed and the thunder rolled. A monstrous tsunami soared into the sky, and volcanoes all over the world erupted suddenly. In just an instant, the entire world No 001 entered a state of doomsday and came to the brink of destruction. However, the Beastmaster, who was completely furious at the moment, couldn't care so much. He only knew one thing. If you don't do anything, you won't need to mix in the void in the future. Boom! Gathering the way of the Lord God of the Beastmaster, in a true sense, he fell with all his strength. Facing this blow, even Kang Yu rarely showed a serious expression. With her eyes, it is not difficult to see that the Beast King has reached the limit of the third realm of the main god. Fight this level of attack with the realm of an intermediate god. To be honest, it is a compliment to use the mantis arm as a car. If it were changed to normal, Kang Yu would not hesitate to break through to the realm of the higher gods, and regain some of the power of the main god's way to compete with it. But Ma Wu said that it is still not possible to break through. An inexplicable look flashed in Kang Yu's eyes. If she uses the power of the void, she is sure to barely block the blow. But under the suppression of the realm, she, who lacks basic strength, will inevitably be repelled by this blow, giving the Beastmaster a chance to pursue Ma Wu. In order to avoid this situation, there is only one choice left for her at the moment. A terrifying blood-colored cold current gushed out from Kang 0.1 Yu's body, and a blood-colored lotus flower gathered in her palm in an instant. Extremely cold ice lotus. This is her favorite killing move on weekdays. The cohesion speed is fast, the attack range is wide, and the power is still very strong. However, just this level is not enough. Even infusing the power of the void to strengthen it is not enough. Need to go further. Use the power beyond the void, a power that even she can't fully control. But just when Kang Yu's body surface began to appear grey strange energy, the whole world of 001 suddenly fell into darkness. Professional backpot skills. Eternal night is coming. Chapter 277. The battle is over, and the whole body retreats. Su Wu succeeded. Glancing at the sky suddenly shrouded in darkness, Kang Yu, who understood what it meant, froze. In the next instant, the strange grey energy on her body suddenly transformed into colorful black energy, which was injected into the ice lotus in her hand. Extremely cold ice lotus. The blood-colored ice lotus exuding a terrifying cold air came out of her hand and slammed into the right fist of the Beastmaster. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The turbulent cold wave spewed out along with the shock wave and spread to the whole world. Break me! In the center of the battlefield, Tyler, the Beastmaster who was stalemate with the ice lotus in mid-air, glared angrily, and the breath on his body suddenly rose again. Click click click! Under Taylor's full-scale outbreak, the invincible ice lotus suffered a setback for the first time. With the collision point as the center, a large number of cracks began to emerge first. In front of this terrifying force, the extremely cold ice lotus finally reached its own injury limit, and suddenly burst open. Boom! The tall body like the wild beast 23 passed through the terrifying cold wave, and continued to maintain an attacking posture with his right fist. After the consumption of the extremely cold ice lotus, the power of Taylor's blow has dropped by more than half compared to the original. But even so, the power of this blow is still very terrifying. But naturally, Kang Yu, who had been expected for a long time, would not just let the opponent hit her like that. The ice-cold sword flashed in mid-air, colliding with Tyler's attack. It's just different from the previous head-to-head battle. This time, Kang Yu chose to use strength to fight. I saw that the palm of her hand holding the ice-edge sword suddenly loosened, and her body deflected to the side at the same moment. While dodging Taylor's blow, her white palm suddenly grabbed the opponent's right arm. Boom! In the next instant, Taylor, who had not had time to react, was thrown out by the girl. Next is, retreat to the agreed coordinates. 99. A hole. Don't run. 35. The moment Kang Yu disappeared, Taylor, who had readjusted his posture and launched an attack, appeared on the spot. Looking at the empty sky around him, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his face was full of anger. How dare you underestimate me? A hole. Don't give me a chance to catch you. This is too cruel. Looking at the huge pit in front of her, Elena, who rushed back immediately after the physical clone was broken, became a little confused. It was the first time she had seen such an arrogant thief, even when the entire palace was dug up with the land. What's more troublesome is that Lord Beastmaster still misses his hand. If the other party came back to see this scene, what would happen to these derelict guards? Elena's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. Hey? What is this? Just when Elena felt a little scared, suddenly a white note floated from a distance. In the void at a certain distance from World 001, ripples of space suddenly rose out of thin air. In the next second, two figures suddenly appeared on the spot. Okay, you can stop running for the time being. 39. After wiping away the traces left by the transfer, Su Wu turned his head to look beside him. Any injuries? Number 35. Kang Yu shook her head. It's just a bit too expensive. If another battle of the same size breaks out in the next day, a breakthrough may be required. 39. In that case, you can rest assured. After carefully looking back and forth on the girl for 2 times, after confirming that the other party was indeed just a little weak, Su Wu replied. I'm not going to let you fight 2 main gods in a row in one day. 35. And even if I let you do it, you can't do it as you did before. 5. The battle of the main god level is very powerful. Even if the Beastmaster and Kang Yu intend to restrain themselves, the aftermath will inevitably break through the barriers of the world and spread out like the entire void. In such a situation, those high-level gods and even intermediate-level gods with a keen perception point can realize what happened, not to mention the behind-the-scenes big boss of void consciousness. What did you say on that side? I can't take action against existences above intermediate gods. Just to this extent? 39. Su Wu raised his eyebrows, a look of emotion on his face. It's true that there is no harm without contrast. 99. Compared to your side, it's too miserable for Alger to be restricted to death with one hand. In fact, if you want to do it, you can still do it. 99. It's not necessary. Knowing what Kang Yu meant, Wu shook his head. Through this time, I have collected almost everything I need. 35. Next, I will probably go into a deep retreat and practice, and take this opportunity to complete all the accumulation. 5. Before I complete the breakthrough, you can just do whatever you want, no need to run around. Don't you need help by you? 39. A look of doubt flashed in Kang Yu's eyes. Need not. Don't underestimate her. Bai Yu's strength is stronger than you think. Glancing at the sacred choice options in his mind, 523 Su Wu, who confirmed that the result had not changed, replied. As long as the recasting of the White Jade Sword is completed, Bai Yu's strength will usher in an unprecedented breakthrough. Combined with the talent she has awakened for the second time, it is impossible for even Artois to beat her. The only trouble is that the battle between the two sides can easily turn into a protracted war, which can be missed by the people around. However, Ma Wu has also prepared a strategy to deal with this. By the way, you help me strengthen this. He took out a palace model from his arms, and Su Wu handed it to the blue-haired girl beside him. Just spatial isolation is not safe. With the ability of the Beastmaster, there is no other way to remotely locate the coordinates of this palace. 35. You get a seal to completely block it, and then we can open it later when we go to the base camp of the Gensokyo Alliance. Gensokyo is constantly changing coordinates in the mezzanine of the void. It takes a lot of time even for the Beastmaster to accurately locate and recapture it. During this period of time, it was enough for the generals to dismantle all the defenses in this palace and walk around 7 or 8 laps. P.S. Suddenly a graduate registration form and online meeting took some time. PS2, I'm a bit mentally exhausted, and I don't have a codeword state. I'll make up for the remaining one tomorrow. Chapter 278 Kang Yu takes action and controls the power of the void. Bang bang! These are the last 2. After throwing the two figures in her hands on the ground like throwing garbage, Riemu looked at Yakumo-zi beside her. Is there anything else I can help with? There is none left. Rather than helping, I think it's better for you to find a way to control the power in your body now. Yakumo-zi raised her hand and pointed to the somewhat terrifying energy on Riemu's body. I don't have the top world to mess with you. If you don't control it well, you can only find a place to stay alone. It doesn't matter. The most important thing in the void is the small and medium-sized world. Later, I will find a world without people and stay there. 99. Riemu waved his hand indifferently, and then continued to ask. How is your plan going? 99. Did the undead god realm agree to your request? Basically it was a success. That's good. Riemu nodded, the expression on his face softened. After learning from Yakumo-zi that she won't suffer any side effects by urging her trump cards, her first thought was actually to take this opportunity to kill all the senior officials of the Beastmaster Alliance. Let the Beastmaster directly become a bear commander. But Yakumo-zi stopped her. If they were to slaughter them all, although they could clear a lot of obstacles for the Gensokyo Alliance, they would also lead to even more trouble. That is the Beastmaster who has lost the constraints of the contract of the gods and can do whatever he wants to the Gensokyo Alliance. In the face of this veteran powerhouse, even Riemu, who has a trump card, is not sure that he will be able to deal with it. Therefore, she accepted Yakumo-zi's suggestion. That is to capture all the senior officials of the Beastmaster Alliance alive, and exchange them for beneficial materials to enhance their own strength. After this battle, the Beastmaster Alliance will definitely suffer a great loss of vitality. Even if these top gods are put back, it will take a lot of time to recover. The Gensokyo Alliance is just the opposite. Under the condition of preparation, the top-level gods on the Gensokyo Alliance side did not suffer any serious damage at all. As long as they spend a few days of cultivation, they can digest this harvest and greatly improve their combat power. Even if Riemu's restriction level has been raised to the main god level and can no longer be shot at will, the greatly increased Gensokyo Alliance can still stably suppress the Beastmaster Alliance. Taking advantage of this gap, Riemu, who has broken through to the main god level, can also get time to adapt to his own power. Even though there are some side effects to forcibly break through with the power of the void, she has finally broken through to the main god. As long as it takes a little time to stabilize, it is not too difficult for her to increase her strength by a quarter or two on the current basis. The only problem is that it will be more difficult if you want to go further in the future. But for Hakure Riemu, this is not a problem at all. It is enough to obtain the strength that can match the Beastmaster and stop the opponent after the real war begins. As for the future development, that is not in her consideration for the time being. My current state is inconvenient to appear in front of other people, and I need to find a place to stabilize. It's up to you next. Riemu waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't rush. Yakumo-zi suddenly grabbed Riemu's arm and stopped it. I have prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? Yet. 35. Yakumo-zi smiled and pointed to the top. Your situation is very complicated, and I personally have no good way to help. However, I can still help you find someone who can help. Lord Mahu? 35. Looking at the two figures that suddenly appeared in the sky, a complicated look flashed in Riemu's eyes. If it were him, it was indeed possible. You look too high on me. Mawu, who heard the conversation between the two, descended and patted the blue-haired girl beside him on the shoulder. The person who can help you is King Yu. On my side, it will take at least a few days to do something similar. That's great too. Only those who have really motivated the power of the void can understand how terrifying this power is. It doesn't matter what Mawu said in a few days. Just that the other party has the confidence to do this, has already explained the other party's ability. But although Suwu has been very friendly since his appearance, Riemu has not forgotten that the other party is not his own person in the true sense. What do I need to pay for this? Riemu asked. You don't need to pay for it, I have already discussed it with Yakumo Zi in advance. Many of the items you have traded with the undead god realm this time are mine. Su Wu pointed to Hu Qi and the others who were bound not far away. When Yakumo Zi talked to Morris and the others in the undead god realm before, he advocated that trading items were the source of the law. However, the undead god realm is not stupid, and it is impossible to take out all the sources of laws in the warehouse to redeem people. When the time comes to really trade, 80% is the source of the law mixed with a bunch of other things. But that is enough for Ma Wu. The material reserves of the main god-level forces are very rich. Even if there is only a part of it, it is the amount that most small and medium-sized forces cannot collect in a lifetime. Coupled with the gains from the Beastmaster Alliance of stealing light this time, maybe there will be a lot left after his cultivation is over. Kang Yu, find a small uninhabited world with Raymond first, and help her control the power of the void in her body. I need to sort out the harvest and digest it on my side. When I come out of the spiritual time room, we will return to the dream world. General Ma explained his own arrangements. 35. Kang Yu nodded and walked towards Riemu in front of her. The power of the void is still quite troublesome, Li Li is good. Even if she can fully control it, it does not mean that she can help others to control it at will. It really takes some time for Riemu to initially learn how to control this power. Now that the battle has just ended, maybe there will be members of the Beastmaster Alliance lurking in the chaos. Do you need me to arrange a place for you? Looking away from Riemu who had gone away, Yakumo Zi asked Ma Wu. No, the spiritual time house itself is equivalent to a special little secret realm. Without my permission, those secretly guys can't get in. He raised his hand and summoned the entrance to the spiritual time room, and Su Wu walked in directly. You can organize the harvest according to your own plan first. I will come out in 3 days, and then we will discuss the follow-up cooperation. P.S. This chapter is made up for yesterday, and I will wait for the update of today's 2 chapters. Chapter 279 Arranging the Harvest, Blood Spar. Spiritual Time House. As a real secret realm, although its name and effect are exactly the same as the spiritual time house in Dragon Ball, the inner landscape is quite different. The majestic giant mountains are like giant swords running through the sky, located in every corner of the secret realm. Various rare spiritual plants enjoy the moisture of the magic rain and thrive on the earth. The rushing river flows through the boundless woods and finally converges in the sea. In addition to the lack of fresh life, the perfection of this secret realm even surpasses the ruined light and dark realm in Nicola's hands. In addition, the spiritual time house has an amazing time flow ratio with the outside world, as well as the function of assisting cultivation and increasing the results of cultivation. In terms of effect alone, the spiritual time house can even compete with the Dragon Mystery Realm. Of course, the Spirit Time House is still a little worse in terms of specifications, and it cannot compete with the Dragon Mystery Realm, which is comparable to a large-scale world. But Ma Wu doesn't care about it. The Spirit Time House is different from the Dragon Mystery Realm, and there is a limit on the number of users who can use it. The Secret Realm is so big and there is no other benefit, and the final use is only 2 people, this size is enough. The center of the Spirit Time House. Walking out of his cultivation hut, Ma Wu, who came to an open space, raised his palm and pulled a space gap in mid-air. Wow wow wow! A large number of storage rings are like magic stones that can be seen everywhere, constantly falling out from the cracks in the space. After a while, a small hill several meters high appeared in front of Ma Wu. It feels good to have money. Reaching out his hand and swiping the stack of storage rings in front of him, a subconscious smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. As the base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance, No 001 treasure house is naturally the one with the most stored items. The contents of these storage rings together accounted for at least 50 to 60% of the Beastmaster Alliance's total supplies. 5 to 60% of the supplies of a main god level force means that there is no need to say more. With these power stones, the technology research and development room can really play a role. At that time, if you move a part of it to trade with void consciousness, you should be able to get a lot of high-quality technology. 35. However, it takes a certain amount of time to cultivate talents in scientific research, and it seems that we need to find opportunities to dig some scientific research talents. With the storage ring, dab, finger pile in front of him, Suwu quickly completed the classification. After putting away the storage rings that store the power stones and various rare materials, his gaze moved to the small pile of storage rings on the right. All the specialties of the Beastmaster Alliance are installed here. Blood Spar, Golden Ratio. Grade, Special. Condition 1, you do not have the same bloodline. Condition 2, your own blood is not excluded. Use Condition 3, the physical quality is strong, and it can withstand the impact of the power of blood when transforming the blood. Condition 4, willingness is tenacious. When using the bloodline spar, it will suffer great pain. Once unconscious, the bloodline fusion effect will be greatly reduced, and in severe cases, it will explode and die. Effect, if the conditions are met, after use, you can obtain the bloodline of gold by pan to change your aptitude. Remarks, the bloodline spar produced by Beastmaster Taylor through the unique skill of bloodline smelting, can be used to obtain golden bloodline. Bloodline Crystal. A special item created through Blood Forge. Once used, you can change your bloodline and improve your aptitude. If you are lucky, you can even get the bloodline inheritance, so as to get the exclusive skills corresponding to the bloodline. In terms of effect alone, it is completely an unreasonable item for an exceptional police officer. The only downside is that the conditions of use are somewhat harsh. Not to mention the first two bloodline requirements, just physical quality and willpower is a very troublesome point. A bloodline of the highest level in the void, such as the Golden Pagoda, needs to be comparable to a lower level god's body and willpower to inherit it at least. For those low-level and middle-level creatures with insufficient qualifications, this requirement is even comparable to killing gods in the realm of non-gods. Basically impossible to achieve. But this kind of bloodline spar of a police officer is actually not for those ordinary low-level and middle-level creatures. More suitable for them, in fact, are the bloodlines that flow in the void, such as the War Angel, the Ordinary Beeman, the Black Feather Eagle, and the Five-Step Snake. Not only the physical and willpower requirements are lower, but it can also make people just break through to the epic level and become a member of the upper three-level creatures. As for the bloodline of the highest level, the Golden Ratio. Except for some monsters with powerful talents, who can really meet the conditions for the status of the lower level and middle level creatures. Basically, it is used for those who are upper level creatures, but whose bloodline level is somewhat low. Use the bloodline spar, Golden Spar, successfully. Congratulations on getting the bloodline of the Golden Shard. The fusion of bloodlines is over. Congratulations on your acquisition of the bloodline inheritance Giant Beast Coercion, Warhorn and Dragon Killer L. Not bad. Feeling a small increase in strength in his body, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. For him, it is not difficult to meet the requirements of the top bloodline. Of course, this bloodline is only temporarily used for transition. After a while, he beat Beastmaster Tyler to his knees and obtained the only skill called blood smelting from the opponent before he would really start working on blood. With these bloodline spar, the upper third-order creatures in the dream world will usher in a surge. If it takes a little time to develop, there should be no shortage of combat power in the middle of the dream world. 35. Putting away the storage rings representing the pile of blood spar, Ma Wu, who had adapted to the new power in his body, looked at another pile of storage rings. The birth of the profession of Lord is also some years old. After a long period of observation, basically the major forces in the void understand how much potential the existence of the Lord has. In order not to be opened up by others, the main god-level forces like the Beastmaster Alliance will naturally attract some lords and train their own lords. And these storage rings are filled with items related to the lord. Chapter 280 Skill Evolution Card, World Expansion Card. Servant Recruitment Card, Unit Building Extraction Card, Unit Building Refresh Card, Resource Compression Packs of various grades. Should it be said that it is a main god-level force, the things collected are quite complete. Looking through these storage rings containing the Lord's items, Mawu's face showed a satisfied look. Cutting-edge combat power only determines the direction of the overall battle situation. If you really want to develop a large-scale force of your own, you must have a large number of middle and lower-level personnel. With a large number of troop buildings, Dream World does have a large number of servants now. However, this amount is only relative. Compared with the old-fashioned forces in the void, the only thing that Dreamland can do today is the top combat power. As for the servants at the middle and lower levels, if it were just a fantasy world, they might not be as good as those of Rias's servants in number. But with the harvest in the Beastmaster Alliance this time, the result will naturally be different. If nothing else, just the class refresh card in his hand, which is filled with dozens of top storage rings, is enough to make the class building in Mawu's hands usher in a blowout. In addition, the unit building refresh card filled with thousands of storage rings, and the power stone that the number of Mawu can't count. He is fully confident that in a short period of time, the number of grassroots personnel in the dream world will be raised to the level of the old-fashioned superior god forces. Plus the blood vein spar obtained before. The dream world has already fully possessed the foundation to develop into a main god-level force. Except for the squires and resources, the remaining items don't seem to be too many. The Lord Skill Extraction card, the quality is basically B-level and A-level, and the number of S-level and above is not much. As for the SSS grade, even the Beastmaster Alliance has only put 6 in the warehouse. But it's enough for me. Because to be promoted to a level 9 lord, a top-level world is needed as a territory, and the highest level of a lord in the void is currently only level 8. Even if I can surpass others to become a level 9 lord, I will use the Lord Skill card twice at most. As for level 9 and above, even if there are higher level police officers, it is estimated that there are not many. This also counts. Maybe you can take out 1 or 2 SSS level Lord Skill cards and put them in the warehouse to attract some lords with mid to high strength to join. After leaving 3 SSS quality Lord Skill cards, Mawu turned his attention to the other storage rings. Except for the Lord Skill card, the rest of the items are basically the World Protection drawing cards of various qualities, the Special Building drawing cards of various qualities, and the Equipment drawing cards of various qualities. The quantity of each quality is similar to that of the Lord Skill cards. Basically, they are mainly A-level and B-level, and the number of A-level and above is less visible to the naked eye. As for the SSS level, except for the equipment drawing cards that have a dozen or so, the others are basically single digits. However, unlike ordinary lords, Mawu has the general talent of divine choice. Even if it is a low-level drawing card, Suwu can fully utilize it. As long as there is enough time to completely digest these things, the improvement of the fantasy world is even 10 times higher than before. The Monster King League always likes to fight at every turn. 35. If you fight and plunder directly, the development speed of the forces is indeed much faster than normal development. Nodding with satisfaction, Suwu looked at the last storage ring on the ground. Except for the top bloodline spar and SSS quality lord props that Suwu had seen before, all the remaining inner layers of the 001 treasure house were packed in this storage ring. Taking this storage ring over, a smile appeared on Suwu's face. As the person who put these items in by himself, he naturally has a basic understanding of the items inside. But it is precisely because of this that he is so happy now. Skill Evolution Card. Quality, Special. Effect, can evolve any common skills, special skills, and lord skills once. Note, in order to cultivate his own lord, Tyler, the Beastmaster, asked one of the items from Void Consciousness when he killed the chaotic creature of the main god level. Seeking Flowers 0 World Expansion Card Quality, Special Effect, expand the size of the target world to the limit of the current specification. Remarks, it can only play full effect on the world below the top world, and after using it on the top world, it can only get a partial improvement on the current specifications. 3 Skill Evolution Cards. It is still a skill evolution card with no user restrictions. What this means, naturally there is no need to introduce too much. As long as it is used properly, Su Wu can completely improve the combat power of himself and Kang Yu and others on the current basis. In addition to the skill evolution card, the world expansion card is also a good thing that is not inferior. Expand the size of the world to the limit of the current specification. This means that once Su Wu uses the dream world, it can directly reach the limit of the medium-sized world. As long as you complete the accumulation of a part of the power of the world, you can directly break through the specifications of the medium-sized world to promote the fantasy world to a large world, and meet one of the conditions for promotion to the 8th level territory. This is undoubtedly good news for Ma Wu, whose development time is still short. Of course, Ma Wu is not ready to use the world expansion card on Dream World right now. Every promotion in the world, the difference in the power of the world that needs to be consumed is hundreds of times more. If you really want this world expansion card to fully play its role, it would be more cost-effective to wait for the dream world to break through to a large world. Putting it back into the storage ring, Ma Wu continued to check other items in the ring. None of the items that can be placed in the inner layer of the treasury are simple. Skill evolution cards and world evolution cards are indeed precious. But other items are not inferior to them. For example, the authority key, one that carries the authority of the law. Chapter 281, The Secret Key of Authority, Elena's Betrayal. Key of Authority, Law of Fate. Grade, Special. Conditions of use, comprehend more than 50% of the Law of Destiny. Effect, use it after meeting the conditions to obtain 4% of the power of destiny. Note, the special props created by the power of the void can be used to store the authority of the law. Authority Key. To be honest, Su Wu had never heard of this item before strolling around in the Beastmaster Alliance's warehouse. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be excusable. The power of the law can not only greatly enhance the power of the corresponding law, but also help the gods to break through to the higher gods. Except for the main god level forces, how could there be a god who would seal up such a good thing? 527 Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even if you don't match yourself, you can go to someone to make a deal. Whether it is to exchange for the authority of the law that suits oneself, or exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources, it is much more reliable than sealing it up. In fact, even a major god-level force like the Beastmaster Alliance doesn't have many power keys. Ma Wu counted and counted the secret key of authority in his hand, there were 13 in total. It's also all about the authority of fate, authority of time, authority of curse, which are less popular and less applicable. As for the more general-purpose ones, such as the authority of power and the authority of speed, there is none. However, this has no effect on Ma Wu. In order to be able to comprehend the law of void, the number of laws he now comprehends is as high as 4 digits. Like these relatively unpopular authority keys, he can use all the conditions. Use the power key, Law of Destiny, successfully. Congratulations on getting 4% destiny authority. Use the authority key, Time Law, successfully. Congratulations on getting 5% of the time authority. Use the authority key, Space Law, successfully. Congratulations on getting 2% space authority. The reminder sound kept ringing in my ears. After fully controlling and quickly adapting to the growing power in the body, the general's storage ring is put away. The items in the treasure house No. 001 are almost the same. Except for the secret key authority, the rest are basically artifacts of various grades. Although the effect is very good, but the highest is only an advanced artifact. Su Wu simply took the 2 pieces that worked well and put them on his body, then put the rest back, ready to bring them back to the dream world and distribute them to others. Next is the final highlight. Taking out a model of a palace frozen by ice cubes from the air, Ma Wu's eyes flashed with anticipation. In the top world of Beastmaster League No 001. Bang! A bunch of rubbish. For so long, no useful information has been collected. 35. On the huge seat, Beastmaster Taylor angrily looked at the guards below. Is it because I haven't shot for too long, and you have forgotten the end of the unfavorable situation? Lord Beastmaster, please give us a little more time. At this point in time, I suspect that the 2 are related to the Gensokyo alliance. 55. The captain of the guards, Xiao Shuer, who has the strength of a superior god, replied with a look of fear. As long as you follow this line to investigate, your subordinates will soon be able to give you a satisfactory answer. Click. Lao Tzu's palace is now being cracked in the direction of the Gensokyo alliance. Do you still need to remind them who they are related to? 5. Throwing the pulverized seat handle towards Joshua, Taylor became more and more angry. Why are there only a few of you? Elena and her. I'm not interested in hearing your explanation. Tyler waved his hand impatiently to interrupt. Call her over. I have a task for her. Lord Beastmaster, Elena, she defected. He was seriously injured by Tyler's casual blow, and Joshua, who was bleeding continuously, replied with some unease. If the other party hadn't personally asked, he really didn't want to talk about it at this point in time. Boom. Sure enough, Taylor, who was already in a bad mood, became completely angry after hearing this. Terrifying coercion spewed out of his body, and the surrounding space began to vibrate and burst. What are the reasons for defecting? 35. Taylor asked blankly. This is still under investigation. A cold sweat dripped down Josh's forehead. The hunters have also been dispatched. 5. Please, Lord Beastmaster, calm down for a while. When the follow-up work of the Beastmaster Alliance is completed, the subordinates will personally join the pursuit. Whether it is life or death, this subordinate will definitely bring Elena to you. You don't have the power. Squinting his eyes and scanning around Joshua, there was a sneer at the corner of Taylor's mouth. I don't have any expectations for you bastards. No matter what the cost, go find a way for me to get Hu Qi and the others back. If you can't even do this, you don't have to live. 99. Are you Elena? To dare to betray the Beastmaster, you are quite courageous. 35. Looking at the blood-stained cat-ear girl in front of the circle, Yakumo-zi asked. Aren't you afraid that I will not be trustworthy and will sell you directly after using your value? 55. Don't scare me. 35. The man who made the deal with me was the man named Mahu, not the monster sage like you. Elena replied while dealing with her injuries. Is there any difference between 0.1 and 0.1? If you really want to say it, it's even more strange if you believe what Su Wu said. That guy has been hiding in the dark, and no information has been leaked. Isn't it more reasonable to sell you after using you? A curious look flashed across Yakumo-zi's eyes. This was something she didn't think about. No matter what, Elena was a member of the Beastmaster's personal guard, so even if she neglected her duty this time, she wouldn't be so afraid that she would defect directly. It's not something you should know. After rejecting Yakumo-zi's inquiry, Elena, who had simply dealt with the injury, looked at the other party. According to Mawu's request, I will tell you the various internal secret information of the Beastmaster Alliance. PK up your ears and remember carefully, I don't have the patience to tell you a second time. Chapter 282 The Secret Room of the Beastmaster, Primordial Blood. Spiritual Time House. Finally it's all broken. It's really unbelievable. 99. This guy, the Beastmaster, seems to be big and rough, but he is very cautious in his actions. 35. After dismantling the hidden magic circle in front of him, Su Wu stepped into the room in front of him. As soon as he entered the room, a huge magic circle emitting bright light entered his eyes directly. Walking up, you can clearly feel that the concentration of magic power around you has suddenly increased hundreds of times. Not only that, but standing in the center of this magic circle, Ma Wu could feel that he had entered a special state. In this state, not only would he understand the laws more easily, but he could even easily enter a state of deep perception to explore deeper things. Obviously, this magic circle is the cultivation circle used by Beastmaster Taylor when he retreated to comprehend the way of the Lord God on weekdays. Not far from the circle, there is a shelf full of hearts. Su Wu opened his eyes of truth, and 23 walked over and picked up a heart at random and began to collect information. Heart of the Silver Moon Dragon Jiao. Grade, Top. Effect: the part that gathers the essence of the Silver Moon Dragon Flood Dragon and eats it through special means can greatly strengthen the physical quality and restore a large amount of magic power in a short time. Remarks: when Tyler, the Beastmaster, was comprehending the way of the Lord God, he used it to add energy to one of the foods. Windfall, not bad. It just so happens that the warehouse in the dream world is still a little empty, and I will throw it all back in as one of the redeemable rewards. Putting away all the other hearts on the shelf, Ma Wu raised his head and looked around. The white wall inlaid with a large number of power stones, the shelves filled with a large number of hearts, and the huge magic circle used for cultivation. That's all there is to this room. Compared with other rooms in this palace, this room can be said to be a lot simpler. But as the place where Beastmaster Taylor usually retreats and cultivates, this room is naturally not as simple as it appears. Found 99. It's pretty secretive. After looking at the wall in front of him that looked no different, Su Wu raised his hand and touched it. White energy flowed out from his palm and spread toward the entire wall. This is the power that Ma Wu obtained through the sss-level Lord Skill Lord of Order, the power of order. This is a powerful force. Modify the content of the contract, see through the working principle of magic to master it, and destroy the balance of magic to make it self-destruct. Basically, as long as it is close to order, Su Wu can directly or indirectly affect it through this power. The only problem is that the time to get it is still short, and Ma Wu has not fully grasped it. But with the help of another sss-level Lord's skills, it is still possible for Su Wu to exert a part of the true power of the power of order. Click. The hidden magic created by Tyler, the Beastmaster, began to self-destruct gradually. Pushing open the exposed metal door in front of him, Su Wu walked into the Beast King's secret room. A wall engraved with a lot of hidden magic and blocking magic, a small wooden frame. There are 5 items on the small wooden shelf, which are a bright red gemstone, a white gemstone, a ring, a palace model and a blueprint. Like the rooms outside, the layout of this secret room is also very simple. However, Ma Wu, who has a divine choice prompt, is very clear. From the point of view of item value, the value of the 5 items on this shelf is no less than the total value of all the items in the treasure house of 001. Original Blood. Grade, Special. Effect 1, Evolution of Life Level, improve the life level of the user, so that the physical quality and soul strength and other aspects have been greatly improved. When the user's own realm is below the main god level, after use, the physical fitness and soul strength will be forcibly raised to the main god level. Effect 2, Bloodline Evolution, strengthen the user's bloodline, increase its bloodline rank, and acquire new bloodline skills. When the user's own bloodline level is too low, the bloodline level will continue to appear. Effect 3, Group Evolution, when the user is fully fused with the original blood, he can strengthen it to a certain extent by giving his own blood to others, and gain full control over it. The enhancement effect depends on the strength of both parties, and can be applied to higher gods at most. Note 1. The blood of the first creatures in chaos has various magical effects. Remark 2. The top-level strange object found by Beastmaster Taylor when he was exploring in the chaos. Note 3. In order to be able to control the power of the void to break through to the fifth realm of the Lord God, the Beastmaster Taylor decided to temporarily seal it up and wait for it to be used at a critical moment in the future. Although the specific effect has long been known through the sacred choice, but after seeing it, Mawu's face still shows a look of emotion. Let the user get at least the life level of the main god level, 527, and let it get a powerful bloodline and bloodline skills. A real step to the sky. Before seeing it with their own eyes, I am afraid no one will believe that such a horrible thing exists in the world. Pity. If the Dragon God realm is a little more greedy, I can refuse to trade and take this thing for myself. 99. A look of regret flashed in Mawu's eyes. To be honest, he didn't really want to make a deal with the Dragon God realm. Including the original blood, none of the three core materials of the complex array is simple. If he keeps it for himself, Mawu has the ability to make it into a potion and exert a more powerful effect. But since you have already agreed, it is not easy to regret it. 35. And if you really want to count, it's not too bad. After being resurrected through the recovery circle, the Dragon God Winnie will take the opportunity to break through the fifth realm of the main god in one fell swoop. With this opportunity, the time it takes for him to completely control the void will be greatly shortened. At that time, it will not be difficult to integrate the combat power of the entire void and collect the second or even the third original blood in the chaos. Putting away the mysterious ruby in his hand, Mawu looked at the remaining 4 items. Chapter 283 Innate Evolution Stone, Endless Insect Tide. Talent Evolution Stone. Grade, Special. Effect 1, Talent Advancement, improve the talent level held by the user. When the user's own talent is SSS level, this effect is invalid. Effect 2, Second Awakening, after use, the progress of the second awakening of the user's talent will be greatly improved. When the effect 1 expires, the progress of the effect will be increased. Note, one of the top treasures in Chaos, the number is extremely rare, please use it with caution. Good stuff. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a bummer for me. Picking up the white gem on the wooden shelf, Suwu did not choose to use it directly, but stuffed it into his storage ring for temporary storage. His talent sacred choice is SSS level, the first effect of the talent evolution stone is directly invalid. The second awakening of the talent of effect 2 is quite good. But it's just that, there's no need to waste it all. Dorothy's side had already chosen to surrender. When he goes back and signs a source contract with the other party, the divine choice will enter the second awakening state. In addition, with the help of complete control, there is no possibility of failure in the second awakening of the divine choice. While he's been saving time, that doesn't mean he's lacking time. On the contrary, Mawu, who has been hiding in the dark all the time, is not lacking in things like time. In this case, there is no need to use this talent evolution stone in order to save a little time. Only by leaving it to a mythical creature with SS level talent can it truly bring out its full effect. After putting away the talent evolution stone, Mawu picked up the blueprint on the wooden frame to check the attributes. Time paper. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Grade, Top. Effect, you can view the recorded information after use. Remarks, although it is just a vehicle for recording information, the precious information makes its value comparable to that of a top-notch artifact. OM. After reading the attributes, Suwu directly activated the time paper without any hesitation. Blue halos spewed from the paper, creating a huge image in mid-air. Red sky, barren land. The boundless worm tide filled the whole picture and spread in all directions. In the center of the insect wave, a woman whose body exudes a terrifying aura, but whose appearance is vague for some reason, seems to be saying something. Is that all? Looking at the image in the sky, Ma Wu's eyes flashed a look of doubt. There are a large number of comprehensive worlds similar to the void in the chaos outside the void, and there are also a large number of terrifying existences that will attack the comprehensive world. If nothing else, this image should record one of the terrifying beings that led the Wormtide to destroy the world. But only in this case, there should be no need for the Beastmaster to specifically record it. Does it mean that this layer of images has a deeper meaning? Thoughtfully touching his chin, Ma Wu concentrated his energy and tried his best to activate the power of the Eye of Truth. Colorful halos circulated in So Wu's eyes. With the help of this power, he only felt his spirits shake, and the surrounding scenery suddenly underwent a huge change. He seemed to be integrated into this picture, and came to this world full of despair in person. The raging flames burned on the ground, and the boundless tide of insects rushed in all directions. A large number of god-level powerhouses resisted bravely, and a series of terrifying attacks broke out. However, in the face of the endless insect tide, these attacks were like water droplets merging into the sea, without causing any waves. The vacant formation was filled in an instant, and the Wormtide, whose progress was not hindered in the slightest, continued to advance, consuming all the obstacles in front of him. What's the role of even the top gods starting? Looking at a strong man in the distance who was engulfed by raging flames, a serious look flashed in Ma Wu's eyes. Although he had always heard that the disaster in chaos was very terrifying, after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the rumors were too simple. If you want to stop the disaster of this level of police, at least the powerhouse of the main god level will make it possible. So Wu turned around and looked at not far from him. A proud figure with bumps and convexities, and round and slender fair thighs. The dark eyes like an abyss, from a distance, can make people trance like beauty. This is a woman who looks no less than Kang Yu. But rather than looks, So Wu is now more concerned about the other party's strange movements. He raised his legs and took a few steps to the side. The next second, the woman also turned around, and her gaze followed So Wu. After repeating this action several times in sequence, So Wu finally stopped the useless probing, and looked at the other party helplessly. Why do you have self-awareness? Why can't I be self-aware? 99. The woman with a proud figure raised her eyebrows, and suddenly a touching smile appeared on her face. In your empty words, I am a strong man in the seventh realm of the Lord God. Having a little special ability shouldn't be a big problem. It's really not a big deal. Silently glanced at the completely unresponsive sacred choice, and So Wu looked at him again. But in this state, you shouldn't be able to bring me any threat. If I want to say no, what are you going to do? A look of curiosity flashed in the woman's eyes. Of course I ran away, I can't fight with you. What if you can't run away? Let's talk about it if that happens. So Wu replied casually. I, Li Liaozhao, personally don't think that will happen. No fun. 35. I was looking forward to your flustered expression. 35. A look of regret flashed in the woman's eyes. Aren't you ready to talk about your relationship with the Beastmaster? Ma Wu asked the Taoist priest. The Beastmaster who has been holding this image cannot be unaware that this woman has self-awareness. In particular, the other party also put the time paper that recorded this image in his secret room, which can further confirm that there is no problem with Ma Wu's guess. In this situation, So Wu felt that it was necessary to test the relationship between the other party and the Beastmaster. Otherwise, the fight will be good in the future, and it would be no fun if a powerhouse outside the chaos suddenly emerges. But, to So Wu's surprise, after hearing his question, the strange woman fell into doubt instead. Who is the Beastmaster? 35. Chapter 284 Ivy's intelligence, void consciousness appears. The Beastmaster is the one who held this scroll before. Looking suspiciously at the other party who didn't seem to be joking, Ma Wu replied truthfully. Oh, you mean that little guy named Tyler? 99. The strength is not very good, but the title sounds quite powerful. 9. Hearing Ma Wu's prompt, the terrifying woman finally reacted. I have nothing special to do with him. If I really want to say, I probably spared his life. 95. As a price, he will help me bring this empty shell incarnation into the relationship within the void. Forgive your life? Su Wu was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down. This news is really cool. But for him, it was not unacceptable. According to the other party's previous statement, her body has the strength of the 7th realm of the main god. I don't know how strong this realm is. J7-4 equals 3. After the main god realm, every improvement in realm is a huge breakthrough. Under the circumstance of suppressing the 3 realms, it is normal for the Beastmaster to be unable to defeat the opponent. Is there any question you want to ask? 527. 35. I'm in a good mood today. As long as you don't ask some weird questions, I can basically give you the answer. A pleasant voice came from in front of Ma Wu. There are indeed many problems. But before that, don't you introduce yourself? Su Wu asked. It's been a long time since I was asked this kind of question. You can call me Queen, or you can call me Ivy. As you can see in terms of identity, one of the chaos evil gods who led the swarm to conquer the world everywhere. With a rather emotional smile, Ivy gave his own answer. Why do it? Su Wu continued to ask. What good does taking the world give you? Of course you can improve your strength. As long as you can completely control a comprehensive world, you can use the identity of the world's master to perceive chaos. The more the identity of the Lord of the world, the better the effect of perception. Although it is classified information that only a few people know, Ivy still said it without hesitation. In fact, this is the main reason why there are so many chaos heretic gods. Except for some who are not mentally normal, the rest are attacking to better improve their strength. It turns out that it is indeed understandable. Su Wu nodded knowingly. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Gain benefits through war to improve your own strength, and then continue to launch wars and start plundering through the enhanced strength. This kind of thing is common in the void, and even more so in chaos. But you seem to have said before that the condition of your life around the Beastmaster is for the other party to bring this scroll into the void. The reason for this is because you are eyeing the void and are ready to take action here. If I really want to say it, I do have the idea of hands-on. But don't be nervous, this plan is just in the idea stage 5. Glancing at the sky casually, Ivy continued to reply. Your void is the top comprehensive world in the entire chaos. If I really want to attack, even I'm not sure I'll be able to leave alive after a defeat. Under this situation, I naturally won't shoot at will. Is the void consciousness so strong? Ma Wu, who noticed the other party's line of sight, said curiously. That thing is really troublesome. But, oh, I can't seem to go on. 55. Ai Wei, who was about to say something, froze, and took the initiative to stop the topic. That guy is pretty strict. Dab. It doesn't matter if I send an empty shell clone to watch the show, it won't work if I reveal too much information. 35. What do you mean by watching a play? Ma Wu thought. I can't say that. 35. Ivy waved his hand in rejection. For things like this void, you can only explore slowly by yourself. Okay. 35. Su Wu nodded and didn't ask too much. The fact that the other party can talk so much to himself is already an unexpected gain. At least with this information, Su Wu has a new plan for the plan after unifying the void. I'll ask you one last thing before leaving. Ma Wu paused, his expression suddenly serious. Why are you telling me these things? The other party is a real chaos god. There is no such thing as gratuitous friendliness. Having said so much to him, he had to make him suspect that the other party had some unknown conspiracy. Click. As soon as Ma Wu's voice fell, a crisp crack sounded from the sky. Under Ma Wu's gaze, a huge eyeball without emotional fluctuations slowly emerged. You are so boring. If you don't want me to say it, then I won't say it. Seeing this scene, Ai Wei sighed and waved at Su Wu to start chasing people. Go out, don't stay here. If it goes on like this, I really won't be able to watch the play. Nian. You can ask me any questions about chaos in the future. As for other questions, don't ask a single one. 5. Fine. Although he didn't get an answer, Ma Wu was not disappointed. In a sense, the emergence of void consciousness has also confirmed part of his conjecture. If there is a chance, we will work together again. He's gone, why don't you go? After stretching his body lazily, Ivy raised his head and looked at the eyes that had not disappeared for a long time in the sky. I didn't say anything. Ah, that's why I hate dealing with rigid guys. 39. As compensation for letting him guess some truth, I'll make an exception to tell you a piece of information. About 3 days ago, Nyarlathotep appeared before my swarm. At that time, I paid attention to the direction she was heading, and if nothing else happened, it was the void side. There is no second time. Not even if you are a collaborator. After listening to Ivy's information, void consciousness finally had a reply this time. Yes. Ai Wei waved his hand indifferently, without the slightest fear on his face. This is your territory, I'll listen to you. 55. Chapter 285 The Ring of 10,000 Beasts and the Flying Shadow, Memory Seal. Inside the Beastmaster's secret room. Withdrawing from the inner space of the image, Ma Wu slowly opened his eyes after regaining his senses. I didn't expect that even the consciousness of the void was summoned. In this way, the strength of the seventh realm of the Lord God should be even more terrifying than I imagined. Looking at the time paper that was still floating in the air in front of him, he thought about it for a while, then gathered it and put it back on the shelf in front of him. There is no need to carry such a dangerous thing with you for a momentary convenience. If you really want to ask anything in the future, just come over again in person. Putting the time paper away, Ma Wu turned his gaze to the last 2 items. The Ring of All Beasts. Grade, Top Artifact. Effect 1, Mark of 10,000 Beasts. After defeating an enemy with the attribute of Beast, its source can be absorbed into this ring for strengthening. Effect 2, Power of All Beasts. Activate the power stored in the ring to greatly increase all attributes in the next period of time. The greater the number of sources stored in the 10,000 Beast Ring, the stronger the effect of this effect. Effect 3, Skill of 10,000 Beasts. Destroy the source stored in the ring, and obtain all the abilities of the source in a short period of time. Remarks: the 10,000 Beast Ring is also one of the top artifacts among the top artifacts. Liaoguang Feiying. Grade, Top Artifact. Effect 1, Mode Conversion. You can only convert among the 4 modes of Attack Mode, Defense Mode, Mobile Mode, and Standby Mode. Each different mode will increase the performance of Streamer Flying Shadow to varying degrees. Current Mode, Standby Mode. Effect 2, Energy Conversion. Automatically absorb the energy of various attributes around it, convert it into magic power and store it. Current status, Closed. Effect 3, Coordinate Recording. When the streamer is moving, it will automatically record the space coordinates it has walked. Effect 4, Streamer Flying Shadow. After starting, the movement speed of Streamer Flying Shadow will be accelerated by 10 times, 100 times. The higher the acceleration multiple, the faster the energy consumption. Remarks: the moving tool used by Tyler, the Beastmaster, when exploring chaos. Not bad. 99. Looking at the attributes of these 2 top-level artifacts, Su Wu nodded in satisfaction. With the increase in the number of source storage, its own effects can also grow with the myriad beast ring. A streamer flying shadow that can travel for a long time in chaos, with top performance in all aspects and no energy problems. These 2 pieces of equipment, no matter which one they are not worthy of their own rank. After collecting Liu Guang Fei Ying and holding the 10,000 beast ring in his hand, Su Wu turned and left the Beast King's secret room to the outside training room. The harvest of the Beastmaster Alliance journey has been sorted out. Overall, he was quite satisfied. Not only did it successfully achieve the expected goal, but also unexpectedly came into contact with the powerhouse in the chaos, the Zerg Queen Ai Wei. Although due to the void consciousness, the other party failed to reveal too much information that Ma Wu wanted to him. But the emergence of void consciousness also allowed Ma Wu to confirm part of his conjecture. Void consciousness appears so fast, it means that the other party has been putting some of his energy on Ai Wei's side. 35. The question now is whether the void consciousness's gaze was placed on Ai Wei's side from the beginning, or did he follow me in? Sitting down in the magic circle that the Beastmaster used to practice, Su Wu fell into deep thought. More likely it is actually both. Ai Wei's side is a dangerous person, and it is impossible not to pay attention to the void consciousness that is committed to maintaining a stable state of the void. Because of the existence of Kang Yu, it is reasonable for Su Wu to be concerned. But what Ma Wu cares more about now is when the void consciousness sets its sights on him. Kang Yu first broke out the power of the void and killed Raphael. The Lord of the Abyss violated the Pact of the Gods for the second time and attacked the fantasy world. For the first time, he activated the unit building and summoned Kang Yu. From a rational analysis, these 3 time points are more likely. 18. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, stop thinking, wait for the divine choice to complete the second awakening and become a god before obtaining information. Result, nothing happened, waiting to become a god and awakening his talent a second time to learn the truth. Option 2, continue to think and touch on part of the truth in advance. Result, unlock some memory seals in advance, and plan for the future more complete, but will temporarily fall into a deep sleep due to too much memory, and the wake-up time will be determined according to the situation. 4 flowers 0. Note, in the case of losing the 10,000 beast ring, Bai Yu's winning rate is 70%. Sure enough. 35. Looking at the 4 characters of the memory seal on option 2, Su Wu's eyes flashed a sudden look. He didn't feel too surprised by the fact that his memory was incomplete. Of course, this doesn't mean how smart he is, and he has noticed this from a long time ago. The moment that really made Ma Wu feel strange was when he obtained the sss-level Lord skill full control 2 days ago. The effect of this skill is to help Ma Wu fully control everything he holds. And all of this naturally includes his memory. It was at this time that Su Wu noticed something. That is, he can't remember the day when he crossed over to Blue Star, when he first awakened the memory of the divine choice. No matter how many times he recalled, his final conclusion was that he had acquired a lot of knowledge that day. What specific knowledge was obtained, Ma Wu could never recall. What's even weirder is that over time, even the divine choice has come under the influence of full control and started to be controlled by Ma Wu. But this memory is still in a vague state. If Su Wu still can't notice the problem, then it is the real big problem. Originally, I was thinking of ways to solve the memory problem later, but I didn't expect to get a solution ahead of time because of Ai Wei's appearance. Turning off the option of the sacred choice in front of him, Su Wu took out a small pile of law origin and put it beside him. The results of the 2 options are clear at a glance, and naturally he will not choose the second option. According to the hint of the sacred choice, as long as his strength is advanced to a god and his talent is awakened for the second time, he can obtain the truth at any time. If that's the case, then act according to the plan you thought of before. Successful use of the source of the law, power, the speed of comprehending the law of power will be greatly increased in the next 3 days. Chapter 286 Expensive Tickets, Nicola's Intelligence. Outside the Dragon God realm. Stop comers. Oliver, who exuded a strong dragon power, straightened his body and blocked the big light bulb flying in front of him with a blank expression. Give you 10 seconds to state your purpose and purpose. 39. If you can't say it, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will attack as an enemy of the Dragon God realm. The Archangel Gabriel of the Light God realm, the purpose is to enter the Dragon God realm and invite the Light and Dark Dragon King Nicola to help. Gabriel stopped and replied truthfully. At the previous internal meeting of the Bright God realm, after discussion, they finally decided to name the number 1 foreign aide as Nicola, the Dragon King of Light and Dark. The reason is also very simple. They have more authority of light in the Bright God realm, and they can take out a little for the other party as a reward. In addition, May 27th K-Law has the Dragon God realm as her backing, and when the Dark God realm fights, she doesn't dare to really kill Nicole. In this way, their Bright God realm can stably contain a top-level superior god in the Dark God realm while avoiding more problems. Either way, it's a safe bet. The only trouble is that the Dragon God realm is still closed. Gotta find a way to get a pass. This friend. My name is Oliver. 55. Okay. Gabriel, who was interrupted, nodded impatiently and spoke again. Oliver, I know that the Dragon God realm is still closed. 35. However, the matter on my side is very important. Can I ask you to help me run an errand and go to the Dragon God realm to find a Dragon King? 5. There is no need to bother Lord Dragon King for such trivial matters. Oliver refused. Don't you just enter the Dragon God realm, I can make the call. You can call the shots. Gabriel was taken aback for a moment, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. There seems to be nothing special about the door dragon in front of him. No matter how he looks at it, he is just a superior god. When would an ordinary superior god dragon be able to freely decide to let outsiders enter the Dragon God realm? Are you sure you can? You doubt me? Oliver's eyes narrowed, and a dissatisfied look appeared on his face. If you don't believe me, get out. Please pay attention to your wording. Gabriel replied expressionlessly. I have a good attitude towards you because you represent the face of the Dragon God realm. 35. If you really want to provoke me, you must at least have a Dragon King. Master Dragon of Dreams is visiting the Dragon God realm. 66. Gabriel fell silent suddenly. Fantasy Dragon? Really or not, why is the other party here? After silently looking at Oliver in front of him for a few seconds, a stiff smile appeared on his face. I suspected that you were wrong just now. I believe you can let me enter the Dragon God realm. Can I go in directly now? Can all the archangels of your Bright God realm sleep with their eyes open? 99. Oliver raised the huge dragon claw, stretched it out in front of Gabriel and shook it twice. I said I can call the shots and let you in. But that doesn't mean you don't have to pay. 1% of arbitrary law power, or other items of equal value, choose 1 5. Can the price be cheaper? 95. Gabriel's eyes twitched, and he asked helplessly. Cannot. Oliver responded instantly. If you want to go in, pay for it, there is no second possibility. Correct. Seemingly thinking of something, Oliver paused and continued. If you tip me more, I might be in the mood to give you an extra piece of information. 35. The Ring of Light of the Intermediate Artifact. After groping for a while in his arms, Gabriel took out a hand and placed it on Oliver's dragon claw. Tell me, what is the extra information you have in your mouth? The quality is not bad. Putting away the Ring of Light, Oliver nodded in satisfaction. For the sake of your cooperation, I won't make things difficult for you. To tell you the truth, I was originally not qualified to issue a pass. 35. The reason why I told you that I can call the shots is because of your arrival, the Dragon of Dreams has already anticipated it in advance. 5. Expected. Gabriel's body froze, and he reacted in the next second. Do you mean that the Dragon God realm decided to let me in even though he knew my purpose? 5. I've already said what I need to say, and you can understand what it means by yourself. Oliver stretched out his dragon claws again. Pay the money. Gabriel. He seemed to understand. Dragon God Realm is taking advantage of the fire. No wonder Oliver, even a higher level god, dared to provoke him. His feelings were dictated by the Dragon God Realm behind his back. I can agree to your terms. 35. Glancing at Gabriel in front of her, Nicola, who was maintaining her human form, paused for a while, and continued to speak slowly. But you have to pay more. It seems that you have indeed negotiated. With a silent sigh in his heart, Gabriel asked. How much are you going to ask for? The current situation of the Bright God Realm is not very good. If it is too much, I really can't promise you. Don't worry, I still know the situation of your Bright God Realm. A smile appeared on Nicola's mouth. I don't want much. 35. On the current basis, how about giving me an additional 2% authority of light and 2% authority of darkness? Stuck with my bottom line offer, it seems that you really have the numbers. Because of the experience of buying tickets, Gabriel directly gave up the idea of bargaining and agreed. Sign a contract. As long as you sign your name, I will immediately hand over the promised reward to you. Okay, I like 0.1's refreshing attitude. Taking a glance at Gabriel's contract, Nicola squeezed out a drop of blood and signed her name on it. By the way, I have interesting information on my side, you. A mid-level artifact. Gabriel interrupted directly. No more, no matter how rich the Bright God Realm is, I won't let you kill like this. Haha, don't be angry. 99. My information is really interesting. After taking the items that Gabriel handed over, Nicola's smile grew stronger. Have you heard about the Beastmaster Alliance? The basic situation is understood. Then do you know that this is where the Dark God Realm is involved? 99. Dark God Realm. Chapter 287th Deja Vu. It has been a day since the Beastmaster Alliance's counterattack battle. With the intelligence network of the main God-level forces, Gabriel got the result of this war at the first time. But when he got the piece of information that was beyond his expectations, he was completely stunned. Bolirimu broke through as the main god, and the top brass of the Beastmaster Alliance was annihilated and captured alive. The unknown main god sneaked into the base camp of the Beastmaster Alliance to steal, and then fought with the Beastmaster and retreated. No matter which of these two things it was completely beyond Gabriel's expectations. After reading it, he even once doubted whether there was a main god outside of chaos sneaking in. But when he thought that there was no response from the void consciousness, he dispelled this suspicion again. According to the plan, he originally planned to invite the foreign aid who could help the Bright God Realm before going to investigate the specific situation. But now, it seems that they can get some unexpected gains from the Dragon God Realm. What's the matter with the Dark God Realm? It's literally. Picking up the teacup on the table and sipping a sip, Nicola answered 23 unhurriedly. Yesterday I was a little bored, so I ran over through the teleportation array to watch the war. Are you there? Gabriel's expression instantly became serious. What did you find? Why do you think that the war yesterday was shot by the Dark God Realm? Actually nothing. It's just that when the Beastmaster and the unknown Master God were fighting, there was a breath of eternal night in World 001. You sure? A suspicious look appeared on Gabriel's face. Annabelle just finished a fight with our Bright God Realm a few days ago. At this time, follow-up plans should still be arranged. How could there be time, Before he could finish speaking, Gabriel suddenly noticed something was wrong and stopped voluntarily. Sneak into treasure troves to steal, unknown ice powerhouses, and eternal nights of iconic skills. The combination of these three elements is so familiar. Their Bright God Realm seemed to have experienced something similar a few days ago. I'm blaming you, the information this time is really useful. 35. Gabriel thought. Looks like I have to send someone to the Beastmaster Alliance. If you are lucky, maybe you can unite with the Beastmaster Alliance and others to fight against the Dark God Realm. Then good luck to you. Nicola waved her hand and started chasing people. You go back first. Lo. I have something to talk to Fafnir about next. When the matter on my side is finished, I will go to the Bright God Realm to find you tomorrow. Yes. 39. Gabriel nodded and agreed directly. The frontline base camp of the Bright God Realm is currently set up in Middle World number 41. When the time comes, you will finish your own affairs and send it directly. 35. Nailed it. Looking at Gabriel's disappearing figure, Nicola stretched her body lazily. What's wrong with my acting, Fafnir? That guy Gabriel never doubted that I had a problem from beginning to end. Stop putting money on your face. Click. Another door in the room was pushed open, and a figure with beautiful blonde hair came out. It's only a problem if Gabriel suspects you. You are so boring. 35. Nicola curled the corners of her mouth, a little dissatisfied. Anyway, I've already helped so much, so can't you praise me a little more to make me feel better? 99. I have never learned such a thing. 55. If you really want to hear the compliments, just go outside the Dragon God realm and find those gatekeepers. Fafnir replied. That's fine, it doesn't make any sense at all. Speaking of which, do you understand why Ma Wu did this? Nicola asked. Let me tell Gabriel this kind of information, except for the Beastmaster Alliance and the Bright God Realm to be completely united, there is no benefit. 5. I'm afraid that was his real purpose. Fafnir replied, speculating about Ma Wu's purpose. Dark God Realm was originally associated with Gensokyo Alliance. Once the Beastmaster Alliance and the Bright God Realm are completely united, the other two parties will also be completely united. But you have to understand that the Beastmaster Alliance now represents more than just the Beastmaster Alliance. You mean Ma Wu wants to pull all the main God level forces into the water? A surprised look appeared on Nicola's face. Is he crazy? Of course he's not crazy. 35. Fafnir shook her head. A lunatic won't get the support of a main God level powerhouse. 35. According to the current situation, his goal should be to unify the entire void. Sounds like a hassle. Nicola suddenly felt a little headache. Is it too late for her to regret it now? Lord Beastmaster. 35. My subordinate has let you down this time. 35. In the new palace of the Beast King, Hu Qi, who had just been redeemed by the people of the undead god realm, lay on the ground and said with a terrified expression. Not only did I fail to manage the Beastmaster Alliance during my retreat, but I also lost 530 battles in a row. From the way you are doing so far, you have really disappointed me. The Beast King said with an expressionless face. Subordinates are willing to accept punishment. Hu Qi replied without hesitation. Various experiences in the past told him that he must not make sophistry at this time. Otherwise, once the Beastmaster is provoked, his fate will only be worse. There is no punishment. Just when Hu Qi was thinking about what to do next, an unexpected answer came suddenly. Hearing this reply, Hu Qi was stunned for a moment, and then his face instantly became terrified. Master Beastmaster! Please don't deprive your subordinates of the bloodline. Subordinates will definitely. Quiet. I won't punish you this time because you are still useful. The overall management of the Beastmaster Alliance, the collection of resources, and the external war will continue to be your responsibility. But I don't want a second time. Getting up from the seat, the huge body of the Beastmaster slowly walked past Hu Qi. If your next performance still disappoints me so much, then I can only find the next smart person to help me manage the Beastmaster Alliance. Chapter 288, the pillar of law space, activate the void law rune. The source of the law, fire, is completely consumed, and the speed of understanding the law of fire is greatly reduced. The source of the law, water, is completely consumed, and the speed of understanding the law of water is greatly reduced. The source of the law, lightning, is completely consumed, and the speed of understanding the law of thunder is greatly reduced. Is it time? Throwing away the source of the law that completely lost power in his hand, Su Wu got up from the ground. One day outside, 70 days in the spiritual time house. Under the terrifying time flow ratio, he has now practiced for a full 200 days. The magic circle used by Tyler, the Beastmaster, to comprehend the way of the Lord God, the effect was even better than Ma Wu imagined. Under its terrifying blessing, Ma Wu's law comprehension progress was much faster than expected. The comprehension of the 43 laws has reached over 70%. 35. The comprehension of the 272 laws has reached more than 50%. Besides, the rest of the law comprehension levels have also crossed the 30% threshold. After thinking about it for a while, Ma Wu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Raising his hand and clicking in the air, Ma Wu pulled out his Lord panel and switched to the reward page. When the realm was upgraded to level 7, there was a reward that allowed him to connect to the Pillar of Law for the next day. It's been so long, it's time to use it. Received the reward successfully. The Pillar of Connection Law succeeded. In the next 24 hours, your law comprehension speed will be greatly improved. Is this the Pillar of Law space? Looking at the silent space that was empty and completely filled with darkness, Su Wu turned to look behind him. There is the only source of light in this space. Pillars of Law. A cylinder with a length of about 10,000 meters and a height of about 100 meters. The Pillars of Law are engraved with mysterious runes. This is the source rune of the law, which symbolizes the root of the law. As long as you can comprehend it thoroughly, you can fully comprehend a law. At this moment, many of these runes on the Pillar of Law have become brighter. This means that Su Wu has been introduced to these laws and has obtained the qualifications to comprehend these original runes. In terms of cultivation efficiency, it is about 10 times the source of the law that I use in the cultivation array. It's no wonder that after most people break through to the gods, their law comprehension will experience a surge. With this amazing increase in perception, it is a strange thing that the degree of understanding of the law has not skyrocketed. 35. After a little meditation and trying the law of comprehension, Su Wu quickly got out of this state. He was really moved by the efficiency of this practice. But this time he received the reward and came to the Pillar of Law space, not to improve his understanding of the law. The breath of law bloomed on Su Wu. The law of ice, the law of the moon, the law of space, the law of time. The auras of various laws continue to rise, complementing the original runes on the Pillars of Laws. In an instant, there are thousands of source runes on the Pillar of Law bursting with dazzling light. Under the irradiation of this light, a new source rune slowly emerged from the top of the Pillar of Law. This is the original rune of the Law of the Void. Only when the law comprehension degree of thousands of laws exceeds 20%, will it appear when the power of the original rune is initially activated. As expected of the Law of Void, it is more difficult than imagined. Putting his own consciousness into the source rune of the Law of Void, Su Wu quickly entered a state of cultivation. It's just that compared to the ease and smoothness when he comprehended other laws through the Pillar of Laws, this time Ma Wu felt obvious resistance. If we say that the difficulty of comprehending the common law is a junior high school textbook, the difficulty of comprehending the powerful laws of time, space, and fate is a high school textbook. Then the difficulty of comprehending the Law of Void has reached the level of university textbooks. Every knowledge point seems so obscure. Comprehension is basically impossible without cross-referencing with previously understood laws. It's no wonder that at least a preliminary understanding of the law of 4 digits is required to be qualified to understand the Law of Void. The problem turned out to be here. 35. In this way, the difficulty of comprehending the law of the void does not lie in the talent of the comprehend, but in the quantity and quality of the law comprehended by oneself. 35. The greater the number of comprehension laws, the higher the comprehension of the laws, and the easier it will be to comprehend the laws of the void. If I can really comprehend all the laws, then I'm afraid I can comprehend the laws of the void in an instant. But this is not realistic. To get to that point, not only would it take a lot of time, but also a lot of the source of the law. Moreover, the source of this law must also include all the laws. At this point, even the ancient main god level force, the Beastmaster Alliance, has not achieved it, and naturally the Mahu, which has not yet developed, cannot do it. But you don't need to do that. As long as I comprehend all the mainstream laws, the time I spend in the pillar of laws when I become a god will be greatly increased. 5. With sufficient time support, even if the speed of comprehending the law of the void is a little slower, it is definitely not a loss. 99. So boring. Mawu, that hateful guy, left Ar-chan here to watch the gate, and he took Kangyu to play very happily. 99. In the end, it's okay to just find a superior god for the job of guarding, why should you let Als go out? After throwing away the empty juice glass in his hand, Alger complained that he had successfully emptied all his inventory. So you want me to help you watch the door? I don't care, but I can't guarantee that the task will be completed perfectly. 35. Jibril, whose seal of strength had been released, replied. It's a shame. Li Hao. You can't even do the job of guarding the door, what's the use of Ar-chan asking you? I'm just answering truthfully. Jibril shrugged and said without caring. You don't demand too much of a captive. 35. If I really had the strength, I wouldn't have been brought here alive by that vampire. Then what kind of wheat do you know? Can you do an interesting acrobatics for Alfred? Alger asked. I am an angel, not a clown. 55. Jibril directly rejected the proposal. She has self-respect no matter what, how could she really do such a nonsense thing? It's really useless. Forget it, I don't count on you anymore. Alger pouted the corners of his mouth and moved his gaze to a shadow below. It just so happens that some ignorant guys came over, let's go and play with them. Chapter 289 The artifact is born, time ends. By the foot of the volcano. 3 short figures in black coats sneaked forward. Boss, we succeeded. According to the map obtained earlier, the front is the entrance. The rat man with the map opened his mouth excitedly. Good job. The rat man who was replaced as the boss was also excited. And whoever came here did not return alive. 35. Those bastards are really scaring people. I think they just made a lot of money and haven't made enough, and they don't want us to get a share of the yokan. That's right. The last ratman nodded in agreement. Fortunately, we were smart and we were not deceived by them. When the last vote is finished, we will send it out. When I have money, I can also marry Xiahua from the next village. Can you have a little ambition, boy? The boss frowned. What's so good about that little flower? I think she's hanging you. When you have money, it's not easy to find someone better than her. Boss, you don't understand. The third one shook his head and did not continue to speak. 530. Let the second brother continue to lead the way. It's not good if you stay for a long time and get discovered. Okay, let's go back to your business. Don't stop. A magical voice suddenly sounded out of thin air. Al-chan hasn't heard enough. 35. Who? The boss froze, and his face instantly showed a look of horror. Don't pretend to be a ghost, come out quickly. 35. Click click click. Pretend to be a ghost. Alger's petite figure fell from the sky. Looking at the rat man boss who was completely petrified and turned into a sculpture, a malicious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If you dare to talk to Alchan like this, I will punish you for staying in this posture for 100,000 years. The lifespan of the rat people seems to be the shortest among the orcs. Even if he breaks through and becomes a god, he's just a lower level god. Are you sure he can live to 100,000 years? 35. After reaching out to touch the stone statue twice, Jibril, who confirmed that she was unable to untie it, asked curiously. That's none of Alchan's business. 35. Giving him a way to survive is already Arja's last mercy. Alger waved his hand and turned his eyes to the third of the three Ratman brothers. Any last words to say? Where's my second brother? After seeing his eldest brother being petrified with his own eyes, his first reaction was to run away with his second brother. But to his despair, when he went to search around, the figure of his second brother had disappeared. Did you devil kill him? I didn't kill you. Ar-chan is not such a cruel person. Alger raised his hand and pointed to its back. Your second brother is right behind you. Behind. The third child was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Looking at the shivering figure holding his head in the corner, there was a look of doubt in its eyes. With years of getting along, he recognized the other as his second brother at a glance. Second brother, what's wrong with you? The third child hurriedly stepped forward and ran over. Roar! A mad roar suddenly sounded. As if he was stimulated by something, the second brother who was standing in the corner suddenly turned around and rushed towards the third. Second brother! Are you crazy? Get up, don't! Puff! Give a glimmer of hope, and then destroy it mercilessly. It's not wrong to say that you are a devil. Looking at the rat man who lost his mind not far away and bit his brother frantically, Jibril's eyes flashed a look of fear. As someone who watched the whole process from a third-party perspective, she knew better what had just happened. Just a look, it turned a lower-level god into petrification, and a lower-level god lost his sense. This power is really too weird. Al-chan, let's take your words as a compliment. Glancing at the stone statue with a teardrop beside her, she snapped its head off with her right hand. It seems that you are indeed brothers. In that case, let's go down together. Bang! With the fall of the voice, the second brother of the rat man, who had completely lost his mind not far away, exploded on the spot. One is weaker than the other, so boring. Can't you come to the higher gods or the main gods to pass the time for Ar-chan? Alger complained with some dissatisfaction. She's not the kind of pervert who likes to torture the weak. If it weren't for her own responsibilities, and the fact that she was really bored recently, she would not want to pay attention to these weak and ants-like lower-level gods. The powerful superior gods have already bought tickets. Those old folks who cherish their lives aren't stupid enough to do such a thing. Picking up the storage ring beside her feet and flipping it twice, Jibril replied. It's all viewing crystals. These three little mice are the same as those before them. 35. They're all idiots who can't afford to buy tickets, and want to record the birth process of the artifact and sell it. 35. How many batches is this? Alger asked. Exactly the 100th batch. Jibril replied. In fact, compared to the scene of the crowd of demons dancing wildly when the top artifact was born in the past, this is already relatively small. If it wasn't for Alger being idle and bored, the picture of demonizing dozens of groups of people who arrived at the same time on the second day after the news spread would be too shocking. Jibril estimated that this number would be more than 10 times more conservative. Zhang! Just as Jibril was thinking to herself, a crisp sword sound suddenly sounded. Did it work? 35. Looking at the terrifying sword energy rising into the sky above the crater, Jibril's body froze, feeling a stinging pain just by staring at it. In the absence of a higher-level god, a top-level artifact was transformed within 7 days. Although this result had been expected for a long time, after seeing it with my own eyes, it still made people subconsciously amazed. The connection time of the Pillar of Law is over. Your consciousness will be transmitted back to the body after 10 seconds, please be prepared. Chapter 290 Introduction to the Law of Void, Yakumozi's Propaganda. Is the time so soon? Suwu slowly opened his eyes, and then got up from the magic circle. Almost comprehended the 1% law of the void. 35. It took a day to get started, which is a little more difficult than expected. No matter what the law is, it becomes more and more difficult to cultivate. Now it took him a day just to get started, and it would take at least a few years to fully comprehend the law of void. It seems that before truly advancing to become a god, you have to make good preparations. In addition to all the mainstream rules, maybe you can find some partial rules that are less difficult to comprehend. It is the so-called one law to all ways. As Suwu comprehends more and more laws, the comprehension degree of laws is getting higher and higher. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He now understands the difficulty of the new law, which is much easier than in the past. Even without the assistance of the corresponding law source, he can still comprehend a new law in a short period of time. The only trouble is that there is no law in the spiritual time house. If you really want to comprehend the law, you have to go to the outside world to comprehend it. But those are things to worry about later. The time flow of the Pillar of Law space is synchronized with the void as a whole. Now that he has practiced in the Pillar of Law space for a day, the outside world has also passed a day. In addition to the 200 days of cultivation in the spiritual time house before, it was 3 days compared to the outside world. In total, the outside world has now passed 4 days. It's time to go out and execute the next plan. It looks like a good harvest. Glancing at Mawu's body, Yakumozi, who could vaguely sense something wrong, said with emotion. The speed of your cultivation is really amazing. 35. Isn't that normal? With the support of the resources of a main god level force, I'm going to cultivate so slowly that I can kill myself. Suwu replied. Reaching out to take a few storage rings handed over by Yakumozi, he let go of his mental power and swept around. The number of sources of this law is quite large. It seems that the undead god realm is richer than I thought. Not just in the undead god realm. 99. Yakumozi explained. The shadow cat demon you rebelled against, told me a lot of confidential information about the Beastmaster Alliance. I found it profitable, so I fought a few waves of guerrilla warfare while the undead god realm hadn't redeemed anyone. 5. Although there is no big gain, but the accumulation can be regarded as a lot of income. In addition, some people in the Gensokyo Alliance took out the part of the source of the law from their own material reserves in order to have a relationship with you. 99. All of these add up, and in the end it's so much. I see. Suwu nodded knowingly. Looks like you've done a lot of publicity for me. It's just a matter of time. 35. She had made an agreement with Suwu before. If Dorothy Ella chooses to surrender to Suwu, then she will join the fantasy world if Suwu pays enough benefits. Under normal circumstances, this agreement would not have any effect on Yakumozi. If Suwu wants to subdue her, 2 conditions must be met. Make Dorothy Ella surrender, and pay enough. It's easy to say that the former, the latter, in the eyes of the previous Yakumozi, is simply an option that cannot be completed. Who is she? The monster sage, the leader of the Gensokyo Alliance, and the top gods with the main god-level powerhouses such as Hakure Ryumu as the big backers. It's not a joke to want to impress her with enough benefits. 1. After noticing that Suwu really moved the warehouse of the Beastmaster Alliance and even the Beastmaster Taylor's palace, and even let his subordinates fight with the Beastmaster, Yakumozi silently put the idea behind him. The other party has done such exaggerated things, and it seems that it is not impossible to impress her with considerable benefits. If that's the case, then it's better to help Mawu to do a wave of publicity within the Gensokyo Alliance in advance. In this way, when she becomes Mahu's subordinate in the future and merges the Gensokyo alliance with the fantasy realm, she will be able to experience less resistance. The post-war finishing work on the Gensokyo alliance side is over. If there is no accident, the Beastmaster alliance will calm down in the next period of time, and will not dare to act rashly. 35. Seeking Flowers 0. After briefly introducing the current situation, Yakumo Zi asked, "Do you have any further suggestions?" After hearing that these two operations were all based on your plans, there are a lot of your fanatics inside the Gensokyo alliance. I am afraid that even if you come up with some exaggerated plans, they will not hesitate to implement them. Then no need. Suwu shook his head. The Gensokyo alliance is still digesting the gains and improving its strength is better. As for the battle, you will fight it after a while. Do you really want to fight? Yakumo Zi was stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. 0. It's been beaten like this, how dare the Beastmaster alliance dare to take the initiative to fight? This matter is quite complicated. The Dark God Realm will send someone to explain it to you later. Suwu coughed and skipped the topic. What happened to Hakurei Riemu's side? I need to take Kang Yu back to the Void West next to execute another plan. 35. If she hasn't initially controlled her power, she'll have to find a place to be alone for a while. Then no need. 99. Before Yakumo Zi could reply, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind Suwu. Kang Yu's teaching is quite useful. Although it is still impossible to manipulate like her, it is still possible to restrain the leaked Yu Wei. The aura on his body completely subsided, and Hakurei Riemu, who was completely different from 4 days ago, opened the door and walked in. Next, I just need to spend some time to complete all the training plans that Kang Yu gave me. I feel that I completely control the power of the void, and it is impossible to obtain the power of the third or fourth realm of the Lord God. That's good. Mawu nodded in satisfaction. Since you're fine, I can take Kang Yu away with confidence. 35. Can you give me a little more time before you go? Hakurei Riemu scratched her cheek and asked embarrassedly. I actually have something on my side that I would like your help with. The 291st chapter subdues Hakurei Riemu. It's a ghost witch thing. Mawu asked. That's right. Boli Lingmeng nodded. In order to be able to master stronger power to complete revenge, she stripped everything from herself in the past to form the 4 isotopes. Due to the different inheritance parts, the characters of these 4 isotopes are also different. Among them, the ghost witch is the most troublesome one. The other party's inheritance is only the same. Killing intent. As a peer born out of pure killing intent, the ghost witch can be said to be a genuine killing machine. If it wasn't for the ontology of Hakurei Riemu that could play a certain restraining role on it, the other party might have gone to the void to carry out large-scale slaughter and then be surrounded and suppressed by various top-level strengths. Mere constraints are not enough. As the main body, Hakurei Raymond hopes that the ghost witch will find what she wants to do like the other 3 clones. According to the original plan, she was prepared to wait for the end of this war and personally go to the west of the void to ask Suwu for help. But to her surprise, before she could go to the west of the void to find Mahu, Kuang Fang took the initiative to come to the Gensokyo alliance. In this case, she naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity. Looking at your appearance, you should already know the specific situation of the ghost. Is there any good solution? Hakurei Riemu asked. The state of the ghost witch is, in the final analysis, only a defect in its origin. Actually, this problem is not just for ghost witches. Apart from her, your other 3 peers, Bo Li Mingmeng, Bai Li Lingmeng, and Wei Lingmeng have all. 39. It's just that compared to ghost witches, their origin integrity is higher, so their performance is not so obvious. Speaking of this, Suwu paused for a while and continued to speak. The solution is actually quite simple. As long as your body completely controls the power of the void, and then completes it completely through the connection between the two parties. Gone. Bolli Raymond was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment on her face. Originally, she was ready to venture into chaos, but the other party actually told her that she only needed to improve her strength step by step? This is too simple. You think it's easy because your situation is special. The biggest difficulty in this solution is to control the power of the void. Except for the existence of the past era like Kang Yu, among the main gods of the current era, you are the only one who masters the power of the void. This is because your situation is relatively special, so you can grasp it in advance. If it were someone else, this method wouldn't work at all. Seeming to understand Bolli Raymond's expression, Su Wu explained. Another point is that even if you know the solution, you must have a corresponding use method to complete the source. If you mess around at will, it will only worsen the current situation. More. I understand. Bolli Lingmeng understood clearly. For the specific usage, I will ask you after I can freely control the power of the void. As for remuneration, feel free to mention it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you do it. 35. Including being my subordinate? Su Wu raised his eyebrows and asked directly. This condition? Hakure Ryemu frowned subconsciously. She really didn't expect that just after she boasted about Haikao, Su Wu directly made a troublesome request. It's not that I can't agree, but there are still many unfinished things on my side. Leaving the Gensokyo alliance directly like this could lead to a lot of troublesome consequences. Don't leave the Gensokyo alliance. Su Wu waved his hand and gestured to Yakumo Zi beside him. You really don't have to leave. Yakumo Zi instantly understood what Ma Wu meant, and took the initiative to explain to Hakure Ryemu. On the side of Lord Ma Wu, there is a plan to subdue the entire Gensokyo alliance. As long as Ryemu agrees to his request, you are still a member of the Gensokyo alliance in terms of identity. On top of this, you need to be an attendant of Lord Ma Wu and listen to his orders. Can you do that? Hakure Ryemu, who did not expect to receive such a reply, was stunned for a moment. Sounds and feels good. 35. But according to what you say, I'm just a servant of Ma Wu in name. There are no constraints, just a verbal agreement. This is too sloppy. Then if she wants to go back on it at that time, Ma Wu's side can't take any countermeasures. You don't have to worry about that. 99. I will let Yakumo Zi like the entire Gensokyo alliance announce this news before you fully control the power of the void. Su Wu suddenly opened his mouth and explained his plan. You just have to stand on the side of Yakumo Zi and express your approval, and be the first to become my attendant. Yakumo Zi, the nominal leader, became his person, and Hakure Ryemu, the strongest fighting force, also became his person. In addition, he will use different methods in the future to gradually conquer some of the top members of the Gensokyo alliance. With these high-level leaders taking the lead, it is not difficult for the following people to choose to agree. At that time, he has conquered the entire Gensokyo alliance, and it will not be too late to sign a corresponding contract with Hakure Ryemu. Of course, you can also choose the second way. Looking at Hakure Ryemu in front of him, Ma Wu raised two fingers and shook it. Leave directly from the Gensokyo alliance now and join my territory as my attendant. Your Gensokyo alliance is not like our Lord's alliance, you can see the names of internal members through the alliance panel. As long as the news is covered up, it will not cause any disturbance. Not only that, as long as you join my territory, you can enjoy the blessing of 0.1 to my Lord's skills. 35. With the help of complete control, you can also control the power of the void in your body earlier. Speaking of this, Su Wu glanced at Yakumo Zi beside him again and motioned her to perform. I actually agree with Ryemu, you choose the second method. With a silent sigh in her heart, Yakumo Zi said again. The two approaches are not fundamentally different. If you choose the second method, you can also enjoy the benefits of Lord Mahu earlier. However, your overall strength has increased, and the benefits to our Gensekyo alliance can be more. Since you have said so, Zi, then I will choose the second method. After staring at Mawu and Yakumo Zi who were in front of them, Hakure Ryumu finally agreed after realizing something. Chapter 292, The Mighty White Jade Sword, the trump card of Artexiu. White Jade Sword. Grade, Top Artifact. Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 1000 W. Attribute 2, Attack Amplification, attack damage is increased tenfold. Attribute 3, Movement Speed Increase, movement speed is increased tenfold. Attribute 4, Attack Speed Increase, attack speed increases tenfold. Attribute 5, Eternal Power, with the blessing of Eternal Power, the White Jade Sword will not be affected in any way over time, and will always remain in its sharpest state. Attribute 6, Power of Destruction, with the blessing of the Power of Destruction, the sharpness of the White Jade Sword increases tenfold. Attribute 7, Half-Body Sword Spirit, the artifact has a spirit. When the Sword Spirit Baiyu is promoted to the main god, he can inject his own way of the main god into the White Jade Sword to advance it into a Taoist weapon. Note, the top-level artifacts transformed from many precious materials have further potential. How does it feel? 23. Looking at the White Jade who fell silent after taking the new White Jade Sword, Alicia asked. Strong, stronger than ever. With this White Jade Sword, my confidence in defeating Artois has increased by a full 30%. A satisfied look appeared on Bai Yu's face. As long as you are satisfied. In this way, the task on my side is completely over. Putting away her hammer, Alicia looked at Macefield who was in a daze not far away. Why do you look a little sullen? I personally participated in the birth of a top artifact, shouldn't I be happy? 99. Not sullen at all. I'm just thinking about whether I can transform my weapon into a top-level divine weapon like the White Jade Sword. He took out the Spear of Destiny and turned it twice, and Macefield inserted it on the ground in front of him. The current Spear of Destiny was born by merging the fragments of her first-generation Spear of Destiny and injecting the concept of destiny. In terms of quality, it can only be considered good. It can also be used to deal with ordinary superior gods. But if the enemy were replaced by a main god like the God of Light, it would seem a bit incompetent. Alicia, do you have a way to make it? Just after recasting the White Jade Sword, you asked me such a thing. It really doesn't give me any rest time. With a helpless sigh, Alicia replied. You don't have to worry, as early as the last time you built the Spear of Destiny, I already considered the follow-up promotion. However, in order to recast the White Jade Sword this time, I have used up all the materials on hand. It may take a while to transform your Spear of Destiny into a top-level artifact. Don't worry about the material. Before Macefield could reply, Su Wu's voice suddenly sounded out of thin air. I have gained a lot from going out this time. 35. Don't say it's a top-level artifact, even if you remodel a few more, it will be enough. Real or fake? Looking at Mawu who suddenly appeared not far away, Alicia's pretty face was pulled down. Unlike ordinary forging, creating a top-level artifact is very labor-intensive. Originally, she was ready to fish for a while Su Wu collected materials again after she finished making the White Jade Sword. As a result, the other party actually told her that the second batch of transformation materials had been prepared, and even the third and fourth batches had been prepared. This is too bullying. Squeezing labor is not so oppressive, right? Cough, don't worry. 99. Su Wu explained. I just mentioned to you. 39. You can discuss with Macefield individually when to remodel. Putting some of the previously classified storage rings in front of Alicia, Ma Wu turned to look at Bai Yu not far away. How sure are you now? 80%. Not bad. 39. Su Wu nodded in satisfaction. When his own strength is at a disadvantage, he is forced to raise his own strength to the same level. This is the ability of the god of war Artosh. In addition to being unable to be like void consciousness, relying on the huge power gap to make its body unbearable. If you want to defeat him, the only way is to work hard on equipment and fighting skills. In terms of combat skills, Su Wu couldn't provide any other help except to give Bai Yu a full control. But the equipment is different. This is for you. Su Wujiang handed over the 10,000 beast ring that he had just obtained not long ago. Top artifact. Bai Yu, who took the ring, was taken aback for a moment, with a surprised look on his face. Where did you get this thing? The Beastmaster's palace. Su Wu smiled and continued to instruct. The 80% win rate you just gave isn't accurate. 35. If I'm not mistaken, your impression of Artosh is still in the last battle 5. Indeed it is. After temporarily suppressing the thought of questioning, Bai Yu has already reacted. What do you mean, something has changed on Arto's side? Of course. 537. Su Wu nodded and explained to Bai Yu. According to the information I have collected, there is also a top-level artifact of the weapon type on the side of Arto. 99. After obtaining the White Jade Sword, at most you just return to the starting line. 39. If you really want to gain an advantage, you still have to rely on the power of the 10,000 beast ring. Master Arto. You asked me to come, do you have anything to order? Looking at the huge figure ahead, Azrael asked respectfully. Time is up. I can feel that the old friend is ready. Artosh's voice full of joy and fighting intent came. I will prepare a celebration banquet and wait for the return of Lord Artigzu, Kai Xian. Azrael said firmly. Haha. Nice reply. Artosh's huge figure stood up from the seat. God of War World will be handed over to you next, Azrael. PS1, my teeth suddenly hurt in the process of coding, and I was directly autistic, lying. PS2, I originally wanted to sleep and make up this chapter tomorrow, but the pain was so painful that I couldn't fall asleep, so I just endured the code, sad. Chapter 293 The Lord Skills Evolve Again, Gabriel's Perception. Aren't we going with you? Looking at Bai Yu's receding back, a worried look flashed in Mesfield's eyes. Although I am very confident in Bai Yu's strength, that guy named Artisu is not a simple existence. 99. Don't worry too much, Bai Yu will win. Su Wu took out 2 skill evolution cards from the storage ring. The recast Bai Yu sword will make Bai Yu and the opponent come to the same starting line in terms of weapons. The ring of 10,000 beasts I handed her will give her the upper hand in the battle with Arto. And the 2 Lord skills he has upgraded now will allow Bai Yu to start the final victory. The skill evolution card is used successfully, and the evolution skill is the Lord skill Soldier. The skill evolution card is used successfully, and the evolution skill is completely controlled by the Lord skill. Soldier Lord, Power Enhancement. Grade, SSS Grade. Effect 1, Weapon Mastery. The servants in the territory can learn how to use various weapons more quickly, and the damage caused by launching an attack with a weapon is increased by 5 times. Effect 2, Master Blacksmith. The servants in the territory can learn how to build equipment faster. The success probability when crafting equipment is increased to 100%, and there is a 100% probability of crafting high-quality equipment when crafting equipment. Effect 3, Soldier Master. Make the Lord ignore all equipment usage conditions. When he holds the weapon, he will automatically grasp the equipment status and use method, and 300% of the full effect will be exerted. Effect 4, Weapon Authority. When holding different types of weapons, 5% of the corresponding law authority will be strengthened. Full Control, Power Enhancement. Grade, SSS Grade. Effect 1, Physical Control. Freely control every cell in the body and even the power at a deeper level, so that the power of the physical body can be completely liberated, and 300% of it can be exerted. Effect 2. Control of the law. Perfectly control the power of the law that oneself comprehends, so that it can increase its power by 300% when it is activated without any loss, and completely act on the target. Effect 3. Complete control. Make the skill holder Suwu perfectly control everything he holds. The control speed is tripled. Effect 4. Control authority. Gain 5% control authority. Metatron, you're back. How's it going? Did the Beastmaster Alliance agree? 35. Looking at the tall figure who pushed the door and walked in, a look of anticipation flashed in Gabriel's eyes. If I go out, of course I agree. 99. He took out a contract from his arms and threw it on the table. A meaningful smile appeared on Metatron's face. It's not just the Beastmaster Alliance that agreed. The Undead God Realm and the Mechanical God Realm have also promised me that they will not take the initiative to withdraw the remaining combat power in the Beastmaster Alliance. Nice job! Gabriel couldn't help laughing. In this way, the pressure we face in the future will be relieved a lot. Are you sure? 99. Metatron asked. The Beastmaster Alliance has just suffered a defeat, and its morale and combat power have weakened a lot. Join hands with the current Beastmaster Alliance to fight against the Dark God Realm, which has no major losses, and the Gensokyo Alliance, which has obtained a large amount of training materials and is about to increase its combat power. In addition, the Undead God Realm and the Mechanical God Realm agreed with the attitude of picking up leaks. In the eyes of Edgeworth and Metatron, the pressure faced by the Bright God Realm has not decreased at all, but it should have increased a lot. Don't underestimate the Undead God Realm and the Mechanical God Realm too much. 35. They agreed to your request to join this war, and they may indeed be picking up the slack with the mentality that we will lose both. 99. Halfway through the explanation, Gabriel paused for a while, with a serious look on his face. Metatron, have you ever thought about a question? The enemy we are facing now may not only be the Dark God Realm and Gensokyo Alliance. What's the meaning? Metatron asked without changing his face. I mean, maybe, no, there should definitely be an unknown force operating in the shadows. Gabriel replied firmly. This force is on the side of the Dark God Realm, interfering in the war between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm, and in the war between the Beastmaster Alliance and the Gensokyo Alliance. Not only that, even the time when you and Raphael were ambushed, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury, there is a high probability that the other party would intervene. The strength of the Dark God Realm, Gabriel has to understand. Before, it was because Raphael's death was too sudden, and the various major events that followed made him no time to think. Under normal circumstances, he would have to realize that this matter might take a while, and he would not pay attention until the next time the Bright God Realm fell. The information obtained from Nicola, the Dragon King of Light and Darkness, coupled with the strange battle situation of the Beastmaster Alliance, made him realize that something was wrong in advance. Taking advantage of the spare time in the few days after the war, Gabriel kept thinking about the various situations. In the end, Gabriel finally chose the most unlikely but also the most probable answer. Unknown to all of us, an unknown force appeared in the void that could sway the war between the main god-level forces and threaten it. If we don't want to be slowly eroded by it, our only response strategy is to pull the Undead God Realm and the Mechanical God Realm into the water. As long as they get this information and complete the verification, they will definitely take it seriously. 33. At that time, it will be the clarion call for them to launch a counterattack, the best time, Lee Hoseo, to force the guy lurking in the dark to show up. As expected of you, you are indeed amazing. Edgeworth inside Metatron let out an emotional voice. With the identity of his inner ghost, he understood that Gabriel's guess did not have a trace of wrong luck. Under such harsh conditions, the truth can still be perceived, and it can be said that the other party has lived up to his position. But the corners of Edgeworth's mouth rose slightly, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Gabriel, I got an interesting piece of information on the way back, do you want to hear it? 5. Go ahead. Altexiu took the initiative to leave the station and walked towards the number 3 Great World of the Divine Craftsman Alliance. P.S. Reply on the 30th and 31st. Recently, I have been working on the completion of the design. In addition to the toothache, the update time may be a bit messy, but the overall update volume will be maintained at 2 updates a day. Chapter 294 The Dynamics of the Parties, the White Jade World. The god of war Artosh took the initiative to leave the station. In the eyes of people who don't know Artosh, this news seems to be no problem at first glance. But for Gabriel, who knew Arthas, the problem was a little bigger. In his past memories, Artexu would only do one thing by taking the initiative to leave his residence. That is to challenge the strong man he likes. Are you sure there is no problem with your intelligence? Gabriel confirmed again and again. Of course no problem. If there is a problem with the information, how dare I take it out and tell you? Metatron patted his chest and replied confidently. In fact, I not only heard this information, I even went for a walk in his territory before returning. When I went there, that guy Artosh really wasn't in the territory. That would be troublesome. Gabriel suddenly had a headache. Although Arthos had only lost the battle when he suddenly fell ill and challenged the void consciousness in the past battle. But that doesn't mean other battles are won easily. As far as Gabriel knew, the opponent had entered a state of near-death at least 3 times in the past 537 battles, and was only a thin line away from death. From this information, it can be seen that none of the people who can make Artesus take the initiative to leave the station to challenge is simple. If it were normal times, Gabriel would most likely look around in the form of eating melons after getting this information. But not now. In addition to the identity of the Lord of the God of War, the other party now has an identity of foreign aid from the God of Light. If you are killed or seriously injured in this battle, it will affect the subsequent battle. Tisk, that's why I don't like this guy Artosh. 99. It usually looks normal, but sometimes it's like a lunatic. Gabriel complained with some dissatisfaction. Why, do you need me to go to the scene to see the specific situation? If he really falls into a disadvantage, I can also help interrupt the fight and lead him to retreat. Metatron suggested. Don't worry, I'll think about it. Gabriel was lost in thought again. Artosh's own abilities are very powerful. After comprehending the way of the main god and being promoted to the top god, he became the group of powerhouses standing at the top in the void. It stands to reason that he is now a strong man who can inspire him to fight. In addition to the major god-level powerhouses, there should only be major god-level powerhouses like Michael or Annabelle. But the other party has now gone to world number 3 of the Craftsman Alliance. Is there any special powerhouse there? In the words of Deo Deozai, the strength is indeed quite good. But his real strength is forging, and his combat power shouldn't be enough to inspire Artosh's fighting spirit. 35. Gabriel frowned, constantly recalling all kinds of information in his mind. In the next second, he seemed to think of something, and suddenly froze for a moment. There is not much information about the world of God Craftsman Alliance 3. After a brief recollection, he directly locked onto the information sent 7 days ago. Unknown top artifact forger. And the magic star Alger who is performing guard work and slaughtering a large number of gods. Destroyed the power of a beauty god Freya overnight, and completely killed that ancient god. If it is the magic star whose source has not been identified so far, it seems that it is really possible. Gabriel's expression darkened completely. Metatron, this time may really make you run errands again. Dark God Realm. Dab. Eleanor, please help. This battle was planned by Mahu in order to create an advantage for us by killing Arte 39. The personnel sent from the Bright God Realm, if nothing else, is Metatron. If he tries to intervene in the battle and take Artosh away, you can stop him directly. Okay. Ella Realm. Lord Dorothy, are we really not sending someone over there? Do not care. Dorothy waved her hand and directly rejected the applications of the subordinates in front of her. As for Artosh, just send an intelligence officer to record the results. 35. I'm calling you here today because I have something else to announce instead of focusing on Artoyu's actions. What's up? A fire elemental king asked curiously. Since Dorothy became the first lord on the west side of the void, he had not seen his boss so serious for a long time. I decided to break through the superior gods and join the bright god realm to participate in the next battle. Dorothy announced. As a top-level superior god with terrifying strength, most of the strengths in the void are of concern to Artosu. Because Artoju was in front of everyone, he set off from the god of war realm in an upright manner. In less than half a day, the information that Artosu took the initiative to leave the station spread wildly among the major forces. This is a rare state of affairs, and they have no choice but to pay attention. Coupled with the fact that the Light God Realm and the Dark Artifact are currently at war, Artoshu is the main reinforcement of the Light God Realm. Combining various factors, the major forces on the west side of the void have set their sights on this upcoming battle. But what these major forces didn't expect was that Art's line of action this time was more bizarre than they had imagined. Just when the controllers of these big forces received information and were ready to send their own people to watch the situation, Artigzu, who had already set off for half a day, did not go to world number 3 of the God Craftsman Alliance to challenge the magic star Alger that appeared there, like the information collected by the major forces. I didn't expect that I would come to this place for the second time. Looking at the huge world bubble in front of him, Artigzu, who had turned around in the middle of the road according to his own intuition, showed a nostalgic look. One of the Jedi on the west side of the void. Large World, Byaja. Chapter 295 Yan Huang Gun, excited Artexiu. Although I have only been to Byaja once in the past. But for this place, Artojiu is still very familiar. After all, he accounted for half of the reason why this world would become a Jedi with no one to survive. It's still the same, nothing has changed. Stepping on the fiery red ground scorched by the high temperature, Artesus, who had just entered the interior of the world, walked forward. The terrifying high temperature, and the looming sharp sword energy in the air. This is the main reason why Byaja is regarded as a Jedi. The living environment is harsh and resources are scarce. If you want to stay here for a long time, the lowest level of strength is also a low-level god. If you can't reach this strength and haven't left the means, you will only usher in death and despair in the end. Usually, there are only two endings to this worthless world. Devouring the heart of its world into nourishment for other worlds. Use it to develop it and turn it into a training place to provide some training. However, Artigzu, who holds the heart of the White Jade world, has no such idea. As early as the day you were not killed by my own hands, I had expected this scene. 99. As the place where we once fought, I deliberately kept it. It now seems that my decision is indeed correct. 35. Looking at the slender figure in a kimono in front of him, an excited smile appeared on Artezio's face. You are stronger than before. I'm not ready to catch up with you. Baiyu replied with an expressionless face. A terrifying aura slowly rose from her body. Looking from a distance, it was like an extremely sharp long sword slowly unsheathed, penetrating the entire world. One last look at the scenery around you. 35. From now on, your life will be counted down. That's really exciting. Artosha's palm was inserted into the mid-air, and a long spear was slowly buffered from the inside. Are you still impressed with this thing? Yan Huang Gun. Baiyu frowned subconsciously. She naturally knew about this long spear. In the last battle, it was this thing that shattered her body, the White Jade Sword. But if she remembered correctly, this long spear should have collapsed in the collision with the White Jade Sword. I didn't expect you to fix it. After all, if there is no weapon to fight with you, it will be a bit of a disadvantage. Artaeus, who had been convinced from the beginning that Baiyu would rise again, laughed. Violent magic power rose from the surface of Artax's body, and was continuously injected into the Yanhuang gun in his hand. Under the support of this huge magic power, the space around the Yanhuang spear began to distort continuously. It seems that the Yanhuang spear is the top artifact mentioned by Ma Wu. Feeling the terrifying heat wave coming towards him, Bai Yu's expression became serious. Although I don't know how Artosh repaired this Yanhuang gun and upgraded its quality to a top-level artifact. But if the top artifact in the hands of Artiku was it would have an advantage for Bai Yu. The most troublesome problem with the Yanhuang gun is the terrifying high temperature. Ordinary weapons touch it, I am afraid it will be melted into molten iron in an instant. Even weapons of the same rank are easily affected by the high temperature of time. This is also the main reason why Bai Yujian was shattered by it in the past collision. But this time is different. Zhang! A dazzling cold light flashed through the air. Holding the white jade sword blessed with the power of eternity, the girl's figure came to Artaeus in the next moment. Nether sword, tide. The terrifying coercion that penetrated people's hearts spewed out in an instant. A huge wave was set off on the boundless picture, rushing straight towards Artojiu in front of him. Good come! In the face of this sudden killing move, there was not a trace of panic on Artojiu's face. I saw him waving the Yanhuang spear in his hand, and greeted Bai Yu head-on. Bang! A fierce collision sounded, and a huge shock wave rippled in all directions. The thick fiery clouds in the sky were swept away, and dense cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web. Just like that. At this level, you can't beat me at all. Seeking flowers 0. Artosh's war-filled voice sounded. Looking at Bai Yu who was stalemate in the air with him in front of him, the smile on his face became more and more intense. Don't hide your clumsiness anymore, and pull out your full strength. As you wish. Boom! A terrifying force far beyond Arto's imagination suddenly erupted. Under the collision of this terrifying force, Artoihu's figure instantly flew backwards into the distance. Facing this golden opportunity, Bai Yu naturally would not waste it easily. I saw that the eyes were slightly closed, and both hands held the white jade sword at the same time. The next second, the whole world fell into a terrifying silence. Esoteric style, the ruthless voice of all beings. It's more intense than I imagined. Stopping the body that kept regressing, Artosh showed a satisfied smile on his face. As early as the first time he saw Bai Yu, he had noticed that the other party did not understand the way of the Lord God. In other words, the opponent's realm is only a superior god. An ordinary higher-level god, no matter how special it is, can't pose a threat to him. His intuition doesn't lie. No matter how impossible it was, just being a high-level god Bai Yu gave him a strong sense of threat. This is also the reason why Artosh took the initiative to provoke. His talent is destined that the gap between himself and the enemy's strength will not be too big. In this situation, the only thing that can influence the situation of the battle is the whole cards in the hands of both sides. And now, he has successfully figured out one of Bai Yu's trump cards. You sure didn't disappoint me. Boom! Artaxiu's body suddenly swelled in a circle, and the same terrifying aura spewed out of his body. Put out all your strength. Just chop it up like that. Let me see. How strong is the sss-level talent of the second awakening? 35. In the silent world, Artosh's excited voice reverberated continuously. P.S. Before checking the teacher for completion, there should be no big problem. After checking the design for the teacher, let's put it down, sigh. PS2, the next chapter will be a little later, you can get up tomorrow morning and watch it. Chapter 296 Altars Provocation, Su Wu's Invitation to Cooperate. Boundless magic power madly poured into the Yanhuang gun. Under the control of Artaxu, the power of the Yanhuang spear reached a peak in an instant. A dazzling red light emerged from the tip of its spear. In the face of this terrifying high temperature, even time and space began to distort, visible to the naked eye. Blindfolding is useless. Looking at the sword light rushing straight ahead, Artexu, who was holding the Yanhuang spear, let out a loud shout and poked directly into the sky. At the same instant, a silent cold light appeared out of thin air and collided with the Yanhuang spear. Boom! A terrifying shock wave that far exceeded the first collision hundreds of times before rose. At this moment, the entire white jade world began to shake violently. Huge ravines spread across the ground, and countless rubble flew in the sky. The space in the sky was shattered into 537 cracks, and endless black lightning spurted out from it. The sky is dark, the lightning is thundering. In this apocalyptic scene, Artojiu gradually increased the strength in his hand and slowly pushed Bai Yu backward. Don't hide anymore. I can't hide this move that I've used once in the past. 35. Give me all your strength. Use the stronger sword moves that have never been used in the past. Then it depends on whether you have the ability or not. A sneer appeared on Bai Yu's face. She naturally understands what the other party intends. 18. For Bai Yu, who was not prepared to fight a protracted battle at all, she was not prepared for such things as trump cards from the very beginning. Boom! A sharper sword energy spewed out from Bai Yu's body. Temporarily forcing Artexu back in front of her, she raised the long sword in her hand and unhesitatingly made the next killing move. Mystery form, Heavenly Star Prison Flame. The Great World of the Craftsman Alliance No. 003. Is the information wrong? Eleanor frowned and looked suspiciously at the intelligence staff of the Dark God Realm in front of her. What about the trajectory of Artosh after his disappearance? It is unknown for the time being, and is still under full investigation. Dark Element Iwen lowered his head and replied with a look of panic. Please, Lord Eleanor, give us a little more time. This time I promise there will be no mistakes. You don't have to be nervous. I'm not the outrageous Edmund kind. 39. If a powerhouse like Artexu deliberately conceals his actions, it is normal for your intelligence to have errors. 5. Glancing at Metatron, who was also talking to the intelligence personnel of the Bright God Realm, Eleanor waved her hand and replied. Hurry up, as long as it's not slower than that of the Bright God Realm. Yes. 99. This should be the first time we meet, Dao de Azai. 35. Looking at the rickety figure in front of him, but exuding tenacity like a piece of steel that has been tempered repeatedly, Ma Wu, who took the initiative to walk up, said hello. 7 days have come. According to the agreement, you should return the Shuanghua sword to me. 39. You are the holder of this sword? A look of surprise flashed across Dao de Azai's eyes. It's really me, what's the problem? Su Wu asked. No problem. 35. It's just a little bit unexpected. Glancing at Kang Yu not far away, Dao de Azai took out the Shuanghua sword and handed it to Ma Wu. From the perspective of breath, I always feel that the blue-haired girl named Kang Yu is more like the owner of this sword. You're right to infer that. Kang Yu is indeed the original owner of Shuanghua sword. It's just that she can't use it now, so she gave me this sword. After briefly explaining the cause and effect, Ma Wu looked back at the old man in front of him. After comprehending the frost flower sword for 7 days, how was the harvest? 39. Naturally very satisfied. Dao de Azai replied with a smile. Unfortunately, the resources at hand are limited. 55. Otherwise, old man, I really want to strike while the iron is hot and challenge my own limits with the help of this insight. 99. Limited resources. Ma Wu was a little puzzled. As one of the top blacksmiths in the void, Dao de Azai's reputation lies there. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. As long as he is willing, he can build an ordinary artifact at will, and he can sell it for more than 10 times the price of the same quality artifact. In this case, the other party should not be short of money. Could it be that? Have you built a top artifact recently? It's not me, it's Hephaestus. Dao Daozai shook his head. She has a new idea recently and wants to create a special top artifact. 35. In order to realize this idea, she came to my side to search for materials a few days ago. It is precisely because of this matter that the materials in his hands are vacant in quantity. With a little bit of improvisation, it is possible to create a superb superior artifact. If you create top-level artifacts and Taoist artifacts that surpass top-level artifacts, it will be a bit lacking. I see. Ma Wu nodded knowingly, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Hephaestus, the name he still heard. The other party, like Dao Daozai, is a rare top-level artifact builder in the void, and is also one of the controllers of the Divine Craftsman Alliance. According to the collected intelligence description, the other party's character is very friendly and at the same time love to make friends, and the relationship with the top powerhouses of the major neutral forces is quite friendly. Now it seems that this information is really not wrong. Forging materials are to a blacksmith what a white jade sword is to white jade. If it weren't for a good relationship, no matter how good Dao Daozai was to talk, it would not be possible to sell the top materials in his hand to each other. But this might also be a good opportunity. Are you interested in collaborating under 0.1? 35. I will provide you with materials to practice your hands, and you will help me build some artifacts for free. Su Wu offered to invite. The materials I need for my hand training are very rare, are you sure you can supply them yourself? Dao Daozai touched his beard and asked. Don't worry, I have a lot of extra materials in my hands now. Randomly took out a few storage rings and threw them into Dao Daozai's hands, Su Wu replied. As long as you are willing to help, you can use all these materials as much as you want. Of course, the artifact created is also mine. This is the bottom line, he can't back down. If the other party does not agree, it is only a matter of course. Chapter 297 Altixu's whole card. I can agree to your terms. Dao Daozai, who had investigated the condition of the storage ring, pondered for a while, and agreed directly. However, as an additional condition, I hope you can lend me the Shuanghua sword in your spare time. Top-level materials are very rare, and they are truly valuable. Even a top-level blacksmith like Dao Daozai is rarely able to obtain materials that he is satisfied with. If he can use it freely, and if he can comprehend the Frost Flower Sword, then this transaction is not a loss for him. Yes. 35. After you come to my territory, you can continue to comprehend Shuanghuajian at any time. Su Wu nodded and continued to add. About this cooperation, you can tell your old friends. If they want, I can also lend them the Shuanghua sword for a few days, and cooperate on the same conditions. 99. I'll send them a letter later. Todasai's gaze shifted to Eleanor who was walking not far away. It seems that 23 your acquaintances are looking for you. Not too familiar. 39. Waving his hand towards Dao Daozai, Su Wu turned and walked towards Eleanor. You go to deal with the things at hand and prepare for it. The details of the cooperation will be discussed later. Lord Mahu, we meet again. Eleanor, who was originally going to return to the site of the Dark God realm to wait for the latest information, came over and took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect to meet you here. Is something busy? Let me know if you need help, I might be able to help. That's not necessary, I have already dealt with the matter on my side. 35. After rejecting the suggestion of the overly friendly god, Mahu said. You came here because of art's business. Yes. 99. Eleanor nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Could it be that you, Lord Mahu, came here for this matter? You can understand that. 35. Whether it was to let Artaeus come to the door on his own initiative, or let Metatron deliberately spread false information, he planned it. Saying that he only appeared here for this matter is really not a problem. If that's the case, let's go together later. One more strong ally is more beneficial to both of us. 5. Eleanor offered to invite. She was still curious about Ma Wu, an ally of the Dark God realm. This rare opportunity, she wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about it. It's not too late, you can go now. Ma Wu stretched out his right hand and placed it directly on Eleanor's shoulder. The battle between Bai Yu and Artaeus will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. In the face of this unprecedented fierce battle, Bai Yu's information will inevitably leak. At that time, Ma Wu and the fantasy world, who have been hiding behind the scenes, will inevitably be implicated and come to the bright side together. In this case, there is no need for him to hide it. The development work in the early stage has been prepared enough. The next thing that needs to be done is to subdue everyone in an upright manner. The other side. The silhouettes of Bai Yu and Artaeus constantly collided violently in the sky above the White Jade realm. The terrifying aftermath was like a surging ocean wave, continuing to rush in all directions. Under the collision of this terrifying force, even the White Jade realm with a large world scale has become riddled with holes at this moment. Bang! The violent collision sounded again. However, unlike the previous high-speed collisions, this time the figures of Bai Yu and Artaeus were stalemate in mid-air. If you have achieved this level of being in the realm of a higher level god, you really did not disappoint me. Artaeus, who was holding the Yanhuang spear, swung hard, forcing Bai Yu in front of him to retreat temporarily. But it's not enough at this level. What's your real trump card? You who challenged me with the determination to kill should be more than that. To this extent? Throwing off the blood on the blade of the sword, Bai Yu sneered as she looked at the scarred Artaeus in front of her. It seems that something is wrong with your brain. Arto's strength is indeed very strong. With the plug-in-like ability, Artaeus can always keep his power at the peak and is not inferior to the enemy. In addition, the opponent's fighting skills that have been cultivated in the Shura field, and the top weapon in the entire void, the Yanhuang spear. If you change to a top-level superior, it really isn't necessarily the opponent's opponent. But Bai Yu is different. It has the same white jade sword and terrifying sword moves, and is matched with many sss-level lord skills of Ma Wu. Today, she has stabilized Artois in terms of combat skills and the recovery of protracted battles. After a short collision, even those who were as strong as Artois began to gradually fall into the disadvantage. If the stalemate continues like this, even if Bai Yu does not use another top-level divine weapon, the Myriad Beast Ring, he will be able to win stably. But 537. For this, Artaeus, who was already on the disadvantaged side in the battle, naturally understood. Pity. Still haven't forced all your cards. Looking at Bai Yu, who did not reveal any flaws in front of him, the fighting spirit on Artaeus's body became more and more intense. Such things as trump cards, he naturally exists. It's just that once this trump card is activated, it means that he has the determination to die and start a desperate fight. According to the original plan, he wanted to find out all the details of Bai Yu before using this move to determine the outcome with one blow. However, Bai Yu's current strength is more terrifying than he imagined. Powerful basic attributes, visible injury recovery, and physical control that didn't waste any energy in a fierce collision. Although it was not long before the fight, Bai Yu had already shown a lot of powerful abilities that he had not had in the past. If the stalemate continues in this situation, he will definitely be the one who falls first. In that case, let me show you. Artaeus said. The power I recorded in my battle with the void consciousness. Boom! The power to shake the whole world erupted at this moment. Chapter 298 God Strike. Bai Yu's way of the Lord God. Is this the true power of the God of War Artaeus? In the void outside the White Jade realm, Eleanor, who was brought over by Suwu, looked down with a serious face. From her whole point of view, she could more clearly observe how terrifying the outbreak of Artesu's just now was. In just an instant, cracks appeared in the large world bubble representing the White Jade Realm, and it was still spreading. This means that the power of Artojiu at this moment has exceeded the upper limit of the large world. If you don't take the initiative to restrain, it won't be long before the White Jade Realm will usher in its own destruction. I didn't expect his power level to be able to enter the main god level in a short period of time. This strength is even more terrifying than the description in the intelligence. It's normal. Ma Wu, who had long expected this situation, replied from the side. Void consciousness is no good, old man. Being able to survive from his hands means that Artesia's potential has been recognized by him. You don't seem nervous. Eleanor looked at Suwu suspiciously. Through the conversation with Ma Wu, she also learned a small part of the truth at this moment. In this state of Artexiu, even Annabelle has to use all his cards to have a chance to block at 5. Aren't you worried about your men being killed by him? Don't underestimate Bai Yu. Suwu shook his head, and there was no nervous look on his face. Look, Bai Yu has to use her true power. Zhang. It seems to be to prove that he is not lying. Just the next second after Ma Wu's voice fell, a sword light that truly penetrated the world rose from the inside of the world. In the White Jade world. It turns out that you didn't fully activate your second awakening talent in the battle just now. Looking at the White Jade not far away, whose aura was no less than his own, after urging the real trump card, Artesu, whose body size was reduced to 3 meters in height, laughed. Just looking directly at it with the naked eye can feel like a on the back. What a terrifying guy. Why don't you call me? 35. Bai Yu looked at Artojiu expressionlessly. She completely stimulated the power of the second awakening, at most it consumes a little more. But Artois is different. If she read it right, the power within Artesio's body has exceeded the limit that he can bear at this moment. If it takes a little longer, even if she doesn't do anything, the other party will collapse on her own. You are still in the mood to chat in this state, it seems that you are really not afraid of death. If I was really afraid of death, I wouldn't be standing here. The surface of the body continued to crack and burst into a series of scars, and then Altexiu, who was immediately repaired, laughed. In past fights, he has been close to death 7 times. And in these 7 battles, there are 2 battles that left a particularly deep impression on him. One of them is the battle with the void consciousness. In that battle, he lost his pride and regained his status as a weakling. However, it was also a blessing in disguise, further evolving his own talent, and being able to raise his own strength to the peak reached in the past at any time. This is also the reason why his power suddenly increased to the main god level. The power he is using now is actually the power obtained through talent in the battle with the void consciousness. Apart from this battle, the other battle that left a deep impression on Artexu was the battle with Bai Yu. In the last battle, there was no winner between us. Artosh slowly ascended into the sky, and a huge amount of magic power began to gather around him. Both you and I ended up as a loser in that battle. 35. Bai Yu lost all his friends in the past, and all his former subordinates also fell on the spot along with Bai Yu's rampage. Bai Yu's origin was severely damaged and almost fell on the spot, and his origin was also traumatized to a certain extent, and it took a lot of time to recover a little bit. I didn't kill you with my own hands in that battle, which I regret to this day. To make up for this regret, I've been trying to recreate that battle over the years. To my disappointment, none of the subsequent opponents have reached the level you once did. But fortunately, Bai Yu has risen again. Let's end with this blow. The wings behind Artosh suddenly stretched to the sides, and the huge wings instantly covered the entire sky. Boundless magic power spewed out of his body, and finally all gathered into the Yanhuang gun in his hand. God! Gather all the power in your body and unleash it all in the next blow. This was the blow that Artosh had shattered the white jade sword in the past, and it was also his true full-strength blow. With the huge power in his body that exceeded his limit at the moment, the power of this blow will reach an unprecedented peak. Let me see your will. In the end, it was smashed by me like the last time. It's better to break through my own past and chop me up with this blow. Artosh raised the Yanhuang spear in his hand high. Boom! In the next instant, a blow with all the power of a main god-level powerhouse was gathered, and the Yanhuang spear charged towards Baiyu. Sorry? 35. Looking blankly at the attack falling from the sky, Baiyu's eyes were filled with indifference. It would be a pity for you if you didn't kill me with your own hands. 99. Then die with this regret. The power of the beasts. The heart that stops water in the mirror. Gain momentum. Facing the full-strength attack from Artisu, Baiyu did not hesitate to use all the trump cards that could enhance his own strength. But compared to Artisu, who shook the whole world just by virtue of his momentum after urging his trump card, Baiyu, who had entered a state of full-strength burst, completely restrained his aura. Like a sword in its sheath, it temporarily restrained all its sharp edges. Almost. Waving the long sword in his hand, Baiyu rushed towards the god who fell from the sky. Mystery form, eternal tribulation in the future. Cut off all the possibilities of the enemy, without leaving any future blows. Bang! The collision of all the beliefs and strengths of the two collided. In just an instant, Baiyu felt an unparalleled force rushing towards her along the edge of the sword. Under the measure of this terrifying force, her body began to slowly retreat backwards. Compared to the divine strike that Artisu emptied all the power in his body, Baiyu, who just gathered the power in his body on the sword's edge, was a little inferior. However, in the face of the fact that he was at a disadvantage, Baiyu did not feel angry or panic. In principle, this divine strike by Artosh will knock out all the power in the body. But this sword of hers was just a full-strength blow in her explosive state, and she would still have a lot of strength to continue fighting after the fight. Now that she can temporarily resist this blow, she has actually won. But compared to a woeful victory, what I want more is a victory that is crushed in all aspects. Looking at the long spear in front of her that was pushing her back constantly, Baiyu's aura became sharper. Since the strength of the superior gods is not enough, then use more powerful strength. The way of the Lord God that belongs to her alone. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chapter 299, The Harvest After the War, the reaction of all parties. Ended. Glancing at the terrifying slash that passed by not far away, Mawu's gaze shifted to the white jade realm below. According to the hint of divine choice, the probability of Baiyu winning this battle is 100%. 18. In this 100% win rate, there is only a 6% chance that Baiyu can awaken his own way of the Lord God and end the battle as soon as possible. Not bad luck. The deterrent effect is better in this way. 99. Nodding with satisfaction, Mawu took the initiative to walk towards the white jade realm below. Now that the battle is over, it's time for him to return to the battlefield. The other side. Ended. Looking at Artigzu in front of him, Baiyu also made the same declaration as Suwu. It is indeed over. Feeling the gradually withering vitality in his body, Artoxiu showed a satisfied smile on his face. The more you fight, the braver you are, and you push your limits in battle. It seems that you are more suitable for the title of God of War than me. This kind of title that sounds disgusting should be left to others to inherit. Baiyu said without mercy. That's a pity. Artigzu shook his head and looked behind Baiyu's 540. You're also an interesting person. It's a pity that I don't seem to have a chance to fight with you who grew up. I have no hobby of fighting. 35. Walking past Baiyu, Suwu stretched out his right hand towards Artigzu. How about handing over the ownership of the flugel to me? You are the winners and are entitled to take everything from me. Artosh condensed a white ball of light in the palm of his hand and threw it towards Mahu. This is the master-slave contract signed between him and all the Flugel under his command. Before handing it to Su Wu, he took the initiative to erase his name on it. As long as Ma Wu fills in his name, he will be able to obtain a complete army of Flugel. Since you said so, then I'm welcome. After signing his name on the contract, Ma Wu turned his gaze to Ardoshu, who had completely lost his vitality. A top-level superior god body with almost no damage, with the potential of the main god level. For him, there is still a lot of room to use. After taking off the storage ring on Artsiu's hand and putting away his body and the Yanhuang spear that was broken in two not far away, dab, Su Wu turned his gaze to Bai Yu. Go back together. Or else, you're going to stay here for a while? Su Wu asked. Finally, after seeing the dilapidated scenery of Bai Yu replied. Killing Artexiu here can be regarded as avenging for them. No need to stay any longer. God of War. In Artosha's palace, a large number of god-level Flugel gathered here. Azrael, do you know what happened? Why did the master-slave contract suddenly change? Has Lord Artix abandoned us? Boom! Right in front of the many Flugel, Azrael's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. Be quiet! Don't make your own guesses there. Interrupting everyone's inquiries, Azrael spoke slowly. I don't want to hear you ask those stupid questions anymore. Alpha C said long ago that he would never abandon his loyal subordinates. 55. Then do you know why the master-slave contract has changed? A Flugel with the strength of a superior god asked with a frown. Of course I know. As a matter of fact, don't you have guesses too? 35. Looking at the frightened Flugel in front of her, Azrael announced expressionlessly. The winner will take everything from the loser. There is only one reason for the change of the master-slave contract in the hands of Lord Arto. Master Artosh lost. Bright God Realm. Didn't catch up. Gabriel looked at Metatron in front of him with a headache. Even if the opponent's injury has not fully recovered, he is still a top-level god after all. Combined with the intelligence network and transmission network of the Bright God Realm, this kind of thing should not happen. Could it be that? Have you met someone from the Dark God Realm? That's not it. 35. Metatron waved his hand and replied truthfully. I literally missed out. Alt's repair is too fast. When I received the information and went to Baija, his real fighting place, the battle was over. As a result, as I just said, Artois lost. It shouldn't be. 35. Gabriel gradually became suspicious of life. After Artixu entered a state of full-strength explosion, he could feel the aura that was comparable to that of a main god-level powerhouse, even if he was far away from the Bright God Realm. Originally, he thought that the outcome of this battle had stabilized, and he was still silently lamenting that Artex's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. As a result, before he could finish his emotion, Metatron suddenly came back and reported that the other side had lost. Have you used a retrospective crystal? Used. 99. He took out a blue crystal from his arms and threw it, Metatron replied. At present, I only know that it is a strong man who uses swords, and further information needs to be explored slowly. In other words, isn't that the unknown ice powerhouse? Gabriel sighed, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He suddenly appeared, and his strength was strong, and as soon as he made a move, he did a big thing that was unfavorable to the Bright God Realm. Except the power system used is not the same, it is completely a replica of the Beastmaster Alliance not long ago. The situation on the side of the Beastmaster Alliance has not been investigated clearly, and this side has emerged again. Hopefully we can find out something this time. Dark God Realm. Don't take the initiative to speak to other people during the process of this matter. If anyone asks, you tell them to wait for the specific notification. Annabelle instructed after listening to the report. It is good. Eleanor nodded. By the way, I need you to run again next time. Annabelle took out a contract and handed it over. The latest information shows that the Bright God Realm is about to sign a cooperation contract with the Beastmaster Alliance. 95. In this case, we can't fall behind. This cooperation contract, please go to the Gensokyo Alliance and give it to Yakumo Zi. Chapter 300 Devouring the Heart of the World, the Spirit of the World. Dream World. After going out for a walk for a few days and then coming back, I still miss it. 35. Walking out of the temporarily opened space door, Ma Wu stretched his body lazily. Compared to the hut where he lived in Blue Star before he became a lord, and the kennel he lived in his previous life. Now this world has only lived for more than a month, but it can bring him the warmth of home even more. You help me inform the others and return to the dream world tonight. It's just that Alicia's successful revenge hasn't been celebrated yet, so this time I'll just hold a banquet with your good news. 5. Ma Wu instructed Bai Yu, who was behind him. Remember to make them all arrive on time, and I will notify you of other things when I arrive. Okay. After staring at Ma Wu's back for a few seconds, Bai Yu turned and walked towards the west side. At this time, Arthas and Orpheus should have snacks at the restaurant. Compared with other people, it is better to inform these two gluttonous lowly first. After sending Bai Yu away, Su Wu did not rush back to his room. In order to gain Gabriel's trust from Metatron, I specially asked him to use the retrospective crystal to record the process of that battle. With this information as the basis, the possibility that the Bright God Realm has investigated Bai Yu's identity and even went further to find the Dream Realm is nearly 100%. 5. In addition to Kang Yu's frequent attacks not long ago, there is no possibility for Dream World to hide it. Since it will be exposed sooner or later, let's just expose it one step ahead. Su Wu took out a storage ring and took out a lot of world hearts from it. This is the booty he has accumulated for a while. Except that some of them were taken by Macefield and others, which cleared up part of the weak world. The rest of the heart of the world comes from the Dark God Realm, Gensokyo Alliance, and the God of War Artosh. Although most of them are world hearts of small worlds, there are also many world hearts of medium worlds. In addition, the heart of the world, a large world transformed into a Jedi, was specially provided by the Dark God Realm. If you swallow it all in one go, it can be said that it is more than enough to raise the world level of the dream world to a large world. If you are lucky, there should be some leftovers. Devouring the heart of the world, small world of Beastmaster Alliance number 1249, is successful, and the world fusion with the dream world as the main body is about to begin, and the fusion time is 24 hours. The fusion of the world is detected, and the heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of the fusion of the world begins to accelerate. Successful world fusion consumes one heart of the world, small world number 1249 of the Beastmaster Alliance. Buzz. 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 The strong power of time suddenly emerged, covering all the hearts of the world with Ma Wu as the center. In front of this terrifying power, a large number of world hearts turned into beams of light and rushed towards Su Wu. Click click click. A huge amount of world power flows in his body. Under the scouring of this huge world power, Su Wu could feel that his physical fitness began to improve little by little. But compared with the improvement of strength, Ma Wu is more concerned about the progress of the world's improvement. In his perception, after this huge world power circled in his body, it began to flow towards a crystal clear gem. This gem is the heart of the world of the dream world. After sensing the power of this world, a bright circle of light suddenly appeared on its body. This circle of brilliance is like a sponge, completely absorbing the power of this huge world. While absorbing, it also started its own feedback function. I saw a stream of pure world power gushing out from the heart of the world. After rushing out of Ma Wu's body, they spread out in all directions in the dream world. Ma Wu, who has experience in world promotion, understands that this is the work of world expansion. Even the world of 1 class is divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. If you want to complete the breakthrough of your own rank, you must raise the current world scale to the limit. According to this progress, it will take about 10 minutes to complete the expansion work. After estimating the approximate time, Su Wu took out another storage ring. This time, he went out and harvested the core warehouse resources of the front line of the Bright God Realm, the core warehouse resources of the Beastmaster Alliance base camp, and all the resources of the God of War Artigzu. With these resources as a guarantee, he can naturally satisfy all the conditions for upgrading his territory. As one of the conditions of the provincial territory, it will take some time for Dream World to complete the promotion of the large world. For Flowers 0. Taking advantage of this time, he can just satisfy other conditions in advance. In this way, after the world level of the Dream World is promoted, he can also directly improve the level of the territory. In terms of basic construction, I was satisfied a long time ago. The remaining requirements are basically the quantity requirements for special buildings, the requirements for world-class protection engineering. After taking a look at the conditions for advancing to the territory level, Ma Wu directly took out a large number of blueprints of different styles from the storage ring. Use the world-class attack range augmentation array, blueprint, successfully. Automatically deduct resources to start construction. Use the world-class anti-hidden reconnaissance magic circle, blueprint successfully. Automatically deduct resources to start construction. Use the world-class element charging cover, blueprint successfully. Automatically deduct resources to start construction. Point 0. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of world-class magic circles began to be built at the same time, and the magic in the entire fantasy world began to become active. Coupled with the power of the world that is opening up territory for the fantasy world. At this moment, the entire fantasy world began to shake violently. This is the world cheering. Filled with a lot of benefits from Mahu, the dream world has a tendency to give birth to the spirit of the world ahead of time. It's really luck that can't stop it. A smile appeared on Mawu's face. As one of the conditions for a large world to be promoted to the top world, the spirit of the world does not know how many large worlds that are eligible to be promoted to the top world are stuck. In order to make his future promotion road smoother, Su Wu began to prepare according to the instructions of the sacred choice a long time ago. Among them, swallowing a large number of world hearts at the same time is a means to improve the birth of world spirit. But the probability of using this method to give birth to the spirit of the world is only 3%. Originally, Wu De was prepared to use this method as the basis, and after the event, he went to find some special items to increase the probability. Unexpectedly, the spirit of the world in the dream world is so ambitious, and it has directly caught up with the 3% probability of being born. If that's the case, then I can't be stingy anymore. Su Wu took out another storage ring and took out all the items inside. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.